Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Is Kimmy? You know something, Kimmy? I think you're right, because Kimmy says I have early onset dementia. I maybe do, because I'm starting to redo my what do you call it? My shows, and I said, I have that diction. I have those words. Why can't I remember these damn words? I probably do. You guys is probably seeing my decline here, my early decline.
No, never.
Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. Here's the rant. There's the rant for the girl. Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. All right? How you like that? How you like that for dementia, you little fuck? Go fuck yourself. I'm sorry, Dylan. I got you struck, but fuck it.
I don't know what's going on.
Where's the birthday girl? That's right, Kimmy. Go fuck yourself. Early dementia.
I don't know what's going on, but I'll catch up, I'm sure.
She's in there.
Do you know her?
No.
Oh, she's trolling.
Early onset of dementia. And I don't think she was kidding either.
Oh, if you're not kidding, fuck off, Kimmy. Lou Barber says, baby, memberships again. Thank you so much for that. Hey, also, hang on.
Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. What the hell happened? I'll never get this back up. Oh.
No, are you okay? Are you okay?
Hold on. Jesus. All right, listen. You got me on the mic?
Yes.
All right. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be back. I don't know what the hell I did.
It's all right.
I'm like Turtle Boy. He had an accident, too.
Yeah, we all
give me 2 seconds. I'll be back.
No worries. This, not the other side.
Right.
Derek says, me dog, Scooby, is barking again. Rot.
Right. I like that. That is good.
Oh, good boy, Scoob. Oh, Derek. I needed that. Thank you, Derek.
Right, Paris? Where are you, Paris?
Oh, fuck. Oh,
look at the kitty. Look at the kitty. Oh, God.
Oh, fuck is that?
Look at the kitty. Oh, my God. Forget about the bad guy. I don't care about our grade. Look at the kitties.
Oh.
My partners are saying, oh, my God, this is our future. Oh, God. Oh, well. Anyways.
Right, fuck. Right, stop. I've got to stop it there. Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Hey, hello. How are we this morning? Good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is with all of you. How are we, people? We got a few people here, even though they're not here. Robin G, chasing all the men. How are we doing, Robin G? I'll see you hello again in a bit when you do arrive. Kelly, I'm not sure if you're here, Kel. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. The King of Canton is here. Dennis Sweeney, King of Canton. Hey, Crystal. Crystal's keep the chat going this morning. Hostess with the mostess. Well, welcome, Crystal / Carol. So whenever Crystal's here, Carol's also here. And / if Carol's here, that means Crystal's here as well. The same person to me. Hope you're well, Carol. Hippie Chick's in the house. There she is. How we doing, Hippie Chick? Let's get some pink music, shall we? Eh? Elsie, how are you, my darling? Hope you're well. She's a hostess this morning. She's doing well. She's amazing. James, how are you? How are you, James, up there in Bonnie, Scotland? How are we? Get your messages in, James. Get your messages in. Voice from the angel. Hey, good luck in the hospital today, Christine. Good luck. We got fingers crossed for you, my darling. Let us know how it goes, okay? Hope it's well. Fuck you, cancer. Hope you get good news today, Christine, my darling. Hope you get good news, my darling. We're thinking of you. We all support you. We're all praying for you. We all have you in our thoughts, my darling. Go well, Christine. So there you go. There we go, Christine. We're all thinking of Christine today. Going to the hospital. Hopefully, you get good news. And we got Vix Logic in the house. Hello, how are you, my darling? Hope you're well as well. Vixie, Mixie, Wixie, Pixie, Lixie, Dixie. I don't know. Vixie. Good luck, Christine. There you go. Everyone supports Christine. Everyone loves you, Christine. For Christine Fortunato. Good day, Sheila's and Bruce's and Dylan. How are you? But Sheila, how are you, Viv? You what? Hope you're well, Viv. Nice to see you, my darling. So yeah, here we are. So another day, another 2 streams. So another 2 streams. If those of you who joined me last night, I hope you enjoyed it. That was a good case we've got going on with that. With Leilani Simon. I think that's a good trial. Moving along quite nicely. I thought yesterday was a good day between this trial and that trial. That trial's really good. This trial's really good. So we've done well. Richard Allen, 14 jurors already sat for them. Sarah Boone should be fine because they're going for 6 jurors and 8 alternates with Sarah Boone. So they believe that they're going to be starting Sarah Boone on Wednesday. Obviously, I'm not covering it, but they will be going on that day. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody say Booney, Booney. There you go, everybody. So here we are. We are here. We are there. We are every fucking way. Right. Not sure where everyone is this morning. But I did say we still started about 2 o'clock probably. So in fairness, most people didn't know I was going to be here. I didn't know I was going to be here. So at this time, I did not go for lunch today. I was supposed to go to lunch with my parents, but I did not go. Mother wasn't feeling well, so cancelled till another week. Yeah, she is. I am not covering it, James. I'm not watching Boone. I'm watching cases that really matter. Boone does not matter. She's a psycho. She doesn't deserve all she wants. She's turned down a plea deal which would have seen her out of prison in 5 years, just for this. So why would I give her exposure? Why would anyone give her exposure? What everyone should do is just shut down the cameras and say, nope, we ain't doing it. We're not going to give her the exposure she wants. That would be amazing if the judge just went, fuck it, no, cut cameras. You said no to a plea deal. Cut. No cameras. Oh, you should see, she'd be begging for the plea deal then. She's only doing it for the cameras. So, yeah, I wish she'd done that. Gary, how are you, fella? Hope you're well, my bro. Hope you're well. Hope you're feeling okay as well. I know your immune system probably is still taking a battering, but hope you're well, my friend. Good morning, Dylan El Chatty. Thank you all for being the amazing people you are. Well, number 1 mother in the chat. Here she is, Carol. Carol, we all love you, and I love your little family. They're the best. They're very lucky to have you, my darling. Very, very lucky to have you. Agree. She should have taken the plea 100%. She's just doing it for the fame. And that's why I don't want to, I don't want to cover it, because we're doing what she wants by giving her the attention. We're doing what she wants now by talking about her. Boone just loves the attention, yes. Good morning, Karen. Thank you for being amazing too. There you go. Boone a bit deluded. Yes. Gary Beeston, good morning. Hey, Gary, thank you. I'm doing okay. Thank you, mate. Thank you. No problems at all, Gary. She'll regret turning it. I think she's going to get 22 and a half years. I think that's what most people think she's going to get in total. Because she's not got any convictions against her or anything like that. So I think she probably will end up getting about 22 and a half to 25 years. She will get parole. It's second degree, so she'll get parole. I'm pretty confident of that. It's just she'll get the lower end of it, but still she could have been out in 5 years. She's been in for 5 years. She could be out in 5 years. Unrelated, does Norfolk Superior Court use the same Zoom login for all cases? No, I don't believe so. Freeloader, I don't believe so. But maybe. I have no idea. Maybe. Elsie, good morning to you. There you go. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, my friend. Thank you very much. Right, so here we go. Yeah, so what did you all think about the trial last night? The second stream. Leilani Simon. I've never seen the chat. Like, the chat was active in that case. That chat was very active about the case. Because I was off screen watching the chat, and you were all very into the trial, which was, really nice to see. It was really, really nice to see everyone so involved in it, and everyone having the same views and stuff. It was amazing to watch it. So yeah, I hope you're enjoying it. Well, I think you are enjoying it, because, as I say, the chat was on fire. It was great to see. And it's great to see other people in there that are not watching this trial, but came to watch that trial with us. So, yes, here we are. No worries, Crystal. It's fine. Thank you all for being there, Crystal. You and me were meant to be. Ba, 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 ba. Gary, I got halfway through and I had to nip out, but I enjoyed the half hour. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoy. You can enjoy it. Yeah, like, obviously the topic's not the best, but it's very intriguing. I find so. Both are good trials. Hippie Chicks likes it. Good. I think I'd be honest with you. I didn't think this. Right. So this trial we're covering now, the Melody Walker Farris. I thought it'd be a good trial, right? Then it started, and I thought this is gonna be shit. The first 2 days was shit, and then all of a sudden it just turned, and Chris got on the stand, and all of a sudden it became very good. All of a sudden, so I'm glad we stuck with it. It was very, very good. So yeah, Delani, you make great choices. I prefer the ones that are not as widely covered. So do I. I Cara Nichols, another one I did. Did the one in Kitsap. No one else covered. So Cara Nichols and Kitsap, right? If you don't know, these are two trials. No one else covered. No one else covered it except for me. Did I get many viewers? No. That's the only downside. But we still got some people in, and we still got the name out there. So I'm happy with that. Little G is here. Here we go. Little G is here. So hang on. Let me do this. All right. Lil G / Lil V. I missed this yesterday, last night. I was going off, and I forgot to refresh the page before I went. I did jump back into chat, but I think everyone had gone by the time I thanked you in chat, Lil G. But thank you to Lil G and Lil V, who bought 5 coffees yesterday. Thank you, Delano. Thank you, Lil V / Lil G. That is very nice of you. And thank you to everybody. I couldn't believe how many coffees I got yesterday. You don't understand. That's huge. So thank you so much to every one of you. Little G, oh little G, little G, 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 little G, oh little G, little G. So there you go. Thank you, little G, for that, and little V. I thought you said 9 a.m. It was supposed to be 9 a.m., but my mother's ill. So I was supposed to go out for lunch with my mother and my father, but my mother's not. She wasn't feeling up to it. She's fine. Just she wasn't feeling up to it today. So we'll go next week or something. Same here, Vic. I can't see it. I was waiting. Sorry, little G. Good morning, all. Hello to you. Melody's innocent, in my opinion, so far. So far, yes, but there's more testimony to come. You missed anything but hi. Good morning, little G. There you go. For dinner, that's why he's early. Yeah, there you go, Gary. Thank you, Gary. Delan, will you be covering Boone full time? No, I'm not covering Boone, Danielle. I'm covering another case, Danielle. I explained it all yesterday, but it's another case about 20-month-old boy who lost his life. His mother killed him, allegedly. So I am covering that, and I'm trying to. I know. Basically, his name is Quinton Simon. So you can see the rest in peace, Quinton Simon. That's what I'm covering instead of Sarah Boone. So many people covering Sarah Boone, and I don't want to give her any exposure because all she wants is exposure. I want to give Quinton the exposure, and it's a really good trial as well. So I'm doing that one, zooming that one. So doing this one live and then zooming Quinton Simon. That's what I'm doing. You just search Sarah Boone, you're gonna see so many people covering Sarah Boone. So you're sorted, you're fine. So yeah. And I just Anyway, Boone, fuck Boone. It's not gonna be a great. I don't think it's gonna be a great trial anyway. But that's just my opinion. But yeah, sorry, Danielle. No, it will not be covered. I had their intentions of doing it, but I'd rather give exposure to the legacy of a 20-month-old Quinton than give Sarah Boone any of my views. So, here we go. Here we go. Bum 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 bum. But Lady Di's in the house on the way to work listening. Or is the daughter with you? Let me sing for her. Hymns and arias, lady's daughter, are the noise. Nisella is going to get a driving permit today. There you go. She's nervous, but I know she will do great. There you go. Best of luck, Nisella. Let's go. Let's frigging go. Disney language. Let's frigging go. Nisella, you're going to smash it. Love it. Best of luck to her, Carol, and to you as well. Quinton deserves it more than Sarah. Yes, I agree. Absolutely agree. Good morning. Hey, Dana Leonard. How are you? How are you doing, Dana? Hope you're well, my brother. Too many trials this week. Delphi, Quinton, Boone, Melody. So Delphi not live, so that we'll never see Delphi. We'll never see that. Quinton, yes. Melody, yes. Boone, yeah. I mean that is starting Wednesday. Boone is allegedly, but yeah, the Delphi one is not going to be on. It's not live, so you will not see that one. Yeah, I used to do as well, James. I used to do as well. I say this story every time. So, James, I was similar to you. I get very upset with the children's one and stuff. But then I was told I was being selfish, that what we feel, our anger and our hurt, is nothing compared to what the child went through. So we need to stop being selfish and put our own feelings aside and think of the child and celebrate the child's life. And that's what I do now. That's what I think about it. It doesn't stop me hating it or being upset and stuff, but I always think, well, what I'm going through right now is nothing, or how angry I am, it doesn't resolve anything. That child has died and they need a platform. So that's how I think of it. That's how because I never used to do children's trials. I used to be too upset, but now I do it for their legacy. So yeah, so that's what yeah. So I get what you're saying. I was exactly the same, James. Exactly the same. Hey, here she is. Here she is, everybody. Hang on. Rhode Island's on fire. Deb's hair is on fire. Yeah. Ape as well. Hello, Rhode Island. Hello, Deb. Ape as well, new member. Thank you, Ape, for joining us. Thank you so much for the membership for yourself. Thank you so much. I love it. Love it. Thank you, my friend. I'll have to go back and watch Quinton and the result of Peter's recaps on Delphi. It's not. Don't watch. Peter's not really coming. It's all you need to watch is Andrew Burkhardt. Andrew Burkhardt's recaps you need to watch. Danielle. Andrew Burkhardt is in the Delphi court. She's there. She's watching it. She's. I think she's doing recaps. So Peter's not there or anything. So he's just going by what he sees on Twitter. But Andrew Burkhardt is actually in the trial. So if you want actual coverage of the Delphi stuff, go and follow Andrew Burkhardt. I think she's doing it on the site though. She's going to give updates every break and stuff like that. So, what's that? So what's the other one? Delphi won't miss. Boone though, I've been waiting for that. Yeah, I was as well, but now after she turned down a plea deal, it's obvious she just doesn't give a shit. She just wants the fame, and I will not give her that pleasure of the fame. What did you say yesterday, Crystal? I don't know what you said yesterday. No, it's just to explain because obviously everyone's the same, James. I don't I get where you're coming from. I was the same. I don't know what I've done now, Crystal or Carol. Carol, Crystal, tell me what I've done now. I don't know what I've said. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. Is she Delphi? Oh, I didn't know she was there. I did not know she was there. I did not know. I just sighed at the same time that I was sighing into the Yeah, I didn't know that Lana was there then. I must be honest. I didn't know. I know Andrew Burkhart's there. I don't know of anyone else there. So I did not know that Lana was there. So there you go. That's another one. Yeah, Peter's only going by the Twitter feed. I believe he's not there or anything. So just to give another option for people that do want to. Lawyer Lee is there too. There you go. So that's another one. They're actually in court. So so yeah, if you want to see people that are actually there, they will be giving recaps in the evenings and stuff like that. So the Delphi one should definitely be streamed. It should have been streamed. Oh, Hippie Chick's going. It's an interesting case. I haven't got into it because it wasn't streamed. But yeah, it should definitely Delphi one should definitely, in my opinion, be live streamed because it's sounds like a mess, a complicated mess. Boom, boom, boom! Everybody say woo woo, woo woo. Right. Delphi is what got me into true crime. There you go. Kohlberger got me. Oh no, I was into true crime. Kohlberger got me to trials then, and then Alex Murdoch was my first trial. Right, hang on then. Let me put this. Let me put this up and now we'll see. If you just come in and you missed it, then please have Christine Fortunato on your thoughts. She's going to the hospital today. She popped in earlier on to say she's going to the hospital. We wish her all the best today for some tests for cancer. We love you, Christine. So please make sure that you, if you got a second, please wish her well. Right, piss off. Look at this. 34 people, 19 likes. What? Thank you, Gary. Who's not liking the stream? And James, you and me, we're absolutely on the same page. 100% should be shown for that exact reason. Oh, was it Upper River Subbing? Oh, Jeepers. Jeepers, that was one to get into. Christine's my friend. There you go. Thank you, Deb. No, it's all right. What's going on? Please press the like. Press the like. Press the like. Press the like, please. press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you'd like to subscribe. Like and subscribe, motherfuckers. Quinton needs a voice, and I have grandchildren. I would want them to have a voice. And Sarah Boone is all about the cameras. It makes me sick to know that little baby went through again. Thanks. No need to thank. I absolutely. This is, as I say, it's in the last 6 months I've started doing it, and I will continue to do so. No need to thank me, Crystal. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Just allowed cameras in court 2 years ago. That the judge, most trials are not on camera here. I know, but this is so big. Do you know what I mean, hippie chick? It's like it should be, because this judge apparently is. Not a lot of people like him, I don't think. Don't hit boost, please. Yeah. Oh, do you know what? Thank you, Deb. I will do that right now. Do you know what, Deb? You weren't there yesterday, right? And Lady Di was having a whinge at me, going, "Fuck's sakes, the volume's low." And I forgot you weren't there, so I forgot. I went over and I was like, "Oh, boost." Deb wasn't there to remind me, so I've done it now, boosted it. Debbie, hello to you, my darling. Hit the like or we break out all the screws. I love it. Good morning to you, Deb. Debbie. I don't know what's wrong with him, though. Do you know? He should have done it. Give us a straight dope. Hey, how you doing, Sean? How you doing, sir? Top of the morning to you, Sean. How did Quinton die? We're not 100% sure how he died. He was basically chucked into a trash trolley. She allegedly, I don't know how he died. Allegedly, he was battered to death. 20 months old, mind. And then she drove him to a trash can outside a housing estate and just dumped him in there. And he ended in the landfill. And they searched the landfill for 45 days before they found him. And they haven't even found him in whole because he had to go through the crusher and stuff. So they only found bits of him. So yeah. And his mother did it, allegedly. That's what she's on court for. So that poor 20-month-old, that's why we do what we do. This is why I do what I do. Quinton, R.I.P. Quinton. Fuck. Do you know what? Let's. I haven't done it yet. I want to give just a moment of silence for Quinton as well. Just a moment of silence, if you allow me to do that. I haven't done this yesterday, so I should have done it yesterday. So we'll take a moment for Quinton to think of him. Okay, Quinton Simon. Please have him in your thoughts, people. Hello, Joe. Is it going to be shown though? I'm not sure if it's going to be shown. Is it? Yes, Danielle. Yes. Hey, Joe. Yeah, 99. Are they going to show? I'm not sure if they're going to show it. 20 months, James. Yeah, 20 months. Oh, it's just started. We just started it. You should see it, James. It's heartbreaking. But hey, do you know what? This is why I'm glad I streamed it, because most people in here didn't even know about this case, Quinton Simon. Like James, you didn't know anything about it. So now we're streaming it, we're talking about it. It's getting his name out there. Do you know what I mean? And that's what we want to do. So this is why we cover it. So, hey, Heather. Blame him, not a chance. Give him a fucking medal. Hey, talk about Seth. Talk about Seth. Poor baby, rest in peace. Yes, supposed to be on Zoom. Oh, okay. Well, we won't be. We'll miss it, but we'll see. We'll get an update, and I'm sure Mike Jerks, Mike will cover it. If he does, then we'll play over lunch or something. Exactly, Heather. Sounds like a great dad to me. I did not know about Quinton either. Poor sweet baby needs just 100%, Joe, and this is why I cover it. Do you know what I mean? This is why I cover it for people like you, Joe, who is a genuine true crime addict, and I here for the right reasons. So, yeah, I love it. Morning, law. Well, Seth deserves a fucking. He deserves like an island named after him. I think Seth does, with a ton of medals. Aaron Spencer, I don't know Aaron Spencer. Then I don't know that one. Plan for lunch if Mike. Yeah, Mike probably got. Mike always streams it. He always streams it. So he will, if it's available, he will stream it. Mike will stream it. He won't be on there, so we'll just zoom straight through it. So yeah, a novel summing it up. The trouble is, you write a novel anyway, right? Let me go up to see. Have you seen the Aaron Spencer situation in Arkansas? Dad killed his daughter's and he kidnapped her at 1 a.m. Dad went, found her, and fought with a piece of shit and did what he needed to do. So he unalived him, yeah? Yeah, he did, yeah. So, yeah, okay. I mean, will he get prison for that? I don't know. No, bless you. Thank you for being here, Joe. Thank you for your support. I do appreciate it, Joe. Okay. Court should be starting. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me. If you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, motherfuckers. He's up for the murder one. Okay, well, he's gonna be. Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't blame him for doing what he did. I mean, how can you control yourself in that situation? But he's going to end up with. I think he'll end up probably guilty and get the lowest amount. I'm surprised it's the murder one. They might drop it to murder two, or manslaughter or something, and give him the lowest count. Like if you're in a jury, like technically he murdered somebody. It doesn't matter about the reasons, I suppose, but. Come on. But it's self-defense, defense from another all day. It depends on the state, doesn't it, Arkansas? It depends on it if they allow that. A lot of states don't allow that, as you know. So good for that father, yes. Great, but was it Leo? Oh no. As multiple child as so counts. Oh. I wouldn't convict him. Yeah, I know it'd be hard to, I know. I will have to check that out later. Yeah, thank you for that, Heather. Heather has got uses, people. She's not just potty mouth. She brings some stuff. She posts stuff to me all the time. I don't hardly ever watch them, but I do appreciate it. Put graped. Don't put that word in there. Put a G in front of the R. Or thingy. Cancel one of the words. Because the algorithm does not like that word. This girl, 3 months ago, I was awaiting like 9 felony counts. She was only witness. He was kidnapping her to kill her, not to testify. Jeepers creepers. I have my moments. Well, Seth says that as well. The father did society a favor. Yes, I agree. I agree, James. I said grape. Well, it came out as. Just remember, you should put another word in there. Where the term "I'll swing for you" comes from, we used to hang people here. Oh, you see, Vix, yes, Vix. Remember, those were the days, isn't it? I'm not sure when hanging and stuff ended in the UK. I don't know. I don't remember. Like the death penalty, I don't know when that stopped in the UK. Where's the court? Come on, court. Oh, okay. Here we go. Then are you going to do a poll for me? I'll be doing a poll right at the end. After closing arguments and everything, Crystal, I will do a poll to see what people think. Because we don't 100% yet know what the charges are. Because by the end, they might change some of the charges and stuff. So I'll put the actual charges and stuff down then. And we'll do a poll right at the end. Because there's still testimony to come. People might change their minds one way or the other, So I will do it though. Autocrat, I'll get you one day, you bish. Crystal, I like polls too. 1963. Okay. Well before my time then. 19 years before my time. Here Mama is. The last hanging in the UK was late 60s. It was a woman, if I remember correctly. Oh, there you go. There you go, James. Thank you to you and Vix for that. Thank you so much. No wishes at all, Elsie. Yes. Yes. So it was 1964. There you go. So Vix was 1 year out, and he was 18 years before I was born then. So, but hanging, there you go, Gary. Took place on August 13th, 1964. So there you go. There's another one, even closer. Thank you, Gary, for that. Right. Let's get through some stuff before Daffodil arrives, yeah? Right, what else do we need to talk about before Daffodil comes here? Daffodil, always with Will. Daffodil, also likes Bill. Daffy cheats on me with Will and Bill. Daffodil, dill. Hey, Daffodil, how we doing, my darling? James, a woman from Mudring Hubby. Ooh. Good morning, Daffy. Good morning, Daffodil. There you go. Well, of course, should be starting now. It seems that they are. I know you were here. That's why I said it, Daffodil. I saw you pop up. What was that, Brian Albert? Yes. Good morning, Daffodil. Thanks, Fix. Lol. Yeah, it was a woman that was innocent, and I've actually seen the actual rope used at the history of it. Oh wow. Yeah, I mean that's the only thing with. I mean, we can have a discussion about that, but another time. But yeah, once they're unalived, they're unalived. Woohoo! Good morning. Good morning, Daffodil. Good morning, everybody. Millie girl ate the rest of the food last night and more this morning. There you go, Crystal. Happy days for Millie. Oh, here we go. The judge is in the house. She stands up for the judge, but not the jury. I have unmuted it. Oh no, I haven't. That would help if I unmuted it. Let's go and see what they do. Let's go do these today. Greg! Hello, Greg. How are you? Let's go, Greg. How are you, fella? I'm so invested in this trial. Let's go. I know I'm on tender hooks. Let's go. Strap it in, ladies. Strap it in. I know you like that strap on. Strap off, strap on. Larry will be here with strap on before long. Yay! So happy Millie's eating now. There you go. A lot of people know that Rebecca not seen today yet. Lisa Reed not seen yet today. Steph. There's a lot of people actually. Katie Santos. I've not seen Katie for ages. Sara P. Sara P. Sara P's in bed. Oh, there you go. There she is. West Virginia. Mountain Mama. There you go. Amy. We've not seen boobs. Everybody loves boobs. Amy. We've not seen Miss H Gold today. She's been in the last few days. X got me in a quick rabbit hole with that other night. I meant to mention yesterday, but also tried to do a zillion things at once yesterday. Just about zero of them. Oh no. Amy. With two Amy. We had Amy Lynch in the other day. Not seen her for ages. And then Booby's Amy. Yes, I've not seen her today. Hopping. Yep, the 10 Rillington place case. Another innocent one shortly after. There you go. I hope John Luke Weaver does cross today. I like his style. I think the rope was still on the books for treason till Tony Blair changed the law just before his illegal invasion of Iraq. Good morning, Evil Queen. How are you? Nice to see you. So many regulars in today. Make sure to hit. There you go. Best morning. Hey. Heather's here. Well, it's surprising Heather's here. Lil G's here. No Miss Gold, though. No Miss H Gold for you, Heather. She's missing for you today. But she might pop in later. I saw Amy. Oh, hello, Karen. How are you doing, Karen? Hope you're well, my darling. Karen Powers. I saw Amy live on Miss Shorty last week, and she did great. There you go. I'm sharing all my platforms. Thank you, Evil Queen. Thank you, Include True Social. Thank you very much, my darling. Heard about that one? Yeah, I can't think of the names too. Still confused. Would try to frame an innocent woman. Can't think of another case like this. Ha 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 ha. Oh, Greg. Boom boom. Rabbit hole. Yes. Putting out the gold alerts. There you go. I'm sure she'll love that. Good morning, Hot Mama Josie. Josie. Hot Mama herself is here. How we doing, Josie? Nice to see you, my darling. There you go. Oops. With Aaron Spencer's reading Arkansas. Good morning, Brenda. How are you, Brenda Henderson? How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Hit the like button, people. Yes, please. Has it improved? We've got 38 likes. Oh, that's better. That's better. Good morning, Hot Mama, she says. LC says. All right. Dee-dee-dee, dee-dee-dee, dee-dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Would we the world be if we like
New organization, and I need to know about it. So, y'all just here to watch, or y'all here with another media organization? Who? All right. Okay. I don't think I have Rule 22s from y'all. If y'all want to send one to me, but I've been letting everybody. I mean, if you're just here to observe and take notes, then you don't have to ask any permission. If you're trying to record something, you need to let me know. Okay. Okay. All right. Just let us know, and if you need to tap into their feed, let y'all figure out how to do that.
Thank you, Josie, my darling. Thank you very much for that. I'll pin that now. Press the like. Pin the message. If you want to support, obviously, coffees and PayPal are preferred. So thank you, everybody. A great day for coffees yesterday. Thank you, everybody, for the coffees and the membership. 72 new members yesterday. 72 new members yesterday. Thanks to all of you. And we got one new member today. We got Ape who joined today. So thank you, everybody. That was good. I do need to do more members only. It's just finding the time to do it.
Good morning. As y'all are coming in, we're in a very precarious situation this morning. It's 50-something degrees, and the thermostat control in the building wants to turn the heat on, which is not an option for this courtroom. So I already had to turn down the little sensor in the office because Tracy had it cranked all the way up. So anyway, well, I may have to turn my fan on earlier. All right, Mr. Fergus, go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you. If it pleases the court, counsel, state calls Ted Wylie.
Hey, thanks for that, Gary. I will take a look at it later. Thank you, my friend, for that. So I've seen you send another one. Thank you.
Not coming back Thursday afternoon, so we'll break at noon for the day. Is what I think. There's some things the lawyers need to work on before they. Discussions this morning. I think we are leaning toward not coming back Thursday afternoon, so we'll break at noon for the day. Is what I think. There's some things the lawyers need to.
But the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and lower your hand. Good morning.
Morning.
You do not want to be here today, do you?
No, sir.
That's fair. We've subpoenaed you to come in from Alabama. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
If you would, state your full name for the record and spell it for us.
Ted Wylie, T-E-D-L-W-Y-L-I-E.
Go ahead and scoot up and
pull the microphone down toward you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wylie, I'm not trying to embarrass you or do anything, but you know why you're here today.
Yes, sir.
And you understand it's a murder case, and that's why we've asked you to be here.
Yes, sir.
Do you see Melanie Walker Ferris in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Would you point out, please? She's sitting over here in the black.
Yes,
That's black. How old are you today, sir?
60.
And when did you first meet the defendant?
It's probably been maybe 85,
And
86, something like that.
When did you meet Gary's sister, Sherry Ferris?
Around that same time,
And how long were you and Sherry Ferris in a relationship?
probably 20 years.
During that time, did you meet the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all ride horses?
Move the. No, I'm not trying to talk.
Okay.
Let's move the easel so the juror can see. Just back it up.
Yeah.
I need to pull it out.
All right, Mr. Wylie, you got a soft voice. If you speak in that microphone so we can hear you. So you met the defendant through Sherry Ferris, is that how?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all ride horses together or things like that?
We have.
And where did y'all first meet? Was it in Georgia or was it somewhere else?
No, we would see each other at Christmas and birthdays and Thanksgiving and things at Sherry's mother's.
Now, again, I'm not trying to embarrass you, but at some point, did you have a romantic relationship with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And when did that start?
I can't tell you the exact dates, but it was probably in 2008 or 10, somewhere in that range.
And when y'all would meet and come together, where would y'all meet?
But she's usually coming through town, either going to her friend Sheila's Hutchinson's home, or she would be going to visit her mom at the hospital.
And how long did this romantic affair go on?
Probably 3 or 4 years.
And during that time, do you know whether or not Gary knew about the relationship?
I don't think anyone actually knew about it ever until this happened.
And it was after this that it came out.
I think it did. Then they had were suspicious and things, but I don't think that they actually knew. They had no knowledge of it.
And to be clear, it was an intimate relationship more than just friends. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How many times do you think, how often would you see each other when y'all were together, you and the defendant?
We would see each other at that particular time. Before that time, we'd only see each other Christmas and Thanksgiving, but at that time, we might see each other twice a month.
Would y'all meet in motels, hotels, or somewhere else?
We did a time or two.
Would she come to your house and stay at all?
She did.
Was there a time when you remember that she separated from Gary and spent more time with you?
She did. She never stayed more than like a week or something like that. But we were snowed in one time, and her friend Sheila stayed with me. And so, anyway,
Was that Sheila or Sherry?
Sheila Hutchinson was her friend.
Were you ever confronted by anybody about the affair?
No, sir.
Gary never said anything to you?
He did not know. He had suspicion maybe at the end.
Now, you've heard us talk about the $50,000 loan or whatever you want to call it. Are you familiar with that idea?
I wasn't involved in that. I don't know about that.
What I want to ask you, though, is during the time, did the defendant write you checks for things?
She did help me with payroll once or twice.
And how much money during that time did she give you?
It was a few $1,000s to make payroll.
Would it be closer to $10,000 or closer to a few $1,000s?
It could have been 6,000 or 8,000, somewhere like that, to make payroll.
And that was in 2000, I believe 2009. Would that be right?
I'm thinking so.
Is it true though that she did write you several checks that were worth several $1,000s?
Yes, sir.
And you said it was for payroll. Tell us about that.
I have a building company. I had a building company at that time.
Did you ever use that money for anything with Kay Walker, her mother?
I'm sure I probably did.
And did you ever say it was for that, but it was for something else?
I don't think that I did.
So is it closer to 10,000 or closer to 15,000? What do you remember?
I'm sure it's closer to 10 than 15. I don't know that.
And she would write you personal checks for this?
She has.
How many checks do you think she's given you in any shape or form? How many checks has she
Probably
written?
not more than 2 or 3.
Do you know if she ever had more money than that?
She told me that she did. I think it was maybe when she was handling her mother's affairs or something like that, if I remember correctly.
Did she tell you whether or not she took that out of the account that she and Gary had over the house or something?
I don't remember all that now. I don't remember that.
How much money do you remember her having independently from Gary when they separated?
I don't know about her finances and things.
How long was she separated that you know of where she was not with Gary during this time?
I think it might have been maybe a month. I don't know that for a fact.
You don't know exactly how long it was?
No, sir. Like I said, she would come into town and then she would go on to her friend Sheila's house or something along those lines, or go somewhere else.
And was she coming up, was it under the guise that she was there to visit her mother, help her mother, but she was seeing you?
Oh, she was helping her mother. Her and Sheila helped her mother get healed up. She had heart surgery and got her back, on the mend.
But she would come up and see you too?
Yes, sir.
And are you saying that the affair itself lasted for 3 years or more than 3 years?
I would say somewhere around the 3 to 4 year mark.
Closer to the 4, maybe?
Maybe so. I didn't keep up with that.
Did she ever tell you that Gary was, because of this, started to control the finances or do anything from the finances?
I think he did that all along.
And did she talk about how she did not have money except for what Gary would give her?
We didn't talk about money much.
She talked about leaving Gary at any time?
She did say he served her with divorce papers, or was serving her with divorce papers.
And you knew that was because of y'all's relationship?
I don't know that it was because of our relationship.
Did you ask?
I did not.
You kind of just let it be?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know whether or not that was followed through or anything?
I don't know.
Now, when did it end?
Probably 4 years. I think it was 4 years before this happened.
This was in July of 2018. So y'all's relationship was over in about 4 years before?
Yes, sir.
So 2018.
Well, I just didn't hear from her. I don't know that it was over. I just didn't hear from her anymore.
It just kind of dissipated?
Yes, sir.
So about 4 years before 2018. So sometime around 2014 is when your relationship with the defendant stopped?
I hadn't seen her or talked to her before that.
So since 2014, give or take, have you had any communication with the defendant?
I talked with her. She came into town one time after Gary passed.
And that's it?
Yes, sir.
So you understand one of the reasons I have you here is that your name was brought up in the investigation as a former, if you would, boyfriend of the defendant.
Yes.
And so I want to make sure I'm shrinking the world. I want to make sure the jury hears this from you. Yes, and they see you. In July, this is Riley 1. This is calendar July 2018. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Can you positively look at this jury and tell them that in July of 2018, you didn't step a foot into the state of Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything whatsoever to do with and I'm not saying you are, I just want to hear from you. You didn't have anything to do with what happened to Gary? You know anything about what happened to Gary?
No, sir.
You weren't even in the state?
No, sir. I was not.
Did you have any communication with the defendant or anybody in her family about what happened?
No, sir.
It's not till we contacted you, someone from the district attorney's office years ago, I think, reached out to you?
Well, I think I talked with Sherry about that. That was about it.
So if this occurred, it did occur in July 2018. Gary was killed in July 2018. When was the last time you were physically, in any shape or form, in the state of Georgia?
It'd have to be 4 years before that.
Nothing else, young.
True.
Mr. Wylie,
Yes, sir.
my name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent Melody.
Judge, I apologize. The juror just indicated to me that she couldn't hear. Please speak to my phone.
Speak up, speak up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody. Got a few questions for you on timeline. So you guys were together, you think, between 2007 and maybe 2010?
Something like that.
Something like that, because you said 14, but it'd be more like 2007 to 2010. Right?
Probably so.
Okay, all right. And the state mentioned something about some money that Melody loaned you $6,000 to $8,000, and you paid it back to her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask you. I mean, y'all didn't really talk about Gary at all, did you?
No, sir.
And Gary never had any crosswords with you at all
Never.
about any of this.
Never.
And y'all didn't talk about it at all.
Never.
Any of her kids have any crosswords with you ever? Scott or Chris?
No, sir.
And so really you hadn't seen Melody since 2010. It's been about, 14 years?
Yes, sir. I'm guessing that's correct.
Somewhere in there?
Yes, sir.
And it just fizzled out?
We just went different ways, I guess.
Nothing, y'all didn't talk about Gary or anything to do with Gary?
No, sir.
If I may have a few moments, Judge. That's all good.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you, sir.
Judge, may he be released.
Go ahead. That's fine.
Okay.
Call our next witness.
Judge, we call Christine Lavoy. Stand up there, ready, and you can see. You solemnly swear from the evidence you about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Go ahead and tell us your full name, where do you work, and what do you do?
My name is Christine Lavoy, CHRISTINE, LAVOIE. I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science, and I'm a forensic DNA analyst.
Judge, you have the remote control for the TVs? You can turn those on, please, John. Yes, John. Ms. Lavoy, what is your expertise at the GBI?
So I perform DNA analysis on evidence.
And if you would, we've heard yesterday from Ms. Norris, but if you would, just when it comes to DNA analysis, how long have you been doing it?
About 9.5 years.
And what's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in microbiology from Mississippi University for Women, and I also have a Master of Science with a concentration in biochemistry from Mississippi State University.
Do you have to have a master's degree to work at the GBI to be a scientist as you are?
No,
But you have to have some, I guess, some type of bachelor's degree to do to work at the crime lab.
correct, a bachelor's in life science.
And when you came on to the GBI, did you go through the hiring process to take an exam to get on and make sure you're qualified to do the job?
Yes,
Do you have to take continuing education through the year to make sure you can keep up with the current trends in science in your expertise?
yes,
Are you a member of any professional organizations or anything like that?
yes. I'm a member of the Southwestern Association of Forensic Scientists and the Society of Molecular Biology and Evolution.
Among the people at the crime lab, where are you when it comes to how long you've been there and experience? You have more experience than other people, less experience? Where do you fall in that?
I'm considered a senior analyst.
And is that supervision or what makes you a senior analyst?
I hold the title of a crime lab scientist 3 senior.
Do you teach and train other people how to do their jobs?
Yes,
And do you do any outside teaching or education as part of your job?
not outside, no.
Are you part of the kind of scientific groups or anything that works on the, I guess, the cutting edge or new technology or new science that comes out?
No,
Have you ever testified as an expert before in the courts in the state of Georgia?
yes,
How many times have you been labeled an expert in DNA?
about 90 times.
And just this time, I tend to witness an expert in the science related to DNA.
Okay. All right. Witness deemed to be an expert, as I told you before, you can give an opinion testimony based upon her experience, all right?
All right, so we've gotten through the foundation. You did actually just a couple things, and we're going to have you look at some of the reports. I think you're covering some of others, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Have you had an opportunity to go back and look at some of the reports in the case?
I've looked at my reports.
And I think you did. So we have 2 reports, GBI DOFS 7 and GBI DOFS 13. Are those your 2, the ones which is a DNA typing? Excuse me. GBI DOS 14, and then the DNA typing, the true allele. Those your reports?
Yes,
Just this time I tender GBI DOFS 7 and 14 into evidence.
All right, injections? All right, there a minute.
You have a copy of your reports with you?
I do.
All right, let's go through those quickly. We've stipulated the reports. That's why we don't have to go through all the regular procedures we do at trial. If you don't mind, let's just walk through these. Let's begin with 7. What type of services was requested in this?
It was a DNA typing,
And what was the date of the report?
March 6, 2019.
We'll be looking at GBI. We discussed yesterday as GBI item 6 and GBI item 31. I think we'll begin with those. So if you could, tell us the results and inclusion. Begin here with the sentence that says the DNA obtained from the cutting. Read that, if you would, for us.
The DNA obtained from the cutting contained the DNA profiles of at least 2 individuals.
All right, 6 was the T-shirt that we have in the case, and then 31, that would just be a cutting from that T-shirt. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you begin DNA testing, how do you know how many individuals or profiles you find? How does that work? Just kind of briefly tell us how you can determine that.
So when you look at a DNA profile, you see what looks like peaks along a line. And if there's only one person present, you'll see no more than 2 peaks at each location that you test. When there's 2 individuals, you'll see no more than 4 peaks at each location.
Here we have 2 profiles. Is that right?
At least 2, yes.
Now, when you looked at the shirt, the garnet shirt or the red shirt that the jury has seen, it came back to a match matching somebody. Who did it match?
The major profile matched Melody Ferris.
And what was that frequency, the statistical numbers?
It was 1 in 4 octillion.
And do you know how many zeros that is?
It would be a 4 with 27 zeros.
Now, at this point, when you were looking at it, down at the bottom of your report, it says it may be possible to draw conclusions on all contributors from the cutting recovered from item 6. So 6 is the t-shirt, item 31 is the cutting, utilizing True Allele casework software. What is True Allele?
So True Allele is a software program that we use to help us interpret mixtures.
And how is it, what is the basic, if I said in the beginning 10 years ago and we're doing DNA testing, what type of testing did we do 10 years ago? If I said the regular DNA testing, what is that, STR or?
STR, yes.
So that's just what everybody's been doing for years and years, so that would be the regular type of testing?
We still do STR. It was still done in this case.
Right. So your first test is kind of the regular DNA testing. What I need you to get across to the jury is, how is True Allele different? How is it more advanced or a different stage? How does it distinguish between just a DNA test?
So, like I said, True Allele is used for mixtures. In this case, the minor profile, I wasn't able to perform any comparisons because it was just so limited. True Allele has a capability of, I'm going to use an analogy. If you think about an iceberg, you can see, a human can see the portion of the ice above the surface of the ocean. But we can't see what's below the ocean, below the surface of the ocean. True Allele can look below the surface as well as above the surface. So it can see the whole mixture, if you will.
Is it a mathematical probability that uses a formula and software to compute things?
Yes.
Is it, I don't know if the term is more accurate or more detailed. How is True Allele actually, how is it more capable of getting things that you cannot just find under regular DNA testing?
That's how the software is designed.
And what does it do when it comes to known and unknown? How is it objectively doing an analysis of the DNA?
So True Allele will interpret the mixture first, and then it will perform comparisons to a reference sample.
Let's look at your report 14 here, GBI and DOFS 14. What is the requested service here?
It's True Allele.
And what's the report date?
November 15th, 2023.
Now, for your second test that you did, you are still testing item 6, the t-shirt, and 31, the cutting from the t-shirt. Is that right?
Yes, specifically it's the electronic data that's previously been generated.
And what we asked, our office asked you to, once you notified us in your first report that maybe True Allele could actually help us identify that other contributor, we asked you to test it further using True Allele. Is that right?
Correct.
And we're trying to see who the other contributor is. When you tested under True Allele, tell us what the results were as seen in your report here.
So the cutting, once again, contained a mixture of at least 2 individuals, and there was a match identified between the data from the cutting and Melody Ferris, and a match between the data obtained and Melody Ferris is approximately 500 septillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. But due to limited data, True Allele could not make a determination as to who the minor contributor was.
So for the True Allele testing, it came back even stronger that it was the defendant's DNA?
So this is a likelihood ratio, whereas the other statistic was a frequency, but 500 septillion is less than 4 octillion.
So it produced a less numbers, but it still showed that it was those many zeros would be.
I'm not sure what's going on. court has gone mute, so I don't know what's going on. Oh, okay, sidebar, okay.
Proceed, John. Go ahead. Again, apologize. It's rules of evidence come up. All right. So the second test still confirmed, based on how many zeros you have, septillion, that the major contributor was Melody Ferris. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you could not determine, even with true allele, who the second or minor contributor of DNA is on the shirt. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you say that there was DNA of someone else?
Yes.
So is it accurate, scientifically speaking, that there are two DNAs that we found on the shirt, and one is not the defendant's?
Correct.
But you just can't determine who it is?
Correct.
Can you determine if it's a male or female?
No, it was so limited, I couldn't even determine the sex.
Only that it was not hers?
Correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, for your right, or across, sorry.
Good morning, Ms. Lavoy. My name is Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. Just a few quick things for you. So just so I understand, you had a shirt, and that was item number 6, correct?
Correct.
Right. And then somebody at your office at the GBI, they got a hole into that shirt and took a piece out, right? And that is item number 31.
Correct.
Right. And then there was originally a test done on that, and it found 2 DNA samples, correct?
Correct.
And then they sent it to you to see if you could separate them out to see who both the samples are.
Correct.
You found one to be Miss Farris.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that is Miss Farris's T-shirt? And you may not know.
I don't recall.
Okay. If it was her T-shirt, would you be surprised to find somebody's DNA on their own clothing?
No.
Okay. Now, with the True Allele program, it's a computer program, correct?
Yes.
And it runs on, I believe it's called probabilistic genotyping.
Correct.
All right. And somehow, and we don't got to get into how, because I don't care, but somehow that separates out and you can determine 2 mixed together types of DNA.
Yes.
Somewhat. Okay. Now, the other DNA that you found, according to your report at the bottom, was due to limited data, no conclusive determination can be made. So does that mean that it's such a small amount of DNA you can't separate it out?
It's such a small amount, True Allele couldn't perform any comparisons.
Okay, so it couldn't do anything with it.
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, it can't determine what type of DNA it is, whether it's skin, sweat, blood, semen, anything like that.
So True Allele can't, but I do have an opinion, if I can express that.
No, I'm just asking about True Allele.
Okay.
True Allele.
True Allele cannot.
Okay. Okay. And that's all I have, Judge.
I have a question. All right. If a child gets their DNA from their parents, yes?
Yes.
All right. And so you have the chromosomes from one parent, chromosomes from the other parent. What if there's a mixture from the 2 parents and the child, and there are 3 combined DNAs? How can it parse that out and tell the difference between the child and the parents?
So there would still be differences in the DNA.
All right. How is that?
Because the child only inherits 50% from each parent.
So the 2 other grandparents don't get passed down or it gets combined and then doesn't get passed down.
There could be some similarities.
Okay. I know enough just to be dangerous. That was really more for my information than anything else. All right.
Well, just one thing, just to follow up.
Go ahead.
With DNA typing, you can, to make it too quick, you can distinguish between parents and children.
Yes.
And the only way that you couldn't distinguish it if you had identical siblings.
Correct.
Okay. That much.
All right. That's what I've been told. I don't understand. That's why I'm up here and not over there. All right. You can be excused.
Thank you.
All right. Go next witness.
Emily Bagwell.
I'll stand up and stretch.
Hello, Bev. That's interesting. That was. I think this.
Phase.
I think this judge didn't care. He's just like, I'll ask a question, which I love that. Emily Bagwell, is it? Emily Bagwell. What's not good, Miss Gold? Explain to me. What, the judge asking questions or the answer, you meant? Hello, Miss H. Gold. Thank you again for the membership.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. Say your full name for the record.
Emily Bagwell, Bagwell.
Ms. Bagwell, where do you work and what do you do?
I work at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Sciences, and I'm the technical leader of the firearm and tool mark section.
So you deal with guns day in, day out, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury, if you would, your educational background that qualifies you to do what you do.
I have an Associates of Science degree from Young Harris College, a Bachelor's of Biology degree from Kennesaw State University, and a Master's degree of Forensic Sciences from Stevenson University, which is in Baltimore, Maryland.
So how did you get interested in doing being a firearm scientist?
While I was a graduate student in Baltimore, I reached out to the local crime lab, the Maryland State Police Forensics Laboratory, and they had an opening for an intern in their fireman tool mark section.
Did you grow up shooting firearms and things like that, or was it just kind of something else you got interested in?
No, sir, just a career path.
Are you someone that is a collector of guns or anything like that?
Maybe now I am.
Do you enjoy the science aspect of what you do?
Yes, sir, very much.
At the GBI, when guns come in, how many guns do you think y'all are testing a year?
Well, we pick up evidence from our evidence receiving section every day. If there's one gun or 15 guns, it would be difficult to quantify, but we do typically pick up evidence every day. There's always something for us that's firearms related to pick up. It's hard to quantify how many cases we're releasing every year, but we see quite a few.
And how long have you been doing this with the GBI?
Since December of 2015.
And how many firearm scientists does the GBI have?
We currently have 22 reporting analysts across the state.
Where are all they stationed at? Where are their offices?
We have we have 7 regional laboratories. 3 of those, well, in addition to headquarters, 3 of those perform firearms and tool mark services. So that's going to be our headquarters lab in Decatur, our Western lab in Midland, which is close to Columbus, and our coastal lab in Pooler, which is close to Savannah.
Which office do you work out of?
I work at headquarters.
Does the GBI headquarters have a warehouse or something where they hold the firearms? How many firearms do y'all have in y'all's property now?
Well, there's a combination because we have evidence where firearms are evidence, and we also have an in-house reference collection. Both of those other laboratories in Columbus and Savannah also have their own reference collection. I don't know how many firearms we have in our reference collection, but where we store our reference collection of firearms is also one of our storage locations for evidence inside of our section. But additionally, we have evidence storage in our evidence receiving section, as well as a long-term storage facility in our vault, basically downstairs in what we call the crypt at headquarters.
Is it a bunch?
It's a bunch.
How much do you think y'all got?
Just in the reference collection, we should have probably over 650 in the state. But that doesn't include any of the evidence that are all packaged in boxes that we'll eventually analyze.
If the jury could go to your office and see what you do, what's your office like?
Just my personal office.
Like where you test firearms and things like that.
So our laboratory, it's not like your conventional forensic testing laboratory, but it's still a forensic testing laboratory. The firearms section is on the second floor at the headquarters building. And we have about, I would say, 3 wings where we have some offices where you don't share with someone. I do not share an office as the technical leader. Both of our managers have their own offices. Some of the senior examiners have their own offices, but a lot of people bunk up and there are 2 people in an office just because we have a lot of people. We have 2 areas where we conduct our test firing. So we have a shooting range where we'll shoot shotguns for just kind of shooting shotguns. We do not collect projectiles from shotguns. So we kind of just shoot those into the air in the range and collect fired cartridge cases. Also in our range is a test firing capture system called the cotton box. That's for shooting high-powered firearms such as rifles. So they're shot in the range. Across the hall from the range is our tank room. It houses all of our reference ammunition, which is all across the walls. And then on the back wall of the tank room is a 600-gallon water tank. It's a large rectangular metal box with 600 gallons of water, and that's how we capture our handgun test-fired bullets.
Have you testified in the courts of the state of Georgia as an expert before?
I have.
How many times have you been labeled an expert in firearm science?
87.
Just this time I tendered the witness as an expert related to firearm science. Okay.
All right. Again, she's been tendered as an expert witness.
All right, we've got that out of the way, so let's talk about the case. In this case, we've asked you to you're going to be looking at, I believe, 2 reports. And I believe you did one of them, then Vanna Kelly did the other one. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And by stipulation, we've agreed to these reports and the contents, and we've agreed that you can handle the questions relating to both of those. When you test guns, as in the testing that's done in this case, can you just kind of tell the jury what type of tests were done on a firearms and also the ammunition that is related to your report?
So more specifically, on the first report that was authored by Vanna Kelly, there weren't any firearms that were provided, but she received fired bullets. So when you submit evidence to the crime lab for firearms analysis, what that would include is a microscopic comparison of fired ammunition components. The purpose of it, the whole purpose of firearms identification, is to determine if fired ammunition components came from the same firearm, different firearms, if a firearm is submitted, if it came from that firearm, or if it didn't. So in this case, those ammunition components were compared to each other to make that determination. Were they fired from the same firearm? Did they possess characteristics that could allow us to inform our customer if there was a list of possible firearms they could be looking for in terms of an investigation? And then later we received additional evidence, a lot of additional evidence that I examined, a lot of fired bullets. At that point, we had reached an agreement with the customer. We wouldn't do any microscopic comparison because there were so many and they had sustained a lot of damage. We wanted to turn some results around quickly. So what we did was we looked at those characteristics that were shared between these fired bullets to determine if there was a list of possible firearms that could have fired them, and to answer a question if any of them were a specific caliber. There was also a firearm that was submitted at the time that I did do a visual examination of, but it didn't have any characteristics in agreement with anything prior submitted for Ms. Vanna Kelly's report or the evidence that I was going to examine during my analysis. We weren't doing any comparison on my part, so we did what we had agreed with the customer.
And what was the caliber that we were interested in this case?
38.
So 38 special, 38 caliber is what we were looking for. Is that right?
38 special is a specific 38 caliber. There's also a 38 caliber called 357 Magnum. And then there are some other specific calibers within that caliber family as well, such as 38 Smith & Wesson and 9mm. But typically when something looks like it's just 38, it's probably going to be 38 special or 38 or 357 Magnum. Apologies.
Now, when we're talking about revolvers, let's go from smaller to larger. 22 revolver, 32 revolver, 38 special revolver, 357, 44. Is that kind of how it goes?
Yes, sir. That's pretty accurate. The 38 Special and the 357 Magnum are closely related. They're a lot of anytime a firearm says it is 357 Magnum, it can also shoot 38 Special. So the difference is going to be the length of the chamber. 357 Magnum chamber is going to be a little bit longer, so it can accommodate a 38 Special cartridge, which is a little shorter than a 357 Magnum. But in terms of like their barrel diameters, they're the same.
So the bigger caliber gun can shoot the smaller caliber bullet, but not vice versa.
In this case, because they have the same diameter, but like you mentioned with the 44, it's going to be much larger. It's not supposed to shoot something like the 38 class that's a lot smaller. But the 357 Magnum is a specific caliber of a 38. So it's just a little bit larger than a 38, but the diameter is the same. So the 38 Special will fit in a 357 Magnum chamber, but the opposite is not true because the 357 is too long, too large for the 38.
And then when I say semi-automatic handguns, we talk about 380, 9mm, 40, 45. I guess there's a 10mm some people shoot, but those are usually the type of gun that you put a magazine in and rack. Is that right?
That's correct.
So first of all, I don't know how you do it, but if someone would ask you a pistol or firearms, to me, is it a long weapon, a long gun, or a handgun? Do you kind of do that? Do you
those
break them up?
Yes, sir. Those are the two basic categories of firearms, or those that are short and intended to be fired with one hand, and those that are longer and are intended to be fired from the shoulder.
And when you get into the handguns or the pistols, do you break those down into two major? So the genus and species. Genus is the handguns, and species the different types. Do you break those down into revolvers versus semi-automatic?
Yeah, revolvers versus pistols.
And so when you say pistol, you're talking about semi-automatic usually?
Usually they're supposed to be semi-automatic, but with the world that we're in, they can be converted to fire fully auto.
All right. Now, this time, Judge, I'm taking to evidence GBI DOFS report 12 and 13.
Okay.
Let's talk about one that's not your report, GBI DOFS 12, and this is going to be Vanna Kelly report. What was the service requested in this?
This was a firearms analysis service.
And what was the date of the report?
This report was issued on October 31st of 2019.
And we see Melody Scott and Gary Ferris's names here, and then so it's from them involved in this Cherokee County case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Evidence. GBI item, don't worry about all those other numbers, 2 and 5. Tell the jury what item 2 is and item 5.
Item 2 is a 38 caliber bullet that Vanna remarked as being removed from the basement floor. The package would have indicated that. And then item 5 is a 38 bullet jacket.
And when it comes to item 5, obviously here we're talking about the jacket that came from the medical examiner's office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the bullet from the floor, then the jacket, and the jury's heard about the bullet in the ribs and things like that. Do you know much about this case?
As the peer reviewer, all I know is how Miss Kelly would have documented it, and she only documented the item 5 as being removed from the medical examiner's box.
All right. Can you give us the opinion for this report? Just read that to us.
Yes, sir. So under the results and conclusions, it states that microscopic examination and comparison of the bullet and bullet jacket, our items 2 and 5, reveal that they were fired from the same firearm based on agreement of class and individual characteristics. And they are consistent with being fired from FIE, Arminius, and Titan 38 special revolvers, and RG 38 special Derringers. The list provided of those manufacturers is only an investigative lead, and it is not intended to be an all-inclusive list.
All right, in plain English, what does that mean?
So these two ammunition components were projectile components. One was an intact bullet. The other one was a bullet jacket, which just means that the inside core of the bullet was not with the jacket. Those two items were fired from the same firearm, so one firearm. That firearm that they could have been fired from based on the characteristics the bullets possessed could be that list that she provided in her report, but it's not an all-inclusive list, meaning those characteristics between those two projectile items could have also been fired from different firearms not included in this list. We narrow our list based on what we most commonly see at the laboratory.
Right, so fired from the same firearm.
Yes, sir.
And then trying to figure out, based on science, it could be the same firearm, but it could be one of those brands?
Yes, one of those manufacturers may have manufactured the firearm that fired both of these items.
We don't see a 357 on that list. Is there a reason why?
I'm not sure. It could be that they did not populate in the database that she put her measurable bullet data in, but I don't know.
Okay. Could also be that it's just not one of the guns that it came back to.
Yes.
But we know from the science that the opinion is that it was fired. It's a 38 special, same gun. It could be one of those brands. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Anything about the type of bullet, the brand of bullet, or anything like that?
Ms. Kelly documented that they were consistent with being manufactured by Hornady, which is an ammunition manufacturer.
And Hornady, now again, I really want to ask you if you hunt and things like that, but I'll try to forego that. Do you ever go to Walmart and just go over like I do and just look at all the bullets?
Yes, I do, because I want to stay on top of what new ammunition might be out on the market so I can share it with my team.
Do you ever go to other gun stores and just see all the expensive bullets they have?
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with brands of bullets that come out of Russia?
I am.
Well, what if I say give some common names of bullets, cheap bullets that come out of Russia or something like that? What comes to mind?
The first primary company is JSC Barnoul, which is manufactured in Russia and comes into the U.S. under the umbrella company Monarch.
Okay. How about some other brands that are not you familiar with Remington?
Yes, sir.
How about there's some blue boxes out there. I'm trying to remember the name of the blue boxes. What are all the type of firearm or ammunition that you're familiar with that's not Hornady? Hornady's expensive ammunition, is it not?
It can be expensive, and half of their ammunition is geared towards law enforcement officers as well.
Okay. And so those are actually, let's put that on the far end, expensive, nice rounds that don't have a lot of powder and things like that. Good bullets. Coming back this way, what are some other brands that you're familiar with?
Specifically in blue boxes, we have PPU, Spear, CCI. As some other bullet manufacturers, we also have Federal, American Eagle, and Winchester, which are more affordable lines of ammunition.
American Eagle, that's a Federal brand?
Yes, sir.
What kind of box is that?
It should be white and red.
Do you mind standing up? Can you see that box right there in front of you on the table? If you can, I'll go pick it up. Let me go pick it up. Let me do that. It's kind of hard to. I don't have my glasses. So Scott 201, familiar with that?
Yes, I am. It's okay.
I apologize. And Scott 202, familiar with American Eagle?
Yes, I am.
That is not Hornady, is it?
No, it is not.
Totally different company?
Yes.
Totally different types of, separate, not connected at all, competition, in fact. Is that right?
As far as I know, yes, they're not related at all.
And Hornady, would you consider it a higher, I won't say quality, I'm not trying to diminish theirs, but a more expensive bullet that's commonly used for not just target shooting?
I would consider Hornady as a premium line of ammunition.
And Hornady has, in those bullets, sometimes they have that, looks like, I call it wax, I'm sure it's not wax, but they put something in the hollow point so when on impact, it won't cave, it'll still expand. What's that called?
That is a red polymer flex tip expanding red tip. And sometimes the color changes as well. They do have a pink tip for breast cancer awareness as well.
And that is put in if it's a jacket, if it's a hollow point, it's put in there to make it do what?
So the way that it's advertised by Hornady is, and specifically for a hollow point bullet, is different than a bullet that doesn't have, if a bullet just has a nice round nose and it's encased, that's going to be a full metal jacket. Unless the base of the bullet's also encased, then it's a total metal jacket. So the difference with the hollow point is at the center, the nose isn't complete. It has a cavity in the middle to help facilitate expansion. Hornady will put a polymer tip inside of this hollow point to help control that facilitated expansion as they advertise.
So if it's a Hornady brand, you can actually open the box up and see if it has that pink tip or red tip. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you remember when they started doing that? How long ago?
I do not.
All right, let's get to your report. This is 13. What was requested here?
So the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office and someone from the District Attorney's Office requested a firearms analysis, and they provided all of the fired ammunition that you're going to see in this exhibit. And we had agreed with the customer there was a good bit of ammunition, and they had wanted results a little bit quickly. And then the state of the ammunition was there were different degrees of damage. I believe they were recovered possibly from a tree. And so they had just, when bullets hit something, they can acquire damage. It makes comparison of them difficult. We agreed with the customer that instead of doing a comparison of these items, we would group like items together. We would document their manufactured characteristics. Those are the characteristics that help us determine a list of possible firearms that may have fired bullets. And then we would provide that list. And so basically what the report that was received said what caliber they were, if it could be determined, and then a possible list of firearms that may have fired them, but no comparisons were performed.
Now, ma'am, do you ever have to deal with ADAs that ask you to test lots of stuff?
Yes.
How about law enforcement that says, I need you to test all this stuff?
Yes.
Why does the GBI tell us no all the time?
It depends on the circumstances.
Y'all not going to test everything we want, right?
It depends on what questions you're trying to answer. In this specific case, I believe the conversation was, we just really want to know if these items are 38 caliber. And in doing that, with the level of damage these items had sustained that we could see from the packaging, it was, well, once we had, taken a look at them, we're like, well, we can tell you what caliber they are, but they are really damaged. This could take a long time, and time was a factor. We needed results a little bit quicker.
Compromised.
We reached an agreement with the customer that we would provide them with a determined type weapon statement rather than a comparative analysis.
It's a very good answer, under oath. I like that. Did you get hit with a lot of stuff? How much was it? Let me do this. So, this is your report, and yes. There's all this stuff. Did you actually get more than this, but you only tested this?
This was, well, it's possible, but all I have listed under this service are what you see in your list that I would have actually looked at.
So these are the things that no matter how much you got, this is what you end up looking at. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So tell us what this is.
So this is an evidence list. It looks like there's a lot more, and there definitely is. I received 3 packages, and one of those is my item 33 and 34, and then 35. The first package was 6 .357 Magnum cartridges. So a cartridge is a unit of unfired ammunition. So it hasn't been fired. I'm not going to do anything with it except inventory it. And then just skipping down to item 35, that's going to be a Smith & Wesson .357 Magnum revolver that I received, basically to see if the manufactured characteristics inside that revolver were consistent with the ammunition that Miss Kelly looked at the year prior. And then that item 34 package contained several items inside of it that received their own little itemization. So that's why you see the 34A and the 34B. Those are going to be .223 caliber bullets, some 9mm bullets, some bullets and a bullet fragment for which I couldn't determine the caliber, and then some lead fragments as well.
Ma'am, you don't know who Rusty is, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. I didn't think you did. So you don't know where that item 35 came from?
The revolver, I do not know where that came from.
Do you know where the other items came from? Besides coming from the sheriff's office?
I have an item source indicated as what was written on their packages, but no, I do not know exactly where they came from.
But you did mention a tree or something like that.
It's possible.
You have a cartridge. Let me see if I can get the monikers correct. Cartridge casing is when you take a bullet out of a box, if you would, has not been fired. Is that what you're talking about?
The cartridge is what you're taking out of the ammunition box.
The cartridge is what you take out, so it's got everything: the primer, the gunpowder, the projectile, everything on it.
That's correct.
So if it's been fired and the casing's laying on the ground, what would you call that?
That's a cartridge case.
Okay. So, and then what I call a bullet, you call the tip that goes out, that leaves the casing itself and is projected down. That is the projectile.
I also call it a bullet.
All
yes.
Right. So 34A through H. Those are .223 bullets?
Yes, sir.
Did you, when it first came in, did you look and go, oh, this is a 223 bullet? Did you have to actually look under a microscope?
Both.
So you could recognize it?
I can recognize a 223 bullet, but yes, we do take measurements. We weigh it, and then we also look at its just other characteristics. It's just its design characteristics from manufacturer as well.
How different is a 223 and a 5.56?
So they're the same bullet. They're slightly different cartridges. The cartridge itself for a 5.56 by 45 millimeter has an extra grain of powder in it that makes it slightly more, I want to say stronger, faster. Basically, there's an interchangeability issue here. So if you have a firearm that would be chambered for a 5.56, you should only shoot 5.56 because of that extra grain of black powder, increasing that velocity a little bit. And making the chamber a little unsuitable for something that has a lower charge. And a 223 firearm, well, I apologize, I misspoke. The 5.56 can shoot that and the 223, but the 223 doesn't have that extra grain of black powder. Its chamber is not outfitted for all of that power, so it should only shoot 223 caliber. But the bullets are the same.
But that would be what we call an AR rifle.
Yes, they can be 223 and or 5.56 or both.
But for those that don't know guns, 223 bullet is not a handgun round per se.
No, so a 223 cartridge is intended to be fired from a rifle type firearm.
All right. 9mm bullet. So it looks like 34I through 34M. That is a handgun bullet?
It is intended to be fired from like a pistol style firearm, yes.
All right. In case people don't know firearms like you do, cowboy gun, revolver, semi-automatic gun is kind of like a Glock or what police carry or something like that. So 9mm, revolver gun, cowboy gun, or semi-automatic?
Traditionally, most commonly intended to be fired from a pistol, semi-automatic firearm.
And that's the most common is a semi-automatic 9mm.
Yes, sir.
All right. 34N and O just says bullet. Tell us what's going on there.
So for 34N and O, they were, well, for two reasons. They were consistent with a 22 class projectile for which 223 is a family member of, but they were heavily damaged. And I couldn't determine their exact caliber just on their own. So I take each item regardless of what else has been submitted and ask that item, what are you telling me about yourself independent of all other items? So I didn't determine that it was exactly a 223, but it is consistent with the family for which 223 belongs.
Not a handgun.
Not in this case, no.
And then 34P, bullet fragment. What's that?
That is so it's a copper jacketed bullet fragment, which means there was some lead there as well as the outer jacketing material, but it was only a very, very small piece. And it was unsuitable. I know we're going to get there, but it was also unsuitable. So not much I could tell you about it other than it was just a piece of a bullet.
And Q and R and S?
Those were just lead fragments. I have noted for all of them that they are possibly the core of a bullet.
Just go ahead and read your results and conclusion. Then I'm going to ask you to put in plain English.
Okay, so for the first one, the bullet fragment and lead fragments, items 34F, 34N through 34S, were not suitable for comparison purposes, meaning they possess nothing that I could use for microscopic comparison, had I even been doing that. The next conclusion states that microscopic examination of the bullets, items 34A through 34H, reveals that they are consistent with being fired from AR-15 style 223/5.56 by 45 millimeter firearms. Again, that's not an all-inclusive list. It's only meant to be an investigative lead. The third conclusion states that microscopic examination of the bullets, items 34I and 34K through 34M, reveals that they are consistent with being fired from Astra, Beretta, SIG Arms, Smith & Wesson, and Walther 9mm pistols. Again, not intended to be an all-inclusive list, just an investigative lead. And then finally, the fourth conclusion states that microscopic examination of the bullet, item 34J, reveals it is consistent with being fired from Glock, H&K, IMI, Bursa, and Car Arms 9mm pistols. Again, that's not an all-inclusive list. And then I do have one more conclusion at the end on the next page.
All right.
And that one states, the microscopic examination of the bullets items 34N and 34O did not reveal characteristics that could be used to develop a list of possible firearms from which they were fired.
In plain English, can you tell us how that relates to any 38 special bullets or anything like that?
There was no evidence that was suitable, at least, to determine caliber that was consistent with 38 special caliber.
Just that's all the questions I have.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Bagwell. My name is
morning.
Michael Ray.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I just have a few questions for you. Let's see where to start. Do you have up there, and you may not, and tell me if you don't, the bullet comparison that Ms. Kelly did?
I do.
And I just want to ask you a couple questions about that. With the bullet that was found in the rib, it doesn't have any grain, or it only has, I believe, I'm sorry, I actually don't have a printout of it. It was on the photograph. Under where it says caliber and weights, it doesn't have any weight, correct?
It did have recorded weight. Down lower on that page, she has an actual weight that she took of 28.8 grains. The top part of her documentation where it says caliber and weight would be where an examiner records the weight that it's consistent with being for a specific caliber if that determination is being made. There are a couple of weights available in 38 class, so unless it was close to one of those that was manufactured, it would not be provided. It would be like she documented, and it would be a dash.
Okay, so the actual weight of the bullet found in the rib, which is item number 5, is 28.8.
The actual weight is 28.8 grains, yes, sir.
And item number 2, the bullet found in the basement, was 110.
It was 110 grains, yes, sir.
Okay, so Ms. Kelly, when she's doing her analysis, she's not able to tell that that is actually a 38. She's having to compare it to the other bullet found in the basement.
That's correct. She had determined it was 38 based on the manufacturer characteristics that were present, which she did document as being consistent with Hornady. In this particular case, she was asked to compare another caliber or another bullet item that was also consistent with Hornady. It was more intact, so it had a weight that was more consistent with the 38 class. So the reason why she would have intercompared them is because they didn't have any disagreement of the available characteristics that were there. So it was saying, basically, I'm consistent with the 38. I just don't have a weight to help support that, but it needed to be compared to the other 38 caliber projectile.
Okay, so basically she's just making the best guess that she can as to what it is, and the manufacturer based on everything that she knows.
So the manufacturer, she would have resources available. We have our reference ammunition collection as well as the standard ammunition file at the lab. So if something does look like, and we are trained in ammunition as well, so if something looks like it's Hornady, she can double check that with all of our resources. So that would be documented, the weight would be recorded, and if it looks like it's a 38 class, then she could document that it appears to be a 38 class. But it wouldn't preclude her from comparing to another 38 class that she had more available to determine its caliber.
Okay, and with the going to the Hornady bullets, I'm going to show you a photograph. You've probably not seen it, but it's already been admitted into evidence. Okay, and you just tell me if this is that's large. This is how, when y'all see, when you look at a, well, let me ask you this first. When you look at a bullet, when you're doing your job, you're like, that's a Hornady bullet.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Because this ain't my first Hornady rodeo murder trial. And what you look at is you're like, oh, it has that red polymer tip on it, right?
That's one of the features. They also have about 2/3 of the way up that flat surface called the bearing surface. They have what's called a knurled cannular. Other ammunition manufacturers also have it, but the knurled cannular, in addition to hopefully the red polymer tip, but also the structure of those petals in the hollow point, is something that we recognize as being Hornady manufactured.
Okay. And that kernel that you were talking about, is that right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the petals. Let me approach. I don't know if you've seen them or not. This is dates. GBI ME 28. You can, you can look in there. Is that, do you see it flared out? Is that the petals you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can just switch over to the Elmo. No, it's fine. I can see it. No, I gotta get gloves on. Whole big thing. I'm sorry. I didn't do my part, Judge. I'm sorry. It's coming up. Yeah, it's on. While that's loading up, I'll ask you another question. There we go. All right, so like you can
set it down and
set it down and zoom in. Wrong way. So basically, those little things that are poking out, that's the petals that you had just talked about?
Yes, and they have been peeled up. So the previous photo that you showed is a hollow point, kind of what it looks like when it's hit a target. So the petals that are arranged around the nose have little cuts in them, we just call them slits. And so that's what helps those open up kind of like a flower or a mushroom. So those had been kind of peeled back and were obscuring the bearing surface. So Miss Kelly would have peeled them up so she would have more bearing surface available for comparison.
Okay.
So what you're seeing are they're peeled back up.
Okay, so Miss Kelly would have done that.
Yes.
Okay, so she would have peeled it back up. And actually, is it with Hornaday? And Judge, you can switch back to the TV, please. With Hornaday is because when you look at it closely, you can see that those petals are kind of jagged.
They kind of have like where they're cut, they have a small interior cut as well before the slit. So, and it's not just Hornady. Other manufacturers have the same kind of petal design, but we've just come to recognize Hornady as having a basic, like a triangle with a flat top and then smaller pieces on the sides.
Okay. How long have you been doing firearm stuff?
Since 2015.
Okay. Do you ever have any bullets that you send off to have textile examination done from a bullet?
No, sir. As far as I know, some of our bullets are swabbed for blood analysis, but not for textile chemistry.
Because there is a report that the GBI had done that's already been admitted into evidence, and I believe that is the GBI number 3, that they did an analysis of the bullet from the basement, stating that there weren't any textiles or any characteristics like that on the bullet.
Then I have learned something new today about some of our services. Yes, that would be a section that's not firearms. So if other sections can look at something for a materials type of service, I don't know who would have done this report, but I guess that's something that they are capable of doing.
This person.
Yes. So I was going to state too that our materials analysts are some of our trace evidence analysts that work on the teeny tiny particles of evidence called trace materials. And Tatiana was one of our trace examiners. So.
And it would make sense if somebody was shot and it went through clothing and, potentially even exited through clothing, that you could pick up textiles on it. Okay?
Yes. And now that you mention it, I believe I just misunderstood the question initially, because we did have something recently where Trace asked us to come over and look and see if they could do a general materials on it. So I just seemed to have forgotten that.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I brought it back to you.
Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, now you got something else that you have to do at work. Okay. Now, you had mentioned that these Hornady bullets that with Mr. Focus, that these are premium brand bullets.
I would consider it a premium line of ammunition.
And a lot of times you can tell like what's premium and what's not premium by the casing of whether or not it's like the brass or it's nickel or things like that.
It's more commonly for us going to be the design of the bullet itself and independent of the cartridge case and what material it's made of.
And in states number GBI number 13, all of those different bullets that you had looked at, were you aware that those came from like a target area at a piece of property?
No, I wasn't really aware of exactly where they came from.
Were you more curious as to why you were getting a whole bag of bullets?
It was a question that I had asked, yes.
And anything that Mr. Fogus had asked you about this 357 here, you don't know anything about it, and there was no testing done on it to your knowledge?
All I did was a visual examination of it. I didn't do any comparison on my report, and then I did inform the customer that it did have a different rifling structure, so a different manufacturing characteristics than the bullets that Miss Kelly had previously examined.
Yeah, and I'll come back to that. But so that's a Smith & Wesson 357.
It is.
Right? Okay. And well, hold on. Before we do that. So of all the bullets and everything and the fragments that you looked up here, you didn't see any Hornady bullets at the target range? At least that you noted in your report.
In my report, we don't note ammunition manufacturer, so that information would be in my bench notes. And I believe just purely based on the level of damage everything sustained, I was not able to determine probable manufacturers for any of the items that I received.
Okay, that's fine. And but in your training and experience with Hornady being a premium brand, that's not a target shooting brand, right?
Not traditionally, no.
Okay. And in fact, I believe you have stated that that brand is geared toward law enforcement.
Some lines, but some lines are specific for civilians as well.
Okay. So, okay. So in this report, you had noticed there was a Smith & Wesson that somebody had sent you. We don't know whose it is yet.
Right.
All right. And then in your other report, or not your report, Ms. Kelly's report, that she had believed that it was a FIE, Arminus, Titan, those types of guns.
That's correct.
And that's because of the twist. I believe those type of guns have an 8-right twist.
The guns in the list that Ms. Kelly provided, those specifically came up in the database because they have 8 lays and grooves that turn to the right. And she also measured them as well because they have specified widths at manufacturer. So if we know those widths, we can see those measurements come back in the list of manufacturers that are provided. And then the Smith & Wesson that was submitted, that revolver had 5 lands and grooves.
Okay. And with, because Mr. Fogus had asked you about that 357 Magnum is not listed in this group. And you don't have a reason as to why that is not, right?
I do not.
Okay. Because a 357 can shoot a 38.
It can.
Right. Now, but a 38 can't shoot a 357.
It should not.
Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. And this listing of firearms is not all inclusive.
Correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, does FIE, Arminus, and Titan, we'll just use those because they're on the report, do they make a 357?
I really can't recall that off the top of my head.
Okay. And with the, what is RG 38 Special Derringers? Can you explain what that is?
Yes. So RG is just another firearm manufacturer, and the 38 Special Derringer is the same caliber, 38 Special, except the firearm type is a little bit different. People tend to classify a Derringer as a type of revolver. Others tend to classify as a type of pistol. Really, the definition for it is just a very small gun designed to shoot 2 cartridges. It's like a pocket gun. It's very small, should fit in the palm of your hand, and typically it has 1 to 2 chambers. Sometimes it can have up to 4.
Okay, and that's a Derringer.
Yes.
But it's not a revolver.
It's not a revolver because it doesn't have a cylinder that rotates. A revolver has a cylinder that rotates, and a Derringer does not have a cylinder that rotates.
Okay. And no further questions. Thank you.
I'm just going to make it 12.1. Judge, I'm going to tender now by agreement GBI DOFS 12.1. It goes with the report 12. So we'll tender that into evidence.
All right.
Nope. Thank you. Ma'am, I probably caused this computer to crash. So let's see if I can. No objection. Publish it. We were talking about the bullet worksheet. Oh my goodness, I can't see that. Let me just break it down a little bit. And this is Miss Kelly's. What is this? Do y'all have these when you take notes and type some stuff up? Is that what you do?
Yes, this is a part of our bench notes. So anytime we have projectile evidence, we put it on our bullet worksheet.
And then when we were going through this, I think, so what we're looking at here is GBI item 2 and GBI item 5. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And 2 is the projectile from the basement floor, and 5 is from the autopsy. So 2 is from the floor, and then it says right there, ME box labeled UID.
Yes, sir.
All right, tell us what this caliber and weights and grains, what we're talking about here.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The caliber and weight, we have, what does this line mean?
That line is actually, it's pretty high up on the list because that's one of the first things you want your peer reviewer to see, but you don't fill that one in right from the get-go. You've done some analysis further down on the worksheet first. So that whole line that says caliber and weight in grains is what you have determined the caliber to be based on the available characteristics, and then the weight that it's most consistent with being within that caliber family.
And I think maybe early on there's a question whether or not this was a 380 bullet. Do you know anything about that?
I don't know anything about that.
But ultimately the final opinion was this is a 38 special. There's 2 bullets obviously, but one is they both come back to 38 Hornady type bullets. Is that right?
Yes, 38 class Hornady type bullets.
And did you know that the GBI item 5 that was involved in a burning or a fire?
I did not.
So you don't know the source of that or where it's from or anything?
As Miss Kelly's peer reviewer, all I saw was the documentation that said UID. So we didn't even have, at that time during her analysis, an identity for that individual.
But as you said earlier, sometimes you get bullets and they're deformed or messed up, and that could be from the conditions of where it was.
Yes.
All right, then what else do we have on here? Problem manufacturer. So you got item 2 and 5. What are we talking about here?
That would be who it's consistent with based on its design characteristics. So for the first column where it says Hornady with a red polymer tip and a knurled cannula is kind of what I described in the photographs that were shown. It's consistent with Hornady based on those features. And then the other column, it says it's consistent with Hornady, but she only remarked one knurled cannula. It had to be similar to the other items, knurled cannula and appearance, because it wasn't basically saying I'm different. It's saying I'm similar. I could be Hornady as well.
And I always want to say lanes, like a bowling lane and grooves, but it's lands and grooves and twists. What is that?
So when a barrel is manufactured by a fire manufacturer, what is cut into the barrel are actually grooves, and they are cut into a spiral pattern. So as the bullet passes down the barrel, it imparts spin on the bullet to help improve the bullet's accuracy upon leaving the barrel. When the grooves are cut into the barrel, they leave the grooves, but the spaces between the grooves are the lands. And when the bullet passes down the barrel, it picks up impressions from the grooves and impressions from the lands.
And then damage for item 2, which is from the basement, item 5, which is from the MD. It is noticed some damage to item 5. Is that right?
Yes.
Let's see. And then again, the match goes up to the 38 special Hornady bullet. And that's item 2, item 5. Both of those are Hornady brand. Is that right?
Item 2, she determined is Hornady brand. And then item 5, she said it's consistent with Hornady, not to exclude other manufacturers, but it's more consistent with Hornady, or else she would not have documented it that way.
Right. And Mr. Ray said that it was a guess. And I think I know what he's saying about that, but y'all don't guess at your job, do you?
No, we use what's available to make us, what we have available in data to provide us with conclusions. So instead of just saying Hornady, she put consistent with Hornady, meaning it's not inconsistent with other manufacturers. It's more consistent with Hornady, but I wouldn't quote unquote die on this hill that it is Hornady. She also included a note stating at the bottom of that worksheet, it's more consistent with Hornady than other calibers within the 38 class family.
That's because you're a scientist, right?
Yes, sir.
That's because us lawyers ask you questions and you just can say what the science holds. Is that true?
That's all I can say. Yes, sir.
I mean, you're not in this business to say something for this side or something for this side, right?
No.
I mean, if I told you to say something, you're going to tell me to go jump in the lake, right? If it was not consistent with the science,
I
probably
would
kindly
say
you're
it
going to.
a little bit nicer, yeah.
Right, but you're not going to just agree with me because I work for the state. Is that true?
No, sir. We can be called as witnesses for either side.
And you can, and have disagreed with prosecutors before?
I'm sorry.
Have you ever disagreed with the prosecutor?
Perhaps just last week. Yes, sir.
Now, these brands that we have here, FIE, Arminus, Titan, some of these brands, it's not a Springfield. Is that right?
That's right.
It's not Smith & Wesson. Is that right?
Not in this particular list. That's correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's not a Glock.
No.
It's not some type of well-known or other type of brand. These are a particular brand. Are these less common known than others?
Yes, I would say out of that list, the ones that I've personally seen in casework the most are the Arminius brand revolvers.
And are those top shelf guns, middle shelf guns, low shelf? By low shelf, you know what a high point is, right?
Yes, sir.
Is high point a very cheap gun?
It is.
All right, then you got, what's the most expensive type of gun you think is out there right now, pistol-wise?
Well, typically the most expensive guns that we receive in casework are going to be those that are owned by our officers.
Okay. So a nice Glock or something like that.
Or like
Kimber
a nice Delton rifle, for example.
So
not an Arminius revolver.
Where do these brands fall in? Top shelf, middle shelf, bottom shelf?
I can only speak for Arminius because I've seen that the most in my personal experience. It's a very cheaply made revolver.
Are you familiar with the other ones, where they all fall?
I've seen them, but those are mostly from our reference collection, which have been handled by a lot of trainees. So they're not in the best shape either, but I don't know if that's a result of their poor manufacturing or all of our handling of them.
Now, to be clear, this GBI item 35, this Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum, that is not consistent with the item GBI item 2 and 5. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Just with the well, basically, here's what it really boils down to. You can tell me if you agree. Is y'all don't know what kind of gun was used to fire these bullets, right?
That's correct.
Okay, there we go. The easy way to solve that problem. So we don't know that, and go into the not photograph. Where's the comparison at?
It's 12.1 if you go to the file.
No, I got it. All right, going into the comparison with the section of damage, some expansion of HP. What do you mean by HP?
HP is our acronym for hollow point.
You got to say that. You say it so fast.
I'm sorry. HP is our acronym for hollow point.
Okay, so some damage to a hollow point.
Some expansion to the hollow point, which is what we would expect when a hollow point is fired. However, we have seen hollow points that experienced no expansion, in which case, if there was no other damage to that projectile, we wouldn't have anything documented there.
In your opinion, looking at this photo, which is Thrasher 287, is that limited damage, limited expansion?
Yes.
Okay. And also, there's this part in your report. Let's see, the weight is 110 grains, 38 special Hornady bullet, even though we've already established that item 2 is believed to be a Hornady. Item 5, possibly a Hornady because of item 2. Fair?
It's possibly,
and other characteristics.
Yes, it's other manufacturing characteristics. And she did have 2 that she could put side by side, which helped her, along with our resources where we would see how much or what a 110 grain Hornady 38 special looked like. She would have been able to do that side-by-side comparison and see that it is more consistent with that than any others, but it's just consistent with that because she was not certain that that is what it was.
Okay. And then last thing is the report also, or the bench notes, also BS longer than 380. Is that trying to say that, trying to exclude 380?
Yes.
What's BS?
It's the bearing surface, and that length varies depending on the caliber. So 380 bearing surfaces are a lot shorter when compared to the bearing surface of a 38 class, like a 38 special bullet.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
I'm done, Judge.
All right, I got a couple.
All right, that last report. So when the other experts have testified, we have heard a lot of consistent with X or consistent with Y. Okay, for example, this is consistent with blood, but hasn't been identified as blood yet. Okay, another testimony. All right, now the report comparing the two 38 bullets, the one that was indicated that was found in the ribs in the fire, and the bullet that was indicated that it was found on the floor. The report says they are identical.
Yes, Your Honor.
They were fired from the same gun.
Yes, that's going to be based on their characteristics that they picked up from the firing process from the same firearm. So those two items, whether one is Hornady and the other is not Hornady, they were fired from the same firearm, but the ammunition itself might be two different manufacturers.
All right, so that's not a consistent with, that is it's from the same thing. That's a certainty.
Yes, that's an identification statement.
All right. Now, I was going to go back, so you kind of covered the Hornady thing. Was there additional analysis that could have been done to determine whether those were the same? The composition of the bullets was the same and therefore the same manufacturer?
In terms of firearms analysis at the lab, what we're going to do is document those design characteristics and their probable manufacturer, but that's where it stops for us.
So y'all don't, that would require additional testing from someone who would do it on a molecular level, or could you not compare it with the microscope?
Well, we do put ammunition side by side on the scope, or we can, to see if those ammunition manufacturing characteristics are the same, but with damage as well, it kind of makes just seeing those manufactured characteristics hard to compare as well.
So that was my next question. So the issue with the determination whether the bullets are the same manufacturer is based upon the condition of the second bullet.
It's possible, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I think everyone knows, but I don't think you said specifically, but what's the point of what's the purpose of a hollow point?
So the hollow point, as it's advertised by ammunition manufacturers that make hollow point ammunition, is for that facilitated expansion. It is advertised by the manufacturer that it's a greater stopping power for that type of projectile.
All right, so you don't necessarily, the GBI doesn't take a position on whether that's accurate or not?
That's correct.
All right. Now, my understanding is that the bullet then expands, right?
Yes, sir.
Upon impact.
Yes.
And then creates more damage. Is that fair? Or maybe not. Depends on what it hits, would depend on the amount of damage, but can cause a larger pathway through the object that it strikes.
Yes, I have seen, and we have had Hornady come to the lab to do some test fires in ballistic gelatin. So when you consider ballistic gelatin, that I have seen personally in my experience, a full metal jacketed bullet that doesn't have a center cavity in the nose travels a little bit farther, and the path is a little bit more narrow. And the hollow point bullet travels not nearly as far, stops a lot sooner because it's been expanded to stop. And then the area around that path is a bit larger.
All right. And along with those lines, have you done other comparisons with projectiles for the amount of damage or path or something similar to that, where you can see the difference between other rounds?
No, sir. The only reason I said what I just said was based on them coming and providing us with a lecture on their new lines of ammunition. So at the GBI, we don't worry about anything with ballistic gelatin. Just when they have the opportunity to see it, would I be able to make a statement on it?
If a hollow tip and then the purpose of the polymer tip is to keep it spiraling longer and then cause the spread more, or it's just
It's difficult to say. The ammunition.
It may have some purpose, but it also may be a marketing gimmick.
Right. So that's why I state that that's how the manufacturer advertises. What the purpose of that flex tip is more controlled expansion of that hollow point.
All right. If a hollow point bullet were to enter into a body and exit that body, what would the resulting exit wound probably look like?
I'm afraid I can't testify to that.
All right. That would be somebody else's department.
Yes, sir.
Now, your original premise, getting the big packet of stuff from either the investigators, detectives, DA's office, whoever. I anticipate you got sent a big bag of bullets and said, hey, do any of these match the 38s?
That was the initial premise for receiving that from the
And you said, if y'all want me to do that, you meaning the GBI,
right?
Y'all said, okay, then we have to pull out each bullet, put it under the microscope, compare it with all the other two known bullets to see if they match. We can probably do that with an eyeball test saying, hey, that's a 223 by sight, and then I don't have to go into the microscope and examine the bullet.
Well, so actually I did put every item under the microscope. I just didn't do a side-by-side comparison between any items. So
you still did your analysis on each bullet to say what it was, but you didn't then compare it to the other two bullets.
Right. So the question, like you asked earlier, was, are any of these 38 caliber? So at the time, the agreement with the assistant manager of the firearms section and the customer, Mr. Clifford Broughton at the district attorney's office.
Let's make sure they're not 38s first before I do any under the microscope side-by-side analysis.
Was that we agreed that we would determine the caliber and provide a DTW, which is a determined type weapon, for the bullets, but that we would not do a comparison at this time.
And then if any of those came back as 38s, then you would go to the next stage potentially of looking at them.
I'm uncertain because that didn't happen. Right.
All right. All right. Based upon my questions, anyone else have any follow-ups? All right. You can sit down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I always enjoy learning something here. All right. Let's take a break, and we'll start back at 11-ish.
It's the jury, Jane. It's the jury asking. There's a jury. He's asking questions that he thinks beneficial. Now, obviously, the judge also has a say in this case. The judge can, at any point, he can shut the trial down. And he's going to make a decision after they all close, whether he will carry on or not. Because he could put a stop to it. Oh, right. What are we doing? What are we doing? Let me just put this up here. We go sniper. So on Thursday as well, people. It's a half day Thursday. Remember, half day on Thursday. So noon on Thursday. They finish early, so we can go to our trial early as well. Yeah, exactly that, Spacey Stacey. Exactly. He has the directed verdict to make a decision on whether he believes that there's enough information to take the jury or not. So, yeah. None of the guns in the house were the murder weapon. There you go. fire the ammunition, but all the ammunitions were different. Same gun though. No, they go until all day. They're only going till 12 on Thursday. And it doesn't look like they're coming back. So on Thursday we can go to the Leilani Simon one a little bit earlier, which would be good. So we can finish on time. Probably live at the same time. So yeah, that's Thursday though, not today. Not today, no. And then Wednesday tomorrow, okay. All night long, all night long, right. So I'm just trying to make sure I have set up the other stream straight after this, so it's good. So we are boom. There, yes, done. It's redirected. It's all good, Gary. It's all good. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's good. It's interesting. It makes you want to listen to him. Oh, Hot Mama comes in and says, I got my hot pink ultra corn sweater. Now, if only Arizona could cool down so I can wear it. Probably not happening till December. No. Is it just December that you get cool weather, Josie? I don't know. I don't think I could live in heat all year long. I don't know. So I don't know. I need a bit of wind and rain and stuff like that. So Arizona probably not be the place for me to live, I think. Okay. Just checking everything else, see what else is going on. Oh. What time is Kate Peters today? Does anyone know? Yeah. Okay. There's a case. 21-year-old Morgan Geyser seeks a third release from Winnebago Mental Health Institution after being denied in April. She was sentenced to 40 years there in 2018 for her involvement in the Slender Man stabbing case. Lone crime. Okay. Oh, so she got sentenced to go to a mental health institution, but now she's ready to come out. She feels she is. After 6 years. So the Leilani Simon trial as well, the one we're watching after this, it's scheduled to be for 2 weeks, by the way, so people to know. 2 weeks. So because some people were asking, and yes, 2 weeks allegedly according to law and crime. So we'll see. Oh. I was thinking about KP because I thought it was 9 o'clock. I thought I've not seen anything on KP, so nothing happened. Okay. That's crap. So let me just go that. Move that to there. So I think we got two good trials, Leilani Simon and this one. Yeah. Ooh. 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 Hang on. I missed the rest of it. Should I go back and watch it? I know you're showing day 2 today later. Yeah, I thought it was a really good trial. I think it's a very good trial, Elsie. The Leilani Simon one. I think it's very, very good. I think most people thought it was good, I think. So, yeah, I would watch it, yeah. No, it was very good. The defense came out. Defense opening was like 2 to 3 minutes, and that's it. I know. I thought it was good. Yeah, Jane. Just so people know, Elsie Jones is watching from the start, so she's way behind. So just in case people get confused, she's chatting about all the start of the trial. So we're obviously way ahead of her. So not to confuse anybody. Oh, 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 oh. Okay. And yeah, okay, I won't go into that. Don't need to go into that. See what Andrew Burkhardt says about Delphi murders. Anything? No updates? No. Okay, that's sorted. All right. Yeah, money is involved, definitely. Yeah, that's why they keep saying what's his is theirs, what's hers is hers, or something he said yesterday. I don't remember what it was exactly, but they're supposed to be back now. Hey, Mark, how you doing, fella? Oh, how you doing, Mark? Hope you're well. Then, yeah, lunch. They'll be going for lunch about 12, half 12, and then back tomorrow. So this is planned. I think is this 3 or 4 weeks? It's supposed to be. I don't remember. And the Leilani is 2 weeks. I'm just trying to get my ducks in a row of where we are with all the my calendar. Oh, so that's 1, 2. Okay. So second, third, fourth. So okay, this should be done. Then the following week, the 6th is Karen Reed's hearing. Good. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Potty mouth, where are you? Where have you been, potty mouth? Causing trouble somewhere else, I bet. My NFL bet over the weekend. No, sorry, Gary, I missed it. Sorry, buddy. I was trying to do other stuff. But the Tigers let me down for $4,000. Whoa! I'd definitely given memberships out. You've given enough memberships, Gary. You've given a shit tons, my friend. $4,000, jeepers. Yeah, the Titans. Oh, and it was a close game against the Colts, wasn't it? You can blame Hippie Chick. Hippie Chick's got her Colts top on. No, so sorry. Yeah, anything like that. I do miss it because I'm trying to do other stuff as well at the same time. So I do miss sometimes people's messages. Oh, whoa, whoa. £4,000. Whew. That is a woof. That is a hurtful one. I blame hippie chick now. Hippie chick. Drake May looked pretty good. He was alright, yeah. He was alright. Did well. And it's all good, mate. I will always repost it. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, I missed loads of people in chat. It's just because I obviously got lots of tabs open and stuff. So yeah. When do you go to the doctor? Tomorrow. First thing tomorrow at 9:00 my time. So it'll be 4:00 Eastern time, 9:00 my time. What you jinxed Gary. Gary lost £4,000 on a bet because of the Colts. Now 9:00 my time is 4 a.m. your Eastern time, Danielle. I'm 5 hours ahead of Eastern here. So thank you, Carol. It's all good. He said, I'm probably not going to have anything tomorrow, to be fair. He's just a local GP, do you know what I mean? So there's only so much he can do, but hopefully we'll see. Yeah, he counted the other way. Danielle. Yes, the Colts won. There we go. No, it's all good, Gary. She knows better. Bye, bye, Miss American, bye. Hippie chick is a fan of Pink, goodbye. The Pink concert was in Lucas Oil on the weekend and Hippie chick went to watch Pink. Da da da, Miss American pie. Oh, American pie. Right, come on, Court. Let's get back to it, shall we? Let's get on, Court. I don't know what I feel about the judge, though, asking questions. I guess I think it's good. But I'm not sure the lawyers like it if you ask the wrong question. Do you know what I mean? MB, the check your oof. And if I was off playing chauffeur, had to bring my little mini school. Oh, there you go. Bum, 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 bum. See you later, Ken. Good luck with the doctor, Ken. As I always say, the best one. Danielle, this judge seems to be siding with the defense, in my opinion. Ooh, the judge is a trip dude. Heather Taylor. Heather Taylor. Now, what? Heather is, hey, Maxi, taxi, she's so sexy. Sleepy on, yeah, I've been sleepy all morning. Hey, I still got my beard. It's just, I just trimmed it. I just trimmed it, Maxi. I wouldn't get rid of my beard for you. I know you like my beard. I know you like it when I put some of this speed butter in. Now, talk about sleeping. Sara P must have slept in this morning. Take care and stay safe, Ken. Hope you're feeling better soon. Sending good vibes. Take care. Good luck, Firearm. We'll do that to you, I suppose. Firearm talk. We'll do that to you. Oh, come on, Cole. I hate waiting, especially when I'm tired. I'm grumpy. Grumpy cat, where are you? Is it true that there's more footage in the Karen Reed case? Not a clue, Vix. Not a clue. I avoid all talk about Karen Reed because, as we know, people like to say stuff. And you never know who's telling the truth or who's not. You're a little Grinch. Me! From you! Grinch like this morning. From you! Change that lovely to Grinch. That's more reflective. Grinchy Sara P. Grinchy, Grinchy. She's a hero. Crystal agrees with Danielle. You know you're grumpy if I'm saying you're grumpy. I don't even feel like I'm just tired. That's a shock. I didn't realize I was. Jeepers. Thank you. Hey, Mexi, Crystal says my trim looks good. There you go. Thank you, darling. Best of luck at the dock. There you go. From Potty Mouth. Look at Daddy Sweetie looking down on her. Maxi taxi. Oh, fuck you now. You're the one that said you're grumpy. You're supposed to say, no, you're not grumpy. You're great. You're great humor. That's what you're supposed to say, Sara P. Oh. Where's she gone?
Sara P, Sara P, Sara P, 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 Sara P, Sara P, Sara P is lovely.
Do, 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 do.
Josie and Merv Turf, they aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out I'm joking, they're lovely.
I don't know why. I think a lack of sleep. Just lack of sleep. That's all. I'm not grumpy. I'm not grumpy. I'm just falling asleep a little bit. That's all. Oh shit. Court's back. Hang on. Oh, I was muted anyway. Look at you saying you forgot to send me the script. Ah, you absolute mofo. Oh, here we go. Also, if there was a script,
Thank you. State calls Angela Phillips. Ma'am, if you could please stand up and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, you can have a seat and scoot your chair on up to that microphone. You have a pretty soft voice. I need this man back here to be able to hear you, okay? If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
I am Angela Phillips. I work at Burn Foreman. I was Mr. Farris's assistant for almost 28 years.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about where you started at Burn Foreman and your move to Georgia?
I started as a temp right after my husband got a job in Birmingham after we got out of the Navy. They hired me the first week. I started working for Mr. Farris and another attorney at that time. We were there for 5 years. I always wanted to live in Atlanta. My brother and sister-in-law were here, but my ex-husband took the job in Birmingham basically without even asking where I wanted to be. So when the job came open in Atlanta, we discussed moving. He wasn't interested. We were in marriage counseling at the time, and later we went through a divorce, and then I asked to be transferred to Atlanta when we were going through not custody, but visitation. I was going to stay in the house. He was supposed to see our daughter, every other weekend on Wednesdays, and then he started, oh, I can't get her tonight, maybe, so he wasn't going to keep any kind of schedule. So I then asked for the transfer to Atlanta where he would have to adhere to a schedule.
Okay, so what year was that when you asked for the transfer to Atlanta?
95.
Okay. And did you end up transferring to the Atlanta office?
I did.
And you were still with Burn Foreman?
Yes.
Okay, and who were your attorneys? Was it attorney or attorneys that you were assigned to?
So originally it was Gary and Ginger Busby. Then I transferred from Ginger to Darren Collier. And so I was working for Darren and Gary even once he transferred to Atlanta. And then I had a new associate also, whose name I don't recall.
And so you tend to work for multiple attorneys at one time?
Yes, I currently have 5.
Currently you have 5? So when you transferred here from Atlanta, how long had you known Gary?
5 years.
5 years. Did you work with him the whole 5 years prior to coming to Atlanta?
I did.
When you came to Georgia, apart from your brother-in-law, let me ask you this, where did you move to in Georgia when you came to Atlanta?
So Darren Collier, who I worked for in Atlanta, his mother lived in Marietta. She actually showed me around, helped me find an apartment, and eventually we found one in Alpharetta.
Tell me about your early professional relationship with Gary. How well did you know each other?
I mean, we talked about the kids and what we did on the weekend. He'd tell me about his honey-do list, ball, whatever the kids were doing, family stuff.
And at that time, did you know much about Melody Farris, Gary's wife?
Not really, not a lot. I think I'd met her once or saw her in the office when she brought the baby and the toddler.
So that would have been Chris and Scott, or the girls?
The little girls.
The girls. And I want to get into a little bit about how your relationship with Gary evolved over time. Can you tell the jury, when you moved to Georgia, did your relationship with Gary ever cross from professional to personal?
Unfortunately, it did.
Okay, can you tell the jury briefly about when that was?
It was probably in 95. It wasn't ongoing. I wouldn't classify it as an affair. We just became very close, especially once I moved here. I didn't know anybody else other than my brother and his wife, and they lived in Hiram at the time, and I was in Alpharetta, so that was over an hour drive.
You lived in Alpharetta?
I lived in Alpharetta, and I did make one friend that was actually the assistant of one of our clients in the same building where we worked in Midtown, and then she lived in Alpharetta nearby. So, and she had 2 little girls, just a little older than my daughter.
And when you say that your relationship with Gary went from professional to personal, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, he became more of a confidant and a friend and an encourager on the weekends where I would have to take my daughter to meet her dad were very difficult for me. And so he was a shoulder that I leaned on. And then unfortunately, there were a couple of instances where, long hours, sometimes alcohol involved, things crossed a line.
And it became physical?
Yes.
How long would you say that the physical relationship lasted?
Well, it wasn't an ongoing thing. It wasn't like planned. A few occurrences maybe over the course of a year and a half, maybe.
Did it extend beyond the 90s?
Oh, definitely not.
How did it stop? And why did it stop?
Well, it stopped because I became friends with Melody and the girls. And I was such a mess back then, and not having friends. But then I got involved in a church and, the person that I was up until that point, age 30, was so different than the person I was at 30, 31, 32. I was going through that. And then I was just able to find my way back to the person that I was, to the, with the morals and my relationship with God. And just, I would never want anybody to cheat on me, with my ex-husband. So then when I realized, it's like I was able to separate him from her when I didn't know her.
So at some point, did your relationship with Gary just go back to being professional?
Yes. I mean, we were still friends, but we were able to work through, and we had an excellent working relationship. We were a team, and I still miss that,
How many years total did you work for Gary?
It would have been 28 in October if he had lived that year in 2018. I just celebrated my 34th anniversary with the firm last week.
Okay, so 28 years.
Yes.
Just short of 28 years with
Yes.
Gary. Okay. So over those 28 years, you saw Gary almost every single day in the office.
Yes.
Did Gary share with you information regarding his relationships with his family?
Yes.
And did you have access to Gary's financial situation?
Yes.
To
some degree.
Okay, can you explain what?
Well,
to what degree?
I mean, I filed his taxes, made copies, and we used to do TurboTax in the office. We would all share the same disk, and so I would photocopy, and then he would share some things.
And in the beginning, would Melody come by the office and see Gary?
Sometimes. I spoke with her on the phone almost every day for several years after I moved.
What would you two have to speak about?
Just anything. She just talked. I mean, I would hear the same stories from her and from him. Sometimes you wouldn't know it was the same story if you didn't know it was the same story, She elaborated more, I guess.
Okay. So I want to move forward a little bit to, let's say, around 2009, 2010.
Okay.
At some point, did you see a change in Gary and Melody's relationship?
Yes, she became increasingly more critical of him in our phone conversations. And he became increasingly exasperated.
Okay. Can you speak up just a little bit?
Sorry,
for me?
yeah.
You still have a very soft voice.
Oh, sorry.
And I need all of these people to hear you.
Okay.
You said he became increasingly exacerbated.
Well, I mean, he just, I think that's around the time she started kind of disappearing. It's hard to remember the timeline exactly, but I do know that she was angry that he was receiving this Father of the Year award.
Okay. And I want to talk about, you mentioned her disappearing. What is it that you know about that?
I know that she would, go to her friend Sheila's, I think, or she would go to her mom's. Sometimes she would just, I can't remember the years, but I just remember he was only able to know where she was based on the credit card activity.
And at some point, did Gary start receiving his financial documents to the office?
Yes. He did after she ran all the cards up and was basically, breaking the bank. So, yeah.
Do you remember around what year that would have been when he began getting his financial information sent to the office?
Really can't remember exactly, but I'm going to say it was maybe 2016, 2017.
So in 2018, you were receiving information, his financial documents.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Ms. Phillips, I'm showing you State's Exhibit Phillips 1. And I want you to just look right there. Is that the office address down in the middle of that page?
It was at the time.
At the time, in
Right.
2018?
Yes.
State moves into evidence, State's Exhibit Phillips 1.
Okay, submitted.
Okay, is this the exhibit I just showed you, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, and this was the address at the time in 2018?
Correct.
Okay, and so this states that Mr. Ferris had a credit card ending in 1727 mailed to the office.
Right.
Now, would you receive his mail?
Yes.
Can you tell me, well, the date on that is reversed. Is that 15/6/2018?
Yes.
So it'll be June 15th, 2018. Does that sound about right when you
Right.
would have received that credit card?
Right. I remember that new card come on.
You remember that new card coming
Yeah.
in? All right. I want to talk about, jury's heard a little bit about Mr. Ferris's spells.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell the jury if you've witnessed one of those spells?
Oh, many.
And what would happen to Mr. Ferris when he was
Well, he would complain of dry mouth and kind of a burning in his throat, but you would know he would fall asleep at his desk. I mean, sometimes he would, be in his chair. Sometimes he would sit on the sofa, and a lot of times in the afternoon, he would go in and close the door and just say, "I'm taking my 15." But a lot of times that extended beyond 5 o'clock, and I would have one of the associates or paralegals work on later, check on him before they left to make sure he could drive.
Did he, do you remember in 2018 when Mr. Ferris was in the hospital?
I do.
And how did you know about that?
I believe Melody called me.
Okay, what was that conversation like?
Well, just kind of matter of fact, she was talking about how he didn't take care of himself and the smoking. So,
Were you concerned when Gary was in the hospital?
a little bit, yeah.
Did you know why he was in the hospital?
Not really.
Were you able to speak with him when he was in the hospital?
No.
Why
It was
that?
my understanding she didn't allow him to have a cell phone.
In the hospital.
Right.
To your, in your experience with Mr. Ferris, had he ever been suicidal or had suicidal ideations or expressed thoughts
No,
about that?
absolutely not.
Tell me about Mr. Ferris's work ethic and routine.
So typically he would work from home in the mornings, especially after they moved out to the farm, just to avoid the traffic. And then he would come in the office around 10 and often stay beyond 6. I never worked later than 6 unless there was a special project. So, but then I know sometimes he would continue work on after hours or on the weekends, because I had the habit of checking my work email on Sunday nights just to see what to expect the next day.
Would it be unusual for Mr. Ferris to go, let's say, 24 hours without answering a work email?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
And you said he worked on holidays sometimes?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you mentioned the farm and that he would come in a little bit later when they moved to the farm.
Right.
What did you know about them moving out to the farm?
Well, I know it was not his idea. If he had had his way after the kids moved out, he would have bought a condo closer to the office and then maybe gotten a farm or a lake house further out to enjoy on weekends. But I think because she had an affair with a man that had horses. I think he.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Okay.
Sustained.
When they moved out to the farm, did Gary change at all?
I don't know about change. I mean, I think he enjoyed having the horses and the farm. He liked to do manual labor. I mean, I remember, somebody that makes that much money would normally get a lawn service or have the boys do it, but, he preferred to do it himself. I know part of it was because he knew he could do it right. But I think he just enjoyed tinkering, I remember he always had projects as far back as I remember. And so I think he enjoyed having the horses and the farm, but he did not like the distance.
From the office.
Right. And he was unhappy that it still did not keep her at home.
I want to talk about the week of July 1st, 2018.
Okay.
Now that Monday, which was July 2nd, did Gary go into the office that day?
I do not recall.
Did he come into the office on July 3rd? That would be Tuesday.
He did not.
How do you know that?
Well, I just recall that we exchanged emails that day.
On the 3rd?
On the 3rd.
And at any point on the 3rd, did you notice he was no longer responding to emails?
Yes, he was no longer responding after sometime between 3 and 3:30, I think.
Is that typical or atypical for him?
It's atypical.
I want to talk about July 5th, when his remains were found. Okay. How did you find out about Gary's remains being located?
So originally, Melody called looking for him. I didn't know anything, and I checked my email on the evening of the 4th, assuming he had replied to the emails from the 3rd, but he had not. And so when she was looking for him, I thought it was odd that she wouldn't know where he was, but I was concerned enough to call, because when you would call, if he was driving, you would get a message, a focus message that he was driving. If you sent a text message, it would come across his email in the office. So I just said, let me know when you find him. And then I don't remember how much later that was. Amanda called to tell me that he had been located.
Do you know what time Melody called you that morning?
It was after 11, but before noon.
After 11, before noon. Okay. And then Amanda called. And what information did you get from Amanda?
That they had found him in the burn pile.
When you received that information, what did you do next?
I mean, I just broke down. I couldn't believe it, I don't know. I just went to my friends and cried and talked about how I couldn't believe what had happened and how could it have happened.
When you spoke with Melody between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m., did she tell you when she had last seen Gary?
She called me a second time, so I don't remember if this was the first call or the second, but I think it was that call the first call that she said that the grandkids had said, you know, we haven't seen Big Daddy in a while. And she says she recalled seeing him on the 3rd.
Okay, and you mentioned she called a second time. When was that second call?
That was, it was early afternoon, early to mid-afternoon.
And what was that call about?
She talked about his remains being found in the burn pile. And I inquired as to how he got there. I couldn't fathom any way that he got there. She suggested maybe he had a spell and fell in. And that didn't make any sense to me. His spells were never bad enough that he would fall into a fire and not be able to pull himself out. And I asked, would there be an autopsy? To which she said, oh, there's not enough remains for an autopsy, which just made my blood turn cold and still does.
You could just spend 1 moment. Philip, that's all I have.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Weaver.
Good morning, Ms. Phillips. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody. So I want to go back in time to the year you started with Gary. What year was that?
1990.
And that was over in the Birmingham office.
Correct.
Of Burn Foreman.
That's correct.
Right. And how long had you been working there?
I started working for him the first
Immediately.
week.
You were hired on to him.
I was hired as a temp the first week, but then when they hired me full time, the second week, I was assigned to him.
Right. And you guys, y'all weren't in litigation. Y'all were, explain that a little better.
So, probably creditors' rights, bankruptcy, corporate. And then when the market shifts, we would go to lending. So, you know, if loans are being made, if the economy's good, then we represented the banks for loans. And then if the economy went bad, we would represent the banks against creditors who defaulted on loans.
Okay. Was that all the way through
Yes.
your career? It never shifted?
No.
Okay. And so it wasn't real estate closings, like large closings, correct? Or
That was here.
Okay.
The market has shifted by the time I moved to Atlanta, and it was almost exclusively closings.
Okay. Large real estate
Yes,
transactions.
multi-million-dollar.
Commercial transactions
Correct.
for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
And large housing developments too, I imagine.
Shopping centers, yeah, those sort of things.
And that's what you guys specialized in.
Yes.
By the time you got here in 95.
Yes.
So let's go back to in Birmingham, were y'all close?
I mean, you know, we were friendly. We were close-ish, I guess.
Sure.
You know.
Well, so, you know, you moved, you mentioned your divorce.
Right.
And you divorced in what year?
95.
And what came first? So, you know, you mentioned that you and Gary had a relationship in the mid-90s.
Right.
But what came, were y'all also having the relationship in Birmingham?
No.
All right. So it started when you came to Atlanta.
Yes.
But you were fond of him. Y'all were close.
Yes.
Talking about, I'm sure he consulted with you about your divorce.
Yes.
And you moved here in 95, correct?
Yes.
So let's go back. So, and I do want to remind you of this. You gave 2 statements in this case.
Right.
And the first statement, you didn't mention anything about the relationship that you had with Gary, correct?
Right.
And then you actually called them to tell them that you did.
Yes, because during the statement, I was not asked about it.
You weren't asked about it?
Nobody asked me about it. And then I was headed back to my desk and I was pulled to the side by our managing partner.
Who was that?
Eric Durlacher.
Okay.
And the firm's attorney and 2 investigators. I was pulled into a little room, you know, tiny little room, nothing like this, and kind of back against a wood door, you know, asked this question and put on the spot, you know, and I was so shocked by the question, first of all. And I said no, because I didn't want to, I don't know.
And this is the firm, people with the firm.
Right,
Okay.
Mr. Durlacher, and then people with the investigation. But I just didn't want Eric to hear it that way. I didn't want to be put on the spot like that. But then I did reach out because I didn't want it to ever be an issue of credibility. You know, I wanted them to know that I would not lie about it under oath should it come up for any reason.
And here we are talking about it under oath.
Exactly.
So I do want to go back. You mentioned that you guys did have a romantic relationship.
I wouldn't call it romantic.
You know, you stated in one of your that you kissed. You kissed multiple times.
Right.
Right. And then you told, I believe, Detective Kuykendall that you can't remember whether you actually had sexual intercourse with him or not.
Right.
Was that correct? You can't remember?
I can't.
Right. And you guys would meet up and go to hotels, yes?
No, there was a hotel. There was a hotel connected to the office.
At the Hyatt or Georgian Terrace?
No, I don't remember the name of it.
Okay. But you stated that you couldn't remember if you actually had sexual intercourse with him.
No, it was not. I don't recall ever having intercourse, no.
Okay. But you kissed him and you stayed in hotel rooms with him.
No, he walked me to my hotel room when I stayed over here before I moved.
You described him as a friend, a confidant, and a shoulder to lean on.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
Well, like I said, I didn't have a lot of friends over here at the time because I was new. I felt comfortable talking to him. I mean, he would encourage me to make friends. I remember one weekend, I was set to go to like a women's retreat with a church that I just started to, and I was nervous about going there. And he just encouraged me to get out and, you know, make friends and learn to be, to make a life here in Georgia.
And he would talk to you frequently about your situation, your custody situation that you were having at the time. You mentioned that earlier.
Well, I mean, we didn't talk about it often, but yeah, he knew what it was. So on the weekends when I was going to be without her, you know, I would express how sad I was going to be home alone. I remember once he's like, I always have a house full of people, you know, but I wouldn't give for one weekend alone. You know,
that's what he said?
Well, yeah, you know, just kind of, you know, I should try to enjoy.
So when y'all were talking and y'all would have these close conversations, now y'all worked in the same office.
Yes.
And y'all did y'all ever kiss in the office?
No.
So this was just out when y'all were drinking?
Right.
All right. And when did you guys ever discuss Gary leaving Melody for you?
Oh, no.
That never came up, not one time.
No.
So y'all would just talk, y'all would just kiss and have these close conversations, but never talk about actually being together?
No, there was no interest on either end. Mm-mm.
So how did these interactions supposedly stop?
Well, like I said, it's like, you know, I became friends with her and she became a real person to me. You know, he was isolated to me in the office situation. You know, there's one thing to know, but there's another thing to see.
But I mean, realistically, Melody knew about the two of you.
I don't know.
Okay. And did y'all ever talk about that? Do you remember that?
Melody and I?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
But y'all were close, you and Melody.
I mean, we would talk and we did things together sometimes with the girls.
But realistically, y'all's relationship tapered off. What year did you guys move to the Atlantic Station office?
I think we moved there and well, we just moved to our new location last year. So we had been in Atlantic Station for 21 years at that point.
Okay, so that would have been, what about 2002?
I guess we moved to Atlantic Station around 2000 or 2001.
Early 2000s.
Yes.
Okay. So, but that would be the more realistic time that you and Melody, I think you mentioned something about 2010, but your relationship really kind of stopped in the early 2000s with Melody, as far as being close, talking.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. I mean, she talked a lot. I couldn't get work done. Once caller ID became available, I just didn't answer.
You just didn't pick up the phone anymore.
No, and I mean, sometimes I would, but then she just became more increasingly critical of him. And, you know, I wasn't interested in hearing it.
So you were just kind of ready to get out of their marriage, essentially, at that point?
Well, yeah. I mean, after the inappropriate contact, I tried to back away from that. There was a time where they were having problems. I encouraged him to go for marriage counseling. And I said, you know, if she won't go with you, which he alluded to, I said, go for yourself. That's what I ended up doing. And, yeah.
You had access to, I mean, obviously his bank accounts and things like that, correct?
Well, I typically didn't open the personal things like that.
But you had access to his Gmail account, right? Gary4250@gmail.com?
Only to the extent that he would forward things to me. Okay. I didn't have a password.
But you saw, at his work email, you had total access to that.
Yes.
Right. And so could you ever see any of his work emails that he would, I mean, from what I understand, and tell me if I'm wrong, but Gary was one of those folks that communicated through email, yes?
Yes.
A lot of the time.
A lot.
Even his interpersonal communication with his kids, his wife.
I don't know if he did with her, but.
What about the kids? Like kids. Emily?
Maybe. I don't recall specifically if there was a lot.
Sure. But did you ever run across any emails with a Joanne Ward Hill?
No.
You don't remember those?
No.
Did you ever meet Joanne Ward Hill since she works in your building?
I did.
Okay. Did you know that he was attempting to have a relationship with her?
I did.
You did know that? Mm-hmm. And that they would talk? I mean, did she come to the office a lot?
No, I think they went on smoke breaks together.
Okay. Would you have considered them dating?
No.
Okay. But you knew that he wanted to pursue something with Joanne, yes?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know that?
So Joanne worked at AGG. One of our employees' sister worked at AGG and knew that she knew me. So Joanne's coworker asked my coworker, who called and asked me if Gary was still married.
Okay.
And told me why.
And what do you mean why? What do you go ahead?
Well, that he had asked Joanne out.
All right. And here's what I'm trying to get you to explain to me. He's out there essentially trying to date Joanne Ward Hill. Therefore, it's reasonable for you to have construed it as paralegal because you are very close to him, right? Mm-hmm. Going through his credit cards, you're getting these notices, opening these notices, his emails, his life. Mm-hmm. You're part of all of it.
Right.
It was fair to say that they were in an open marriage. He's dating, she's dating.
I don't know of him dating per se. I knew that she was having an affair. He knew that she was having an affair. Because
would you not say that sending emails to another woman asking for dates and taking smoke breaks is an affair?
I didn't see him ask her in an email.
Okay. How did you know he asked her?
Joanne told Lynn, who told Billy, who asked me if he was still married.
That's a lot of levels of hearsay.
It was. So, and then Joe.
Like a textbook definition of hearsay. There you go. Doesn't mean it's not true, but.
But it would be reasonable to believe that because he was pursuing dating, and as you said,
they lived on different levels of the house.
Different levels of the house, seeing other people. Yes?
I don't know that he saw other people other than trying to ask Joanne out.
Okay.
Because he was sick all the time.
He was sick all the time.
He was either sick or he was working.
And he would have these spells. He would have these spells while Melody was out of town, right?
No, there was about a period of a year where he did not have them when she was gone.
Okay. Now, would it shock you that his son Scott said that he would have spells when she was out of town?
Well, I'm not saying that he never had them when she was out of town. I don't know what was causing them. Maybe it was anxiety. Maybe it was something else. I know that he went to the doctor to be tested, but I also know I encouraged him to get tested for poisoning. And
You encouraged him to get tested for poison?
Yes.
Okay. So that's where that idea came from, was from you?
Well, he said at one point that he thought she was poisoning him, and I encouraged him to go to the doctor. And he said that was embarrassing.
When did you ever, I'll ask you, have you remarried? Have you moved on since here? Okay.
Well, I mean, I never remarried. I didn't want to remarry.
Right. Did you still love Gary?
As a person, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm talking about as, wishing he'd be your romantic.
No, never.
And as far as being in the hospital and you allegedly not having cell phone communication, I mean, Gary always had his phone with him, yes?
I think so, yes.
Right. And he was always texting you and calling you.
Yeah.
Emailing you.
Right.
Constantly.
Well, I mean, not constantly.
I mean, it's kind of absurd to think that, if I go to the hospital, the first two people I'm going to call is my wife and my paralegal.
Right.
Because they are the two most important people in my life. They
Right.
run my life. So you would have had communication with him because he would have had to have talked to you about, hey, we've got this case coming up. We're going to have to move that closing. So that would be reasonable, yes?
Yes, but I was told he wasn't allowed to have his phone.
Who told you that?
I think Melody said she wanted him to rest, so she didn't give him his phone.
Well, then that'd be pretty reasonable, too. If he's trying to rest in a hospital, he's had a spell, maybe he doesn't need to work.
Right.
Well, but you insinuated that she somehow built this barrier between you and cut him off and hid him in the hospital away from you.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I didn't have any contact with him during that time.
So I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Are you ready?
Ms. Phillips, did you know how Gary felt about Melody having affairs?
Well, yes.
And how was that?
Well, I mean, he was obviously not happy about it. Especially since there were multiples. I remember the first time, and I don't know that this turned into an affair. I just remember him leaving the office sick one time. This is at least 25 years ago, because she'd gotten an email from some man talking about her legs and her red painted toenails.
And that was a long time ago.
Long time ago.
Did Gary ever express to you his state of mind when it came to if he were to pass away?
I know that he talked about changing his beneficiary information, that he did not want her to get another penny of his money because of the way she had wasted it and kept cheating.
Did he ever express to you his, and when I say state of mind, the way he felt and at the moment, at the time, as if something were to happen to him?
Well, we had a conversation about, I said, you need to go be tested for poisoning. If you don't want to go to our regular doctor, we have the same doctor. And obviously I couldn't tell the doctor to test him. I said, go to a different doctor. He went out on a smoke break and he came back and he said, well, you'll know what to tell Dateline if I die mysteriously.
And that was
that Melody
kind of
had
in jest in a way.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Weaver.
A moment, please, Judge. Do you remember that Gary would keep actually, and whether for medical purposes or for his own personal purposes, because he's a very organized person, right?
Yes.
That he would actually keep a log of his spells. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And would he turn that over to his doctors?
No.
Would he actually go to the doctor?
He did.
Okay. What was the theory on what was causing these spells from the actual doctor?
They couldn't find anything.
They check his blood sugar?
They checked everything.
All right. Did he mention to him, let me slow down. Did they ever mention that that, of course, he's a rather large guy and he was in very bad shape?
Mm-hmm.
Was that ever a possibility?
Well, he was on blood pressure medicine or whatever.
Blood pressure medicine.
Mm-hmm.
How many packs a day would he smoke?
Hard to say.
Could you guess?
I think he would maybe smoke 2 or 3 every time he would go down, which was at least once an hour.
So 2 or 3 cigarettes per smoke break.
Right.
Every hour.
Probably.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And that's a fact. I mean, you were with him for so many years, you would know this.
Right.
And he would drink Mountain Dew constantly, yes?
Yes.
All right. So he was not in good shape.
No.
And he would just lay down at the office for hours sometimes.
Well, he would fall asleep in his chair sometimes, and then other times he would go and just not be able to hold his head up and would sleep on a sofa.
And he'd been at the office for hours by that time, right?
Usually.
Right? Mm-hmm. So that afternoon he would have a spell.
Right.
Hadn't been home.
Sometimes he would have the spells at home and not make it in.
Right. But those days that he was at the office, he hadn't been home. Melody hadn't stopped by and given him a special drink or anything like that. He just had a spell.
Right.
Okay. That's all I have.
I have nothing further for this.
All right, let me step down. All right, y'all are doing outstanding at breaking right at lunchtime. All right. We'll take, let's try to get back up and run at 1:15.
1:15, Judge?
Yeah.
Right.
Later tomorrow, maybe till 6, to help make up for but we're planning on taking the entire afternoon off on Thursday. All right. All right, you want to step out?
So longer day tomorrow. Fuck. Okay. A shorter day Thursday. Right. All right. Bear with me. Let me do this. Right. This is a video for you. Murder suspect starts panicking, breaks down during intense interrogation. This is an hour 30. So, but the way the court's been going, they always start late. So,
we'll play this through for you. So if you want to stay around and watch this, please do so. Here you go. Again, it's about murder suspect starts panicking in interrogation.
Because he was the one holding the gun over me. So how did this all end? What happened? I was gonna die. They killed him? That was my last breath.
This video contains the interview of a man who was forced to watch as his childhood friend was murdered. Peter Tornay had been friends with Hoyt Burge since they were young boys. They continued to hang out together throughout adulthood. And when Burge asked Tornay to go with him to Paige Vowell's home to buy prescription drugs, he didn't think anything of it. When they arrived, they were ambushed by Paige Briggs, Patrick Boraine, David Howard, and Stanley West. Paige Briggs was also known to sell meth and marijuana out of the same house. Tornay submitted immediately, while Burge fought back as he was pummeled and then shot during the fight. Panic set in, and there was a scramble to clean the scene and figure out what to do with Burge's body and Tornay, of whom the 4 men are charged with kidnapping and carjacking. After Burge was shot, his body was wrapped in plastic and put in the trunk of Tornay's mother's car, which was found parked at the U Club apartment complex on Woodward Avenue. Boraine and another suspect drove the Toyota Camry to several locations, taking Tornay to his mother's house, where they told him to get money and come back. It was then Tornay ran inside and alerted the Leon County Sheriff's Office to the shooting. Hours later, detectives found the car under a cover, which Boraine said he'd purchased after Burge was killed. They noticed blood on the rear bumper of the car and forced the trunk open.
Peter. Peter. You up? Hey, can I get you to sit in that seat for me? Peter. Hey, man, can I get you to sit in that seat for me? You all right? You good? Mm-hmm. All right. Switch seats to me so I can write on this table for me. Can you get up? Hey, who said something about Jefferson County? Peter. Who mentioned something about Jefferson County? Can you talk?
Yeah.
All right. You cold?
Tornay's behavior is from a combination of the drugs in his system, injuries, and from the shock from the events he has recently gone through.
Can you get some water? All right.
Yeah.
Water? Yeah. What? All right, go on and sit in that seat for me. I'll be right back with some water.
Okay.
Get some water. You good? What's wrong? What are you feeling? All right. Hey, sit on over there. Let me sit there so I can write. Is this your clothes? Yes, sir. All right, we'll put them on the chair. All right, my name's Paul. Let me actually introduce myself. You good? I mean, you cold? What's going on, man? What can I do to help you out? What can I do to make you feel better? Take a swig of this water. That might help. All right, so I want to try and figure out what happened last night. What I do want to ask you real quick, just clarify some stuff when you know kind of off the bat, but there was some mention of Jefferson County and then taking, some people going to Jefferson County. Is that something that you were told? How did Jefferson County get thrown in the mix? Do you know anybody over in Jefferson County, Monticello area? That's where okay. Let's start with this. Give me a quick rundown of what happened last night. Where'd you go last night? To the school thing. What school thing? We went to a sidebar that I guess refill. The what? Refill. I don't know what they're called. You said it was a bar? No. I'm trying to think. Well, all right. So who were you with last night? You remember who you were with? I was with Derek. Who's D is Derek? D. Is that Derek? Or is Derek a different guy than D? D and Derek, they're two different things, of course, but I had 47, you have spaces and stuff. 47 what? Yeah, you have spaces. And spaces? I don't really know how to, get your wall. So you see, where's D live at?
Tornay struggles to answer questions, but given his near brush with death, it is completely understandable.
D stays over there by where's Derek live at? He lives over there off of. I don't think he said anything wrong. I don't think he said anything wrong. No, where does Derek live at? Because it was that. Derek. You have Derek's last name? Okay. Where, all right. Where do you live? Usually, obviously, I was a friend, and she was at 1253. On what street? I said, no shit, I was at the Walden. And who lives there? What girl lives there?
Their friend.
Whose friend?
Court's friend. I mean, I don't know.
Who's Court?
They're the courts, like if I was going somewhere, the guy, hey, they're gonna follow me, and I said, oh, she's gonna follow me too over there. And he asked how to do that. Rich you.
Okay. Do you drive?
Yes, I do drive.
What kind of car you got?
Toyota Camry.
What color is it? Do you remember what color it is? The outside paint color on the Camry. You know what color? Silver.
Silver.
Is there anything cool about it? Anything unique about it? Tints? Do you have rims on it? Any stickers on it?
I think I remember any stickers.
You ever crash it? Is there any damage to it? Scratches or dents?
Yeah, there is. To the vehicle, yes.
What's damaged on it?
I know the vehicle, what do they call it? It's not sand line, but I wouldn't say it was for a friend. Then it couldn't be like it was video. I've seen this before you leave the take off scene before you leave it. I mean, you I can tell you, friends because no, bless you.
Were you driving the Camry last night?
Which I drove for a little bit, probably.
Okay.
Maybe I kept.
Was anybody in it with you?
Me personally, I didn't see anybody, but.
You didn't see anybody? Did you let anybody else drive it?
Let them?
Yeah.
Let them.
Where's the Camry at now?
I have no idea.
Who took it? Where's the last place you saw it?
I was in the house.
Was that your house?
My parents' house.
Although more than willing to answer the questions, Tournay struggles to do so clearly. Some of the events have to be somewhat blurry in his mind, while the more horrific aspects make it difficult to focus on anything else.
Whatever I consider it, I mean, because I consider it my parents' house. I consider it my parents' house.
Okay. Well, where's the last place you saw the Camry?
I want to say it's bathroom.
It's
looking forward in the bathroom. Looking forward to going to the stage, or what do they call it? Assault in the bathroom,
Your vehicle, the Toyota Camry.
Yes.
Where'd you last see it? When's the last time you drove it?
I drove the car. No, I didn't drive last time because there's a person who was waiting over get outside. Oh.
You good?
Yeah.
You tired? You coming?
I'm starting to get tired.
Okay. I'll tell you what, if you can, drink the rest of this water.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna step out for a minute. You don't have to chug it, just drink it, just get some fluids in you. I'll be right back in just a minute, all right?
Okay.
Just keep drinking it. You'll feel better once you get some fluids in you.
Yes, sir.
You drink that water?
Some of it.
All right. Who's Hoyt?
Hoyt
Yeah.
is, let's see, how can you say it? Hoyt's I don't know if he knows D&M.
Hoyt doesn't know who?
D&M.
Okay.
I mean,
Were you with Hoyt last night?
probably.
For a little bit. Where'd you see him?
I saw him at the house where he lives, where he excuse me, sorry.
Where's Hoyt now? What happened?
Killed him.
They killed him? Who's they?
A group of fucking pieces of shit.
Where did it happen at?
Supposedly, I guess it's, technically I don't have any paperwork, but it's supposed to be Josh's house.
Who's Josh?
That's Josh Page.
Page?
Yes.
Okay. How did you get to Page's house?
I drove.
You drove?
I drove.
What'd you drive?
Toyota Camry.
Okay. What time did you get there?
Get there. To be honest, with the time, I don't know. I want to say it was sometime between, I'd be between 11 and 12, between that time.
Was anyone with you?
We came to.
Yeah, when you got to Page's house, was anybody with you?
Yes.
Who were you with?
D, we call him D.
Do you know his real name?
DeAndre or something. You know.
And how did you get with DeAndre?
I picked him up.
Where'd you pick him up?
From the hotel he stays at, Days Inn, by Appalachia and Capital Circle intersection.
Okay. So how did you end up at Page's house?
I was talking to Hoyt. I was on the phone or something. Hey, that phone. And Hoyt talks. He talks like, boy, you know, he's talking and he's like, he wanted me to, I guess, he wanted to hang out and stuff. But like me personally, I don't really like hanging out with a bunch of different people. And it's just not my cup of tea.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like to attract a bunch of attention. I don't like all that stuff.
All right, so who invited you over to Page's house?
Hoyt, I mean.
Hoyt did? Did he tell you what you're going to do over there? Like, what they wanted to do?
No, he's in on the phone, and everybody got a chance to even speak to him in person.
All right. Well, look, you go by Peter or Pete? What do you want me to call you?
Whatever you're comfortable with.
You tell me what I want.
To me, it doesn't matter personally. My brother's name is Peter.
Do you like Peter?
To me, it doesn't matter.
I'll call you Peter.
Okay, that's fine.
Look, man, we want to find Hoyt and find out what's up, okay?
Yeah.
So I don't care what you went over there to do.
Right.
All right, if you guys are going to do some dope, drinking, whatever, just be honest with me.
Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, what were the plans when you got to Page's? What were you guys going to do? I mean, are you guys going to sit down and watch a movie? You going to play cards or what?
I was just gonna. I don't know what all the name was. The whole reason for me was I stopped by was just to say hello to Hoyt. Hey, how you doing? It's been a while, a few weeks I've seen you. Because, I used to see Hoyt pretty much, on a regular, and just people he hangs out with, the crowd he brings, and I don't want to be around that shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I'm simple with my mom, but just keep it simple. I didn't realize it. So after it was already,
So what was Hoyt over there to do? Do you know?
I have no idea what he used to do.
Okay. So when you get over to Paige's house, where's Hoyt? Is he inside the house, outside the house, or something else?
No, when I got there, he wasn't even there yet.
Paige wasn't there yet, so you got there first?
Hoyt wasn't there yet.
That's okay.
Yeah, Hoyt wasn't there yet. I mean, within a minute, he pulled right on, pulled up.
And was Hoyt driving?
No, he was not.
Whose car was he in?
The light brown, I want to say Ford Explorer. SUV, it was an SUV.
Whose car was that?
That was the one that, excuse me, that was the one that, Hoyt doesn't have a car, so I know him did.
Who was in it?
Jimmy.
Jimmy?
The reason I know it's Jimmy is because that's what they kept calling him, Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy.
You know if Jimmy was driving or where Jimmy was sitting?
Jimmy was driving when I seen him.
Do you know Jimmy's last name?
I have no idea.
Do you know where he lives?
I've never seen him.
Is he white or black?
He's white.
How old did he look?
About my age, I'm saying.
How old are you?
33, around there. And Hoyt's my age too. We're same year, same age.
So is Jimmy and Hoyt, anyone else with them? No one else, just them two?
Yeah.
Okay. So
you said Jimmy and
Hoyt?
Tournay doesn't know all of the people involved very well. For many of them, drugs are their only connection, and they don't interact often or at all outside of that experience.
I pulled up, it was me and Dee, and then Hoyt pulls up. It was with Jimmy and the black guy.
Who's the black guy?
I don't know. I never seen him.
Okay.
And the reason I know Jimmy's name is because I kept hearing say, Jimmy, we're going,
Jimmy what? What were they saying?
I don't remember exactly what they were saying. I just remember them, well, Jimmy, I don't know what we're going to do, or something. I just remember them saying Jimmy, and he was responding.
Okay. So what happened after all you guys got there?
Hoyt wanted to go inside, and I was like, well, can my friend D come? I feel, I'm in an unfamiliar area that I'm not usually I go to. I'm out of my zone because I don't do things like this. But it's Hoyt, I've known him for a long time. I didn't know nothing.
Okay, so who did you go inside the house?
Yeah.
Who went inside?
Me and Hoyt were the only ones that went inside.
What about Jimmy and the black guy?
Jimmy and the black guy never went inside.
Do they stay outside? Do they ever get out of the car? The Explorer?
I want to say, if they did, I'm not seeing them.
Okay.
Because they ended up leaving, like the house, because I remember they were there. I got there, and then when I came out, they said they weren't even there.
Okay. So when you and Hoyt went inside, what did you see when you first walked inside?
I first walked in, I seen a female. It was like striped, like a bluish, like a blouse type shirt. Stripes, it was like blue, like dark blue.
Was she white or black?
She was white.
Do you know who she was?
So as they were talking, it had to be Paige's girlfriend.
Was anyone else with her?
There's another girl in there too. I just don't remember her. I've never seen her before.
Was she white or black?
She was a white girl.
What did she look like?
Oof. Because she was just like, like it was, like she just looked out of place. Like, she was just like, oh, excited. I've never seen her before.
Did you talk to them at all?
Eventually after,
What'd you guys talk about?
I remember the girl telling the other girl, which was Paige's girlfriend, telling the other girl, like, man, you got, poop on your shoe or on your foot or something, because she had sandals and there was no socks or anything. I guess someone slipped in some poop or something, and you could see it was water, and then you could kind of smell it a little bit. But I should have hit.
What else did you guys talk about?
We really didn't have really a conversation. We were just.
How long were you in there?
In the house from the time I stepped in to the time the house.
Well, what ended up happening with the girls, or what happened after you got inside the house?
When I walked into the house, and I walked in, this girl, Jimmy and Black Dude, they weren't even inside. It was just, I walked in. I mean, I think Hoyt was already in. We were only a few seconds behind. And what I seen, I didn't recognize was a female. It was a female with this, the striped blue female, and after that, I didn't think nothing of it. Excuse me. There's a few guys rushed out of the back room.
The officer still doesn't seem to understand that this wasn't a typical social event. Small talk was not a requirement. It might not have happened at all. And if it did, could very easily be forgotten once everyone was sober. Tournay wasn't there to get to know people. So it makes sense that he wouldn't know people, how they were all connected, or how everyone interacted around him.
And back after Hoyt.
Do you know how many is a few?
More than one. There's one, more than two. More than two, less than five.
More than two, less than five?
I just was in shock of seeing it. I was like, there's no way, this what? What's going on?
What did they, when they rushed out, what happened?
They attacked Hoyt.
They attacked Hoyt? Mm-hmm. Did they say anything to you?
There was Paige was the one saying something to me.
What did Paige say to you? Or let's back up. So Paige is one of the guys that rushed out. Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean, I had to because no one came to the front. They all came from the bedroom in there.
Okay. So did you recognize anyone else that came from the back that rushed out?
I personally didn't recognize anybody. So like after a while, I recognized the guy, one of the other guys that was there. His name was Patrick.
Patrick?
I don't know his last name, but I know that his name was Patrick because me, Bridge, whatever his name was, and we were all in the same dorm, same pod together.
What pod was that?
Me, Patrick, and
you remember what pod you guys were in?
It was the kitchen pod.
Kitchen?
Kitchen trustee. We're all kitchen trustees. We all slept in the same section.
Okay. When were you in jail?
This is. Yeah. I'm sorry, I've been up for a little while now. You said, well, were we in there?
Yeah.
The kitchen pod was, I want to say it's P.
No, I'm saying when were you there? What were you in jail for when you were there? You remember what you got arrested for?
I know I went to prison for it.
You went to prison for it?
Yeah.
So this isn't something like 2017 arrest. This is maybe a couple of years ago.
2015. I want to say. I was A-Life from 2014 October until April.
All right, so you, Paige, and Patrick were in jail from about November 2014 till April 2015.
Mm-hmm.
And that's you guys were there together at some point. All right. Did you recognize anyone else that rushed out besides Paige and Patrick? You don't know anybody else? Did anybody say anything when they rushed out? You remember hearing any statements being made?
Not really. It was all jibber jabber to me then. I mean, that was not what's going on. I was still.
And when you said Paige said something, what did you don't remember what Paige said to you?
The only thing he was saying to me was, "Get the fuck down, stay on the fucking ground. If you fucking move, I'll fucking shoot you."
Did you get down on the ground?
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, that bitch is big. Those were big guns. I was scared to death, I ain't gonna lie.
Did anybody attack you?
Yeah, I mean, after they basically got Hoyt was
How did they attack Hoyt?
Just came out of the room and just started, attacking, hitting him.
What do they hit him with?
I'm not even, to be honest, I don't know. They could have hit him with their pistols, multiple things. I don't really.
Did anybody hit you?
Yes.
Who hit you?
They say they did. I know Paige hit me in the head, because he was the one holding the gun over me. You got it?
What did Paige hit you with?
You see?
You need an ambulance to come check you out?
No, I told him I was okay.
All right, you don't want to get checked out?
I could feel it rushing, though. I could feel the blood like when he said, he just did one quick.
What kind of gun was it?
It was a long barrel gun. A shotgun, I'm saying, I don't know. I'm not really familiar with guns. I don't mess with guns, man. That shit's scary.
Okay. So how did this all end? What happened?
I thought I was gonna die. That was my last breath. I don't know how I'm alive, man. That was it. You mix those types of people.
Well, why did they stop attacking you?
He hit me a few times because my best bet was to earn their trust and get on their side. That was my best bet. Or you're going to die. Because I was the only one there besides Lloyd.
So what happened to Hoyt?
Well, I told the officers, same thing happened. Walked in. I was like, dang, white man, you got me way out here, man. I said, what are you doing? Then boom. Within a few seconds, he rushed out the back and they're just attacking him. He's in shock too. He said, what the fuck? But as everybody talked out there, even afterwards, the whole reason, and they were even saying it during the reason those dudes came is Hoyt was supposed to rob them.
So this is what they were talking about?
Yes, this is what they were
Where
saying.
were you when they were talking about it?
Right there in the living room.
You were sitting?
I was sitting. I was there in the living room. They were talking amongst each other.
Is that when you were did you already get hit at this point?
Yes.
Okay. But where was Hoyt when they were talking about this?
Talking about
when they were talking about Hoyt trying to rob him, where was Hoyt?
They were talking about he was already he was on the floor.
He was on the floor?
As soon as he basically got in there, within 30 seconds of him being in there, 20 seconds of him being in there, me being in there also, that's when they attacked him. And all you can hear was him screaming as they chased him around the living room.
Okay. Was Hoyt still screaming when they were talking about Hoyt trying to rob him?
Were they still talking when Hoyt? Not that I know.
Okay. So while they were talking, what happened?
There wasn't really no talking. It's simple. He came in and I said, "Hoyt, man, you got me out of here." I said, "Man, I told you I had to be somewhere." And then boom, and that's when they came out the back. And then,
okay.
And I was.
So what ended up happening?
He ended up basically they were there for Hoyt. And all I'm thinking is, these bitches gonna kill me. They gonna kill me too, And when I seen Hoyt, they basically got him to the ground. I told the officers, I was sitting there and this is me basically the whole time. Once he got me down and left, this whole time. So this is all I can see. And all I was like this the whole time. I was like, please just don't pull the trigger, but this is all I could see like this because I couldn't. Because every time I move or make a little sound, Paige he would hit me with his gun. He said, "Did you fucking say anything? Did you fucking say anything?" And then I'm just trying to do whatever I can to stay alive.
So what happened to Hoyt?
I attacked him. Hoyt was basically running around, trying to do whatever he can, screaming, hollering, and they're hitting him. And Hoyt isn't falling down on the ground. I'm already down on the ground. I can look because as I'm facing this way, I'm facing. I can see Hoyt's a few feet away. I can see it. I can see them hitting them. And I was like, it's kind of nippy out of But first, there, Hoyt. I couldn't see because my head wasn't like this the whole time as I'm laying down, so I wasn't like that. You know, to be honest, I want to see as little as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And I grabbed the gun from Patrick.
What kind of gun did Patrick have? Was it big or small?
It wasn't a handheld. I didn't really see it, to be honest, but it was a gun.
So he grabbed Patrick's gun?
Patrick's gun, and it went off. Boom. And that's all I heard. Everybody, and you know, when everybody heard that, they were just boom. You know, kind of spooked. And I thought I heard someone say, "I'm hit." I want to say it was.
When Tornay describes what happened, he admits that even if he had been able to watch, he wouldn't have done so, and tried to avoid seeing as much as he did. Watching your friend being murdered is traumatic, and most people would have done the same.
So they were hit.
I want to say it was Hoyt. He's like, "I think I'm hit," and just kind of like, and that was the last I've heard of him. So that last voice I heard from Hoyt.
Okay, what happened after the gun went off? What did everyone do?
Just start cussing amongst each other. I'm still on the ground with Paige. He's got the rifle over my head. He's hitting me. He's got it pressed in like this hard as he can. They were just in shock. They didn't know it took. Of course, they like they didn't plan like Pete, you came in the wrong place at the wrong fucking time.
That's what they told you?
Yeah.
Who told you that?
Paige
said that?
Paige said that. I mean, they said, you know, as they went on throughout the rest of the night, as they're, you know, cleaning, doing whatever they're doing, trying to wash away whatever evidence or whatever they're trying to do. I just was like, I was just like this, like, wrong place, wrong fucking time, goddamn right.
So, what were they cleaning up?
They were cleaning. I seen the girl. They were Paige's girlfriend. They painted and they were selling her. I'm sorry, I've been up for, I don't know how long I've been doing this forever. She was clean. I seen her clean the blood off the wall. I don't know if she had anything part of it, but to be honest, I mean, I would think that she would be allured. Why not? Because Hoyt always had a weakness for women.
Mm-hmm.
He loves his girls, you know. And I think that she could have lured him in there. That's what I'm thinking.
Where did they bring Hoyt?
And I think that was like the bait or something. Like, you know, I was just, you know, innocent bystander type. Like, okay, we'll just use him.
Mm-hmm.
Wrong place, wrong time. And but what was the question?
So Paige's girlfriend's cleaning blood off the wall. What did they do with Hoyt?
Body stayed there for a while, for a little bit, and so they would just put like all kinds of things wrapped up in like either towels, you know, rugs, like a little white clear tarp, just whatever they could find. Really, he said there for a while as they discussed, you know, what they're gonna do, and they kept asking me, "Pete, you're not gonna fucking say anything, are you? Pete, you're not gonna fucking say anything, are you?" And fuck no, bro. I said, "No, I ain't gonna say nothing, man. You know what I'm saying?" Yeah. I didn't think it didn't matter anyway. I didn't think I was gonna make it. I didn't think I was gonna fucking live.
Uh-huh.
I said, "This is it, man. This is fucking. I'm done." And they're like, "So do you know what happened?" And I was like, "Mm-mm. You know, that's the key. Survival. You know, whatever you can do to survive, do it." And that's what I did.
So, did anybody leave, or did anyone else come after Hoyt was shot?
Like leave? Not that I remember.
Okay.
Not anybody leaving.
All right. So they wrapped the body up. What did they do after? Did they move the body, or is the body still in there?
No, they moved the body from where he was shot at and where he died at.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was his last breath or not. I'm not medic.
Where did they move him?
He moved him to the backyard, right outside the back door.
Why do they move him to the backyard?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
To the back door, you said?
Back door. Like Ross said, you go to the back door, it's the backyard, it's fenced in. I mean, he's within 10 feet from the entrance of the back door. And he sat there for a while.
And what did they do when he was out back?
I mean, they didn't seem like they were like the plan was off, like they didn't know.
What were they talking about?
They were saying they said, I know that they said comments like, "We didn't mean to shoot him, it wasn't like that." And Pete is not, you know, we didn't come here to do that. It wasn't our job. And I'm just thinking back in my head, like, well, maybe you didn't, but at the same time, dude, you don't do that shit to people anyways. What do you fucking think's gonna happen? Like, that's what I'm thinking in my head, like.
Okay, so what are they doing once he's outside?
They're just talking amongst each other, kind of going back and forth.
Did they ask you to do anything? Were you helping them with do anything?
They made me.
What do they make you do?
They made me carry. It was me. Because the guy that had a mask, I want to say it was Corey or something. I think his name was Corey or something. I don't know for sure, but I heard him say the word Corey. I'm pretty sure.
Tornay isn't absolutely sure about a few of the details, which is consistent with everything that was going on at the time, and the main focus of his attention being on survival.
100%. I want to say, he left. He had to leave because I didn't see his face.
Like Corey?
Yeah, the guy that stayed, that had a mask around his face during the whole time. A mask or like a bandana or just something that covered his face where you couldn't see his face.
Where did he go?
I don't know where he went, but I know that I didn't see him for a good amount of time. Then boom, he just kind of pops up.
Did anybody else see you?
I was trying to make those subtle movements. Not that I know of. I was just kind of, after a while, they were like, Sid goes.
They said what?
Sid goes, like he was looking at me and shaking his head. They're like, I think he wants to live. I think this is a man right here fighting for his life, basically doing anything he can just for survival. And that was my thought process. Because I've seen, I watched Investigation Discovery and all that, and I like them shows. And I've, seen where they got to act like they're their friend, and, and first opportunity I got, though, I was waiting for everybody. Let it be known, like this did happen, though. Hoyt doesn't deserve this.
So while he's outside, what else is going on? What's everyone doing?
Who's outside? They're just back and forth. Some are going in and out of the house. Some are going in and out the side, the entrance of the gate. I don't really know. Sometimes they kind of mumble things, and maybe they want me to know everything or something. I don't know.
Okay, so is Hoyt in the backyard right now?
No.
Okay. How did he move from the backyard?
They moved his body from the spot eventually after so long.
Who moved it?
What's his name? Sid helped. I know Sid helped move the body. Patrick. It seemed like what's his name?
How do you know Sid? That's the first time you said Sid's name.
Because I told the officers earlier, I said there's a black guy there, and they called him Sid.
Okay.
And I told them before, I said there's 4 of them.
How old was Sid?
I don't know. I want to say he's about my age because he seemed pretty mature. He seemed like this. It seemed like he's done this before. Like he seemed like at ease, like just normal.
Okay. So who else moved the body besides Sid and Patrick?
Sid, Patrick.
Where do they live? Good.
I mean, I helped just because I had no choice. What am I saying? No.
Right.
I mean, fuck. But I'm not gonna sit here and lie, and then you find out later that But I mean.
Where did you guys put the body?
In the trunk. And because it seemed like Paige didn't want to do, he didn't really do anything. He wanted to do all that.
So Paige was still there?
Yeah, Paige was still there. Heck yeah.
Were the girls still there?
So, not Paige's girlfriend, but the other girl who I've never seen before. I guess she ended up, disappearing.
So Paige's girlfriend was still there?
Paige's girlfriend, yes.
Okay.
She was the one who, because I remember seeing her clean the blood off the wall.
Was there stuff in the trunk? Did you have anything in the trunk?
Paige? Yeah, he went to my car, he's like, I took all your lining out because I guess they were going to use it because they asked me a question. They're like, what's in your trunk? And I was like, gas can, empty brand new gas can. And they're like, and he goes, so there's room. I said, yes. Sorry for using the fucking trunk. They're kind of piecing things together, it seemed like.
Did they take the liner out?
He says he did. That's what Paige said he did. He took the lining out. And from when I went.
Do you know where it went? When you put the body in the trunk, did you see the liner in there?
It was just blank. It was the steel, from the car.
The steel?
That's all I seen. All lining was out, everything. Because, It goes like this. You get your spare.
Mm-hmm.
It's just empty.
Okay. So did you see the rug anywhere at the house?
I didn't. It could be in the backyard. Because they ended up moving my car from the way I pulled in to backing it up.
Where they back it up?
Like to the gate, the gate where you can, I guess you can probably access a little easier.
What side of the house is that on?
It would be their house is like, say I'm facing their house. This is on his right side. This is the other townhouse. It'd be on this side, like that side of the house. It was on their side though, you know.
Mm-hmm. So once the body's in the trunk, what happened?
The killers asked Tournay if he was going to tell on them, giving him false hope that they were going to let him live. This is also, even if they are unaware of it, a way of justifying their choice to kill him, since he would be leaving them no other choice.
They're talking. I mean, basically, they're just talking amongst themselves. I don't really know what they're saying. Like they're probably. It seems like they're thinking of what to do. Like, hey, what do we do next? Like, what the heck's the next plan? And it seemed like Paige had a pretty good insight of this and that.
What did Paige say they wanted to do? What was the plan?
I mean, sometimes Paige and them would walk, put away from me so I wouldn't hear exactly everything.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, their plan it seemed to me like I heard Patrick say something about. I don't know if he said to the extent, but I heard say about. I seen him grab the little sawzall blades and they were thinking about cutting them up.
Okay, so what happened to the Camry? Where did it go once Hoyt was in the back?
The Camry stayed there. It's my car. Eventually, after so long, they had him in there, had him in the trunk, and they he sat there for a while. And they heard back and forth, like in and out of the front. What was the question? Sorry.
So what happened after he was in the trunk? Where'd you guys go? Where'd the Camry go?
We Paige had his black Dodge truck, the 4-door, whatever. I think it was a 4-door. He had a black Dodge truck, and he was with the other guy, Corey. He didn't really say much.
So where the Dodge truck left?
No, the Dodge truck was there. It was back into the driveway next to the dumpster, the opposite side, closest to the neighbor.
Okay. So would Paige and Corey stay at the house?
Yeah, they're staying.
Okay. Is the Camry still at the house?
No, the Camry's gone.
Okay. So
last time I got out the Camry by my.
Who got in the Camry?
Me, Patrick, and Sid. Sid drove. Sid says, "I'll drive. You sit passenger."
Okay. So when you guys left in the Camry, Paige's black truck was still in the driveway or no?
When we left with the Camry?
Yeah.
Because I knew they were sitting in the car. Like Corey and Paige were sitting in the truck. No, Corey. I don't know who's. Corey, the guy that with the mask or whatever, that was covering his face. He was one sitting in the driver's seat, and Paige's girlfriend was sitting in the passenger seat.
Where's Paige?
Paige is kind of walking around delegating, kind of like seemed like he was the boss of the whole thing, telling people, what to do, where to go. Because I mean.
Okay. Did you ever see that truck leave while you were there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Who left with it?
I mean, it was everybody besides me, Patrick, and Sid. The
Okay,
other person was the girlfriend, Paige, and the dude, Corey.
So they all left with the truck. What did the truck look like?
It was a black truck. It was parked next to that tree right there.
Was it 2-door or 4-door?
I want to say it was 4-door. It had like a bunch of stuff on the back, like, maybe tools and stuff like that. Like, look.
Was it older or newer?
I couldn't really see. Maybe in between.
All right.
Was it super old? Was it super new?
All right. We'll get back to that Dodge. But when you guys left, Sid was driving. Where did you guys drive to?
we drove to, we went to, first before, we went to Black Sid. Sid had like a family member. I don't know if it was a family member or not, but it was another black guy. He took us over to, he drove over there.
Where is that at?
I'm thinking right now. It wasn't too far from the place. It was within a 3-mile radius. What was that? I can't really remember. If I seen it, like I'd remember it. Like if I was in that.
Do you remember any landmarks there, any businesses, schools, anything you saw that sticks out?
I can't off the top of my head. I knew about. I mean, we were close, but we didn't go far.
Okay.
I knew we didn't. And we pulled in.
What did the house look like?
There were townhouses again. There were more townhouses. There weren't actual houses.
You ever seen any cars outside?
Yeah, I mean there was cars that drive away.
Okay.
I can't remember which one. I don't want to say the wrong thing and then say yes or no.
That's fine. What did you go inside the house?
No, I stayed in the car. I was passenger seat. He stayed driving. I stayed passenger, and Patrick was in the back.
One of the problems with witness statements is that no one knows that whatever they are seeing is going to be important later. People very rarely keep exact tabs on the movements of others, and sometimes, in an effort to remember, can create scenarios that didn't happen. Tornay's statement is probably more accurate, since he is willing to admit the parts that he is unsure about.
Okay, did anybody go inside the house?
That house that we stopped at?
Mm-hmm.
No, there's a black guy outside. I guess it was Sid's family. I want to say it was his brother or something. I don't know who it was. He had long dreads, like long, kind of like put back like this. It seemed like skinny, tall. He had a green shirt.
It's a green shirt?
He had a green t-shirt on with jeans.
And why'd you guys stop there?
I'm just trying to hope for to fucking keep living.
Did any conversation take place with the guy outside?
Sid said to the bad guy. It seemed like they were trying to get things straightened out. He's like, man, I guess Sid had told them, like, you know, what happened. And
they told him what happened?
Yeah, I don't know if they told him what happened, but I'm sure he had an idea. Like, you know, and Sid told me, he said, this is the guy that was with, that, you know, came there at the same time White did. He's like, if anybody gets in trouble for this shit, just know, see this face? Sid was talking about me. He's the one that told him. He said, kill him. Like, you basically kill him.
The guy outside said he'd be the one that killed you?
The guy, no, Sid said this.
Oh.
Like, you know, like.
Sid said whoever that was outside was going to kill you.
Yeah, he was talking to the guy. And I guess whoever he was, I don't know if it was his brother, I don't know if it was a friend. I just know it was a black guy. He said, if anything happens or anything goes up about this is the only other person I was here that would know. He'd be the one.
Okay.
He was talking about me. And then he'd try to make it a point to like say like, you know, it seemed like Sid had done this before somehow. And he would say, he was just real calm. Like he was too calm.
So what happened? Anything else happened at the house?
The one we went to.
With the guy outside?
That guy outside? Yeah, that was it. We sat there for about maybe 15 minutes.
Okay.
Anywhere from between 10 to 20 minutes we sat there.
Did you go anywhere else after?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
Right. I know you ladies like to know what I'm having for dinner. Here you go. Vegetables, peas, carrots, sprouts, some sausages, some potatoes, some gravy. So there you go. And some green beans in there. Hello, Amy Lynch. Hello, Amy Lynch. Let's just see Amy Lynch in the chat. So there you go. Not a bad dinner. Right. You can get back to this again. How long is left to you? I'm not listening to it. So, right, here you go. Lovely guy. Honestly, lovely. What have you got, Gary? What have you got, son? Hope you got something nice as well. Right. So there's a little bit left on this, about half an hour or so. Just seen Sarah Boone. Opening statements are scheduled at the minute for Thursday afternoon. Just for people to know, Thursday afternoon. They got some motions to do. They got a few more to select, and then they're gonna do the whole bam, bam, bam. You do love your veggies, though. I love veg. I love my veg. Love my veg. As you say, ladies, bit of meat and 2 veg, yeah. Chicken curry and rice, but having it in a bit. No, nice car. Right, I will be back in a little bit. Hello to Amy Lynch. Sorry I missed you, Amy. Hope to see you when I get back. I'll be back on in about 20 minutes after I've eaten this bad boy. See you in a bit. Hey, she's back. Hello, Amy. How are you doing, my darling? I will be back in about 20 minutes, people, after I've done this. All right, see you in a bit, Amy. See you in a bit, people. Whoosh.
Patrick says, I need to go to, I don't know if he said girlfriend or not, but it had to be his girlfriend the way they were talking to each other, you know? Go to, there's a new, he goes, I need to go to Woodward Street real quick and get some stuff or do whatever, whatever. So it drives, those new apartments they just built. If you're on Brevard and you're going away from Tennessee Street, as you're on, the big school apartments right there.
They're not brick, right? Are they brick or?
They're like different colors, all different color ones. Barely know though. I guess Patrick was staying there because he got his girlfriend. But we parked next to the place. There were some people on the porch I really couldn't see because we didn't park in front. We kind of parked on the side, like the next building over.
How many buildings are there total?
Buildings as in?
I mean,
that place is big. It's a new.
So I'm saying, do you know where the apartment is that they went to?
If I was to get in there and see it, we drove in. I mean, if I'd have to.
Do you think if we drove you there, you could point out the apartment that they went to?
More likely, I should be able to.
Okay. Did you go inside that apartment?
I never got out of the car at all.
Did anybody get out and go inside?
Patrick's the only one that got out of the car because that was supposedly his place. His girlfriend was there. There were some people on the porch, so they were hanging, drinking.
So did he go inside?
I think he went inside. And they made a comment to him, and because this is what they were saying. They're like, I guess his shirt had blood on it. Patrick's shirt had blood on it. And
you know the girl's name that he lives with?
She's 20. She was 25. That was 26. I know that because she kept talking about it. And I knew it.
Did you ever see her?
Did I ever see her? What do you mean?
Did you ever see the girl?
Yeah, the girl. She rode with us. She got into the car.
She got in the car?
Yeah, because it seemed like Sid was like he didn't like that Patrick made a decision like bring some girl in, and the girl said weird because the girl said to Sid like she was a little drunk. She was like, I know what happened. Like and Sid was like basically like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? But she didn't know what happened because I guess Patrick had to tell her. Someone had to tell her. I mean, she wasn't there.
Right. Did anyone ever say her name? Any reference to her name?
I've never seen her before.
Okay. So she gets in. Where do you guys go?
Driving. No, get in. They were talking about going to. Patrick was talking about. Hey, I got a friend that we can go to. He's got plenty of land, out there in the boonies. They're from Monticello.
Tornay is suffering from shock, as evidenced by his rocking and yawning. The head injury probably isn't helping either, but he is denied treatment multiple times.
And when I keep Monticello at my parents' house, because it's not too far. We kind of live on the outskirts, but my parents live by the Tallahassee Car Museum. And that's when I was, I had told you guys earlier, I was like, man, because I was saying anything would help me. Like, fuck, I'll give y'all money, I'll give you whatever. They had already took all my money out of my pocket. They took my phone. They took everything, my wallet, my driver's license. That's what they said. They continue to say, like, we know where you fucking live. We know your fucking parents. And we will kill you and your family if you say anything. That's exactly what they said. And my mom's my world.
Mm-hmm. So they stop anywhere? Do they go to Jefferson County or Monticello or?
We got to. I ended up. I don't know if they, but Sid ended up saying like, I don't want to give money. This is early in the night after all this stuff, so I was all frantic and shit. And he said like during the car ride as we're going down 90, he's like, I'll take you up on that. I was like, what? He goes, bring how much money are you gonna bring me? I said, so I got about $350, $400 in there or something. You know, so I ran to him. And he just he agreed. And the whole thing in the back of my head, I was like, I was hoping they'd say, I hope they don't say, because they're going to do the body thing. And I was hoping they don't go do that first, because I'm figuring if they're going out to the woods, they're going to kill me. They're going to kill me. That's what they're going to do. That's what I have them fearing. And he ended up, he said, I was like, you just want to stop my house first? I said, well, I'll go ahead and get that for you. And I said, then we get, he said, yeah. So, he pulls into, Walden Road. That's where my parents stay at. And we're driving down the road. I'm just like thinking, dude, like, what am I going to do? Like, what are they going to do? Are they going to walk me to the door? How's this going to be done? And I just said, hey, I didn't tell them my house, even though they have my driver's license and my address, because they even told me, plus they have, because I don't have shit in my pockets, nothing. I said, there's my house, I can see it, because I know my neighborhood. I mean, we've lived there since '86.
What's the address?
1263 Walden Road.
Okay.
And as we're getting closer to my house, like probably a quarter mile, I'm just like, I can see, I can see pretty far. I was like, hey, yeah, it's coming up right here. I didn't want to tell them where I lived at, even though they pretty much knew. But I knew for that time being, I wanted to be safe. It's like, yeah, I want to make my mom safe. Because I know, she's home. I know that she's home. My dad switched because my dad went down to Daytona, and then my mom switched and came back. Because my brother just got out of prison. He did like 8 years, and it was a big day. It was a big weekend for him, And I was like, because we passed the house, I was like, that road right here, just take a left. And I'm kind of just going.
Do you know what road it was?
It's the road right next to my parents' house. It's my parents' house, Cordova.
Alright, so they turned out Cordova?
Cordoda. And Cordova is a very short street. It's probably about 40 yards long. Mm-hmm. It's just a little roundabout. Boom, and it comes back. There's probably sits about six houses up there in the whole area. And I didn't know what I was debating. I was debating in my head. I was thinking, I'm going to do this. And I just said, park right here. Like, you go to the roundabout, because you got a house as it goes around. So they're in the back as it gets toward the end of the street back to Walden. And I knew that there's a house right here where they couldn't, like, if they stopped right here, I knew they couldn't really see me go to my actual house. And they just parked right there. And he's like, you going to go get that? I was like, yeah, man, I'll go get it. He said, you got 5 minutes. You better be back in 5 minutes. And so I got in the car. I walked slowly out again for something, because the sidewalk leads to the front door. And they can't see after so long. As soon as I knew they couldn't see, I run to my house. And I know it's right next door, so I run. Mm-hmm. I'm beating on the door. Boom, 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 boom. And my mom finally, first I'm trying to knock, because I didn't know if they could hear from that. That's how scared I was. Like, I didn't know if they could hear it.
Tornay is still reliving those moments, and the whole thing probably doesn't seem real to him yet.
And eventually I could hear my mom like getting through and coming to the door. And she's taking first, she's open. I'm just like, she'll tell you. I'm just like, get them, please, like, let me in. I don't know if they like maybe what if they saw me, what if they're gonna come boom. I don't know. And I went inside, and immediately first thing I do, I don't take a piss. I don't take a breath of air. Mom, and I'm trying to think how to say it, what to say. Like, this is what happened, and I gave it all. I told her everything. And as I'm telling her, she's like, in the process, she's like calling 911. And she's like, yeah, call him. Fuck. Yeah, I said, and then she's talking to the officer, I guess, I said, man, this shit's serious, man. Those dudes have guns. They just, what the fuck? The dude just died. Uh-huh. Obviously they're not fucking off. And that was it. She called, we waited. And she wanted to keep going outside. My mom was like, Mom, just get the fuck in the house, man. Get the fuck in the house. These people are not playing. All she went by, I guess by herself, check things out. And she wanted to see to us. This, Mom, let them deal with this. That's their job. That's their job, not yours. I need you.
Do you know where in Monticello they're going?
I don't know. It's Patrick's friend.
Did they ever say his name or area, anything like that?
Never. It's Patrick's friend, though. It's supposed to be Patrick's people.
Okay. If we were to show you some pictures of some people, do you think you could pick out and identify Patrick and everybody?
But would it be an older picture of him, or would it be?
I don't know.
I mean, I should be able to. Yeah.
Okay. You can pick out Patrick's girlfriend and Paige and all them.
Yes.
And Sid.
Yes, because the officer. When I thought about the name, I kept saying Josh the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I kept saying Josh Brooks. And I was riding back.
Well, how do you know him from jail? What was he in jail for?
Page, it was his name. But I kept saying Josh.
Yeah. What was he in for? You remember?
He had a pretty serious case because I know you hired, I think, Don Humphrey, because we talked a little bit in there, and he was a pretty funny dude. Like you would never, I would never have thought that he acts just like this is him, like when no one's around.
So did you know? And again, we just need the truth, given the severity of what's going on. Did you know Hoyt was trying to rob Paige? Did you ever hear anything?
I had no idea about any of the fucking thing, any of it. I didn't have any idea.
Do you know if any of this had to do with dope?
I'm Rob. I mean, dope or money. I mean, either way.
Okay. And you didn't know. You just thought you were going to hang out.
I thought I was going to go see Hoyt for a little bit because I told him how to get to Dillon's. I said, I got to get, I'm not going to be here long. I said, bro, I'll come see you for a little bit, hang out.
Okay.
Maybe have like a beer or something.
So aside from that, though, you were only there because you knew Hoyt. You didn't know anyone else in that house. You haven't communicated with anyone else in that house.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
But just Hoyt told me.
Salva. Good. Let me call you back. Okay. So you've never communicated with anyone else in that house besides Hoyt. You were just there for Hoyt. Do you know how I can get in touch with, you said Jimmy?
Jimmy.
The guy who Hoyt showed up with and the Explorer.
I don't know because I've never seen them before neither. Hoyt just usually uses because he didn't have a car.
Okay. What happened to DeAndre?
He was in the car, right? And after everything was straight, and after they lifted me off the ground, they ended up putting masking tape on my face and everything, lifted my neck up, basically just threatening me, telling me, dude, you fuck up, we're gonna kill you,
Okay.
And
do they have gloves on?
Yeah, they had gloves. I'm gonna say they had gloves. I know, Paige had a bulletproof vest on. Because when he took off his shirt, I could see it. And he had a couple of, it seemed like he probably had two guns. It seemed like handhelds. I know I've at least seen 4 different handguns, at least 3 or 4 different handguns, revolvers to, clips, and to shotgun. And then I've seen a hand like an actual a rifle with the Tommy barrel on the bottom of it. No, because when I walked in, but DeAndre, I was like. Because then they started thinking probably well, damn, whose car is that? I was like, that's mine. It's my car. They're like, who's with you? Who's that dude with you? I said, it's D. I said, man, he's good people, man. He's always shoulder slope. He's like mid-40s, early 40s, kind of calm looking. He's like, oh, well, you need to get, they were thinking contemplating, you got to get him out of here, basically. And you're staying here with us because you saw every fucking thing, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're, and,
when asked if he will be able to identify one of the people from a picture, Tournay is reasonably sure he will be able to do so.
He's like, they came to me and they're like, and they wanted to make sure that I was straight, to go out there. I wasn't and their stories, you're going to give these $60. He's going to take your car. He's going to go to the closest bar. You're going to tell him that you will be there within an hour.
Mm-hmm.
You're and they got some girls back here. That was the whole thing. Because it seems like you always use the girl thing. And as I went outside, eventually after a while, they were like, Paige goes, if he runs, she tries to run, shoot him. So they had someone go there. They waited to get everything set. She got the dumpster right there in the driveway. There's an opening door. You couldn't see him unless you walk out the front door and see him, but stay right there. He's holding his gun, if you, Paige is I'm this close to you, so if you try to do anything funny, we will shoot you, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Paige made sure that he put one on the roof, says if you run, shoot him, kill him. Finally, after everything got set up, I worked the curse. He's like, you got this? You good? I go outside. Paige had his girlfriend, She's like, hey, you want to go with them? You want me to go with them? I don't know if she's saying that to like maybe save me a little bit too, because, Paige probably wouldn't do nothing if his girlfriend was, next to me or something. I don't know. We walked. I couldn't really see because of the glare from the lights from the house. But as we got closer, he's not in the car. And then the Jimmy and the Explorer pulls back up. I guess he had left because it was taking so long, whatever. And he pulls up, and as soon as we looked to see that D was not in there, I was like, what are we gonna do now? I'm thinking this doesn't look good for me because this guy's not here. He might have heard something. He might have ran. He could have just boom, and then next thing you know, let's just get rid of him. Because at that point, what would you consider? They had nothing to lose.
So what happened when the Explorer pulled back up?
They pulled back up. Jimmy was like, hey man, where's Hoyt, man? Tell Hoyt to come on out. They had no idea what's going on.
Was DeAndre with them?
No, he's gone.
Okay.
But I ended up talking to DeAndre. He caught a cab. He's like, hey, what happened?
So what did Jimmy say?
Jimmy's like, tell Hoyt to come out here, man. Tell him you got to get his shit, man. Because I guess he had a bag of stuff. I don't know what it was. It's like a little zipper, like a little school bag. He put pencils and stuff in them. He's like, tell Hoyt to get his shit, man. And it was only me and Paige's girlfriend out, like right at the end of the driveway. And the rest of them, they were kind of towards the door, the entrance way, around, kind of mingling around there. And he said, man, tell him to get this shit, man. And we're like, man, I had to think of something quick because I'm not trying to get him to. I don't know what could happen. These guys have guns. Obviously they're capable of fucking doing anything. If you got a fucking gun and they're more likely someone who's been in trouble before, they're obviously retarded. Because me personally, I've been in trouble too. I don't fuck with guns. I don't like them. He's basically saying you need to talk to Hoy, you want to see him. And we're like, and my main thing was this. For me to stay safe, is make sure everybody else stays safe, And he's like, I'll just give it to him, man. Fuck it, I'll just go give it to his shit. I was like, look. And the girl kind of came up, was like, and there was a female,
So where's that bag?
That bag, they put all his stuff in a black garbage bag. And the last place I seen it was outside the back door. They put all Hoyt's stuff in a glass bag, and they were going to burn it. Like all the stuff. And they took all my stuff out of the car, and they were like basically cleaning my car out, it seemed like. They took all my stuff out of the car, like the plug-in, like the outlets to plug your phone charger. It's a three-way pink thing. I had a little Bluetooth speaker, had two cords that run into the thing. Those one is a three-way, my bad. It was a two-way regular one. And they had two cords going into it to charge your phone. They brought all of that inside and just left it on the couch. I'm like, God damn, it seems like they set me up. Like, or something. And that's the last place I saw my stuff. That's the last place to put Hoyt's, all the belongings were in that big trash bag. They were trying to clean things up. And they were all kind of like weird. You can tell like everybody was like unsure of everybody, it seemed like, All I'm saying is I just need a cigarette, man. I need a cigarette.
All right. Can you think of anything else right now?
Not that I know of. But like we basically, and then Jimmy says, well, why don't you want me just to give it to you? He's talking to Paige's girlfriend, a female. And she's like, yeah. And so she takes it and brings it inside. And then, so just tell him to call me, man. Tell him I need to talk to him.
Over the course of the interview, the words have begun to flow more easily for Tournay. He is still very much affected, but there is also a sense of relief at being able to get everything out.
Okay. Because I guess those two people were the people that were supposed to rob all of them.
They were supposed to be in the robbery?
When they were talking amongst each other, they're like, oh yeah, you're trying to rob us, They were saying like, Hoyt, Because I guess they peeped wind of it before it actually happened, and then they switched them whole Hoyt, basically. Okay. And I'm just some fucking dude that, and they said, like Sid said, Sid was like, he's probably going to use you as a lure. Like Hoyt was using me as a lure to bring me in. I don't know what's for, whatever, but just to get in the house or whatever. I'm not really sure, but that's what he was like constantly saying.
Okay. So if you think anything else, I'll be back in and talk to you. I'm going to step out real quick. And do you have cigarettes on you?
No, man. I told Mom, I said, make sure you stay close, man. I want you here.
Let me see if she's downstairs, and I'll be back with you, all right?
Thank you.
Huh?
I'm Peter.
I'm sorry, not Peter, Patrick.
Okay.
All right. So what I want to do is, I have no idea who Patrick is, or don't really have a whole lot to do with this investigation at this point. So I'm going to show you. Need, and if we need to go back to them again, we can. All right. No.
The only time I met Patrick, as I knew him, because we were in the county together.
Yeah.
That's the only time. No. And when I met him, like, he was clean shaved.
Yeah.
He had really short hair, like you.
Yeah.
And then when I see him today, 'cause I hadn't seen him since the county. I mean, he has like hair like a white hippie almost, like beard and everything. Oh. Doesn't look like him. I mean, the only visuals I have of him is when I was in the county,
Right.
and the way he looks now.
All right, we'll keep going. Interesting.
That's been different on him. That's like old redneck rednecks on him.
You want to go through them again?
We can.
Okay.
It looks like the guy from the Twilight of the show.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I didn't even recognize him until after. I seen him rush in. He was the one that got the shit out of my pocket and everything.
Yeah.
And I didn't even realize, I didn't recognize him until minutes of maybe an hour. But I was able to. I was like, damn, I was in the county with these two dudes.
Yeah.
See, I just don't like him. His eye's not like that. It's not lazy. He just looks. I don't see how he'd have hair like that anyways. His hair's not even that color.
No, that's not, definitely.
They hit me. Right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, ever since the times that I've met him, which was in the county and today, I've never seen him smile.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean,
No.
They have brought Tournay photos to look through, but he is unable to say whether or not the man in the picture is one of the ones that attacked him.
Boom, 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 boom. Hello. All right, let's get back to court, shall we? I'm not sure if they're there yet or not, but we shall find out now. Bam, bam, ba, bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, ba, bam, bam, bam. The moment we walk in the joint, doo, doo. Bam, 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 bam. Right, so sorry to cut that short, but there's about a quarter of an hour left. So I didn't have the time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, share screen. Let's get it on. Wrong one. This is the one. And remember, we got another trial after this one as well. So 2 trials, 1 day. And just an update for those of you who are going, to watch Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone is scheduled, the earliest Sarah Boone is scheduled to start is Thursday afternoon. So, yeah, so it's there's lots more to go with Sarah Boone. Right, what have we got here? Corn Pope's in the house. We need to have a chat now. What the fuck have I done now? You mofo. What's going on? You can stall and sing, but you can't get away from me. Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good. That does not sound good. I really like your hair and trim beard. Thank you, Daffy. Thank you, Daffy. Joe's really caught up. But I have some questions for you, my friend. Oh, my days. What questions have you got, Corn Pope? I have questions. Oh, shit. What have I done now? What have I done, Corn Pope? What have I done? Oh, yeah. Ask away any questions you want. You can message me on Twitter if you want. On Twitter. What's going on with your sleep? I heard you have having issues. Yeah, we've been having issues for a while. So the doctor thinks that I've got. So my local doctor thinks I've got sleep apnea. I tick all the boxes for it, basically. Yeah, that's what he thinks it is. So I'm waiting for the test. Been waiting over a year now. So it's but we'll see. We'll see. You're bad boy. Robin, I'm covering my ass. Joke. Symptoms, please. Well, my symptoms. Tired all the time. Tired that I could go to bed. I could be there for like 10 hours and I'm still tired. When I get up in the morning, within half an hour, I'm falling asleep again. I wake myself up at night, snore like a mofo, gasping for breath sometimes. So all that malarkey. So we're back. We are back. Don't worry. I fall asleep all the time. I fall asleep on stream all the time. Okay, you and I need to have a chat for sleep apnea. You can't go wait a year for. No, I know. That's why I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow. I really need to push it. I am pushing it. This is the 3rd time I brought it up now. So yeah. So hopefully they push it. I fall asleep after like an hour in the car. I can't drive more than an hour. I fall asleep. I know. So my friend Carwin, who comes in here, he was lucky. I think he got in just before me. He had to wait a month to get in, and that's it. He got it. So they started a new program in Wales. But yeah, I'm not. Oh, don't worry. I do advocate. That's why I got an appointment tomorrow. Don't you worry. This is my 3rd time now going into my doctor to be like, hey, come on, because it's getting worse now. It's getting worse. Like I'm sleeping on streams for fuck's sakes, So yeah, no, it might not quite be a year. To be fair, it might not quite be a year since I've been suffering for a while. But the appointment, I didn't go to the doctors. No, I went to the doctors. We talked about it, but I think I'm not sure how long it's been since we, what do you call it?
We went upstairs for lunch and she called me and said that she ran into the juror. Oh, yes. There's a juror church with and saw.
Oh, they've muted it. Fine. Yeah, I don't remember what trying to make an appointment. I don't remember. The doctor will know tomorrow. And I went back again a few months later, and this is my 3rd time now going, hey, dude. So he's a good doctor. He's my local doctor. He will try push it. But he did all the checklists for me, and he said, yeah, you 100% got sleep apnea. So did he tell the doctor the answer? Daffodil, I'll tell him, Daffodil, 36 triple D's, doc. She's going to sit in your face if you don't fucking start. But he'd probably enjoy that, Daffy. He'd probably enjoy that. Avoid sugar, bread, just quality meat, I know. I don't have sugar really. I mean, I suppose I do, but not. I don't take sugar in tea or whatever. Yeah, if it goes too long, I have to go private, but it's just a lot of money. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, as I was saying, same with Dr. Joy, that daffodil with a 36 triple Ds. Boom, boom, boom. To have to talk to you about the consequences. Oh, I know the consequences. I will get it together tomorrow. Been a while, so I don't freshen. I know it's deadly. I know. Corbo, trust me, it's a big worry. It's something I worry about every day. Trust me. I sometimes think, am I going to wake up tomorrow morning? So trust me, this is why I'm pushing. This is why I'm pushing. I think the private ones are just so they talk about thousands and thousands of pounds. So I need to try and get it through the NHS. Because if you got to go through private, then fuck me, I can't afford it. Do you know what I mean? It'd be very hard for me to afford that. So yeah, I am. Trust me, I'm pushing. I wear it. Yeah, 100%. I want it. I want it. I've asked for it. I want it. I definitely want it. I know the benefits. Dana Leonard's got it. I spoke to Dana. Life-changing, Dana said. Life-changing. Dana had exactly the same symptoms as me. So Dana is wearing a CPAP every night. And he said it was just life-changing for him. Carwyn, who's in the chat normally, he said the same. Life-changing. Just total life-changing. So I can't wait. I need it. Do you know what I mean? I just want a nice sleep. I would love it. Good, and you need to work on your diet because that is likely what's causing. Yeah, no, I do work with that. Like today, like eating fruit for lunch. I had vegetables for dinner with some sausages, I suppose. But I'm not a bad boy. Trust me, I need this. I worry a lot about it. I do. Please get that looked up. My husband had have surgery because keep up didn't work. Oh wow, okay. Longest he went between breasts was over 5 minutes. Oh wow, okay. Jeepers. Fruit is just sugar. Yeah, I know. Well, okay. I mean, look, I try to eat healthy, and for me, fruit. I try to eat lots of fruit for other benefits as well. Do you know what I mean? So that's what I normally eat for lunch and stuff. And at dinner, I like to get a lot of vegetables and a bit of meat. It's not sexy, no, Vix, I know, but you have to do sexy time before you put it on, isn't it? Before you put it on, get the sexy time out the way. No, I know, but it's just as I say, yeah, I know it's all good. Thank you for caring. Thank you. It's a different kind of sugar and don't stick with you. So I'm trying. I am trying, but it takes a bit of time. Do you like cottage cheese or Greek yogurt? Hey, Kelly, here she is. I don't like cottage cheese, not really. I do like Greek yogurt, yeah. I like Greek yogurt, yeah. I do. We're all others. Your life is not sexy, lol. That's a pipe dream. I know. Yet have his tonsils, I don't know, Adonis. Removed that his parlay was closed too much. To have that opened up, it was a lot, but he's so much better. There you go, with Bichikwa. So it worked for him. Good. Fruit is just a treat now and then. I try and eat it like 5 times a week. Fruit, a mixture of fruit, like not just one type. I like bananas. I know a lot of you like bananas as well. I know, but I mean eating it, not like suck. You know. Right. Why is he still on mute? No idea. Oh. Yeah, I do understand. I do. Cakes and bread in the bin. I don't really eat much cakes. Bread, not really. Let's have some toast or something. I don't eat bread. Berries, I eat berries. Blueberries, not blackberries so much, but what I usually have are half a banana, 1 whole apple, 1 whole pear, some grapes and blueberries, and sometimes a tangerine. That's what I normally get. Better like we could play. There you go. You got it as well, yeah. You got a CPAP. There you go. You'd love that, Daff. Banana, super high in carbs. Just eat protein control. I think you will see massive difference. I don't eat bread or cakes as well. Then you don't. Yeah, I don't. I used to. Don't get me wrong, but not so much these days. Pear is good. Yeah. So normally it's pear, apple, bit of tangerine, half a banana normally, grapes, black grapes, and blueberries. That's what I normally eat. And I do eat sometimes I put a yogurt, Activia fruit yogurt on top as well. Daffodil, she loves it. Look at her. Daffodil, always coming with will. Daffodil. Cutting out gluten has helped me so much. Oh, okay. Two apples and a banana. That's what you're going to get. Oh, here we go. Right. Sorry. Here we go.
Swapping around the seats on us. Uh-oh. All right. Real quick, there was a short issue that came up. Nothing wrong. Just I want to make sure y'all, know what the rules are. And if something happens, you let us know, which is what happened this afternoon during lunch break. One of the jurors bumped into, it's probably no secret which one of you it was because he got called out of the room. But bumped into someone that he knew that worked at the district attorney's office, and they chatted, and she saw his juror badge and said, "Oh, you're on the jury, and yeah, I'm going to go get coffee. You want a coffee? No, you can't have I can't talk to you because I work for the DA's office," kind of thing. So that's, again, why we have you wear your badges during lunch. There's many reasons for it, but that's one of the best examples of it. And if anything like that happens, immediately remove yourself from the situation. Let us know about it. We'll take it up. Odds are it's not that big a deal, but we'll address it appropriately and go from there. All right. With that, Ms. Frankis, you can go ahead.
Judge State calls Patrick Clark.
All right.
Mr. Clark, if you could stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat and introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Patrick Joseph Clark.
Where is it that you work, Mr. Clark?
I work at Burn Foreman.
What, I guess, branch? Which practice of Burn Foreman?
I work in our Mobile, Alabama office, but I was in our Atlanta office for about 22 years. 22 years? Yeah.
And do you know Gary Ferris?
I do.
How do you know Gary Ferris?
Gary and I, we first met, back before I became a Burn Foreman attorney. We were actually on the opposite side of real estate transactions and just got to know each other over the years. And at a certain point in time, Gary had talked to me about coming to work with Burn Foreman, and at a certain point in time, I did that. So we practiced together, up until his death.
Can you describe your relationship with Mr. Ferris?
Yeah, Gary was a good friend of mine, and while we didn't spend a lot of time together outside the office, and there's various reasons for that, we each had our own lives, and people who live in the Atlanta area and everything, how it is commute wise, and we work so much that whatever free time that we had, weekends, et cetera, we generally were spending with our families, et cetera. But we would get together, play golf sometimes, go out and shoot ski, go. I think we went on a couple of dove hunts together, but most of our time was spent as friends in the office, going to lunch when it was appropriate. We'd go out to dinner with clients sometimes, and et cetera. But, I considered Gary to be a very good friend of mine.
Did you ever hang out with Gary's family?
Some, yes.
How well did you know the rest of the family?
I knew who all they were. I mean, I knew all their names. I knew Melody. I knew, Chris and Scott and Amanda and Emily. Went to Chris's wedding, went to Emily's wedding. Gary would tell me what was going on with his kids sometimes, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I knew the family.
Can you explain to the jury Gary's work ethic, or how often you guys have to work in your line of work?
Yeah, we work a lot. We are commercial real estate transaction lawyers, and we don't do any residential real estate work. It's all commercial real estate. And our practice primarily was representing institutional type lenders in commercial real estate transactions, construction loans, permanent loans, various different kinds of properties, multifamily apartment complexes, industrial buildings, office towers. We oftentimes did what we call syndicated transactions, which involve multiple banks, high dollar, high volume transactions involving what you would consider to be very sophisticated real estate developers, very sophisticated lenders, and it required a lot of time and effort to get those deals done. A lot of time and effort to get those deals done.
Would you work holidays frequently?
Yes, definitely. Our clients were very demanding, justifiably so. And, our work ethic and was always, we did and took the time that was needed to accomplish what it was that they were engaging us to do. And our practice, so a little bit better to understand that, is our practice was nationwide in scope. We closed deals all across the United States. And again, we were dealing with financial institutions in New York and Boston and California and other places. So oftentimes there would be time frames where you'd be doing a transaction out in California. They'd be 2 or 3 hours behind us, depending on what time of the year it was. So it wasn't unusual for us to get on the phone with the client 10 o'clock our time, 6, 7 o'clock their time.
To your knowledge, did Gary Ferris have any professional enemies?
No. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to try to explain that, because we're not criminal defense lawyers. We're not plaintiff's attorneys. We don't go into the courtroom. I've been in the courtroom one time in my entire career. And I think Gary probably was in the courtroom a little bit more, but he used to practice some bankruptcy law. So he was probably in there in that regard. But no, our work, our transactions always involved people on every aspect of the transaction who were trying to accomplish the same goal, which was to get a deal done.
Would Gary share with you information about his family and what was going on during certain times in his life?
Not really.
Was he kind of a private person?
Very.
Was he proud of his kids?
Yeah. To the extent that we talked about them.
What about Scott?
Yeah, I remember kind of the first time I ever met Scott. I guess he was younger, maybe in his teens. And I think the first time I ever met him, I had lunch with him and Gary. And he struck me as a young kid. And then I guess he kind of had different jobs. I think I remember that he was selling cars at one time. I think he worked as an auto mechanic, if I'm not mistaken. And then at a certain point in time, he decided to go into the military. And I remember how proud Gary was of that. Very much so.
Were you someone that the family reached out to when his remains were found on July 5th?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with Melody that day?
No.
When did you speak with Melody about what happened on July 5th?
My recollection is I talked to Melody not too long after that, and I couldn't tell you exactly what I mean in terms of time by not too long after that. For obvious reason being it's 6 years ago.
Sure.
But I do remember that I did talk to Melody. I can remember I was sitting in my office in Mobile, and my phone rang, and I looked down, and it said Melody Farris, and I was a little bit surprised, but she called me in my office.
And what was it that she was calling you about?
She called me and asked me if I could provide any assistance or information about helping her, I guess, obtain or get access to Gary's capital contribution in our law firm.
What is a capital contribution?
Well, a capital contribution, so in law firms, you have different levels of people who work in a law firm. And our firm is a pretty large firm. We've got 19 different offices, but there's different organizational structures, organizational funds. But the way that our firm works is you have two levels of partners. You have what's referred to as equity partners, and then you have what's referred to as income partners. And then you have associates, right? So the hierarchy is, in terms of the firm structure itself, the equity partners are the owners of the law firm. So it's as if you owned a construction company and you're the owner. Income partners and associates are basically employees of the law firm. So they're W-2 employees. So our law firm, if there's profits at the end of the year, the equity partners share in the profits. So a capital contribution is the amount of money that, as the owner or equity partner in the law firm, that you're required to put in on an annual basis, et cetera, to maintain a certain level of capital for expansion, for needs to meet, upgrades in computer systems and so on and so forth. So it's basically a slug of money that's put in by the owners that's there and available for certain things.
And at any time, do you receive that contribution back throughout the year?
The only time that you receive it back is when you're no longer an equity partner.
Okay. Was Gary?
But you do have to put it in. The opposite's not true. You got to put it in every year.
Right.
So.
Was Gary a partner?
Yeah, Gary was an equity partner.
And did you continue to chat with Melody on the phone after she asked about that?
I did for a short period of time, yes.
What was it that you and her spoke about? After I had talked with Melody, or as she asked me about the capital contributions and assisting and trying to get it, and I indicated to her that I would do what I could. I really didn't have any knowledge about that because I'd never been involved in having to get a capital contribution back. But I took the opportunity to ask Melody, what do they think happened? And she answered me. What did she say?
She didn't really respond, in my opinion, to my question. She basically relayed to me, I guess if I think back on it now, what was going on the morning of the 4th of July. And what she told me was that She got up early in the morning or sometime in the morning, and she was blowing off, I guess, the leaves on either the driveway or somewhere around the house with a blower. And she finished that up. And then I remember her distinctly saying, and I know that Gary was there because I could smell cigarette smoke, right? And then she got prepared because she was going up to, I guess, Lake Lanier to spend the day with one of her children. And my recollection is it was her daughter, Amanda. And she headed up to the lake.
And did she mention anything about if she went anywhere else before the lake?
Yeah, and I remember this conversation pretty vividly because it just struck me as unusual. She said, and on the way to the lake, I stopped at, my recollection was Target, and I bought a chair. And then she said something that really and she said, and I've got the receipt for that. And I went up to the lake, stayed up at the lake, came back home. She had two girls with her. I think one of them was her granddaughter and one of them was a friend of her granddaughter's. Got back home, went straight to the bedroom and stayed in there the rest of the night because they were tired and they were watching movies. And that was basically the extent of the conversation.
Did you ask her what she did that day, or was this unprompted?
It was unprompted. I didn't ask her what she did that day.
Mr. Clark, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Clark. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody. Few quick questions. Based on what you just said, did you not call law enforcement in this case? Do you remember that?
I spoke to law enforcement.
Like, you called them. You had something. Yes, sir.
I spoke to law enforcement. I think it was the week after the 5th. I called and spoke with a detective who was the lead detective on the case. And I told him who I was. I told him what I did. And I told him that he and Gary and I did the same kind of work.
Sure.
And the reason I did that is because when most people think about lawyers, they think about people who spend time in the courtroom and people who spend time involved in litigation, et cetera. And I called them because I had become aware that the incident after finding Gary had become a homicide investigation. And I wanted to tell the detective, look, what you have to do, and I told him, I said, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job, but you need to know what it is we do. And we spend all of our time on the telephone, and we spend all of our time sending emails. So what you need to do is you need to look at our firm's email system and find out when the last time that Gary sent an email was. And if there's nothing after that, that's where you need to start. And that's what I told him. So that's when I contacted law enforcement. I never said anything to law enforcement about the conversation that I subsequently had with Melody until I was interviewed a month or so ago.
Do you remember when you called Detective Hayes also that there was something, you had a conversation with Chris, that there were some things that concerned you and you brought that up to Hayes? Do you remember that?
I don't know what.
You were discussing something to the effect of you had a conversation with Chris and some of the knowledge and things that he knew, you just thought, well, I think that's kind of concerning and I think you need to know about that, Detective Hayes. Do you remember that at all?
Possibly I did. I don't know that I'm sitting here trying to think about that. You know, I talked to Detective Hayes. Can't remember how extensively I talked with him about the conversations I'd had with Chris. I had gotten a lot of my information
From
Chris.
Right.
Because Chris contacted me to basically let me know what happened to his dad. I wasn't in Atlanta at that time. I had already moved out of Atlanta to Mobile, and he was kind of telling me what happened, and to a certain extent asking me, you know, what do you think we should do here? And so I relayed to Detective Hayes everything that people had told me.
Sure. But you didn't bring up any of this conversation with Ms. Ferris.
I did not. I did not bring that conversation up with anyone until, like I said,
about a month ago.
The first time I talked to Detective Hayes, to my recollection, was the last time I talked to Detective Hayes. And nobody in between that period of time until a month or so ago ever got in touch with me. So I guess to a certain degree, it was kind of out of sight, out of mind. Maybe I should have called them, but I didn't.
But you can't remember, would it help to listen to the recording of your phone call?
Sure.
To refresh your memory?
Yeah. I mean, again, it was 6 years ago, and, you know, I don't doubt what you're saying. I don't remember. But I do remember what I was striving to do when I talked to Detective Hayes was to relay information to him that I thought would be helpful in the investigation.
We might need just a minute to get that together.
Well, we need to get outside the presence first and then get from there. So y'all, anything else you want to ask them before we go down that road?
No.
All right, y'all step out.
Okay, what we're gonna put something on video or a call. Why are they stepping out? I'm not really sure what's going on. Hang on. We'll see. It's silent for a little bit.
Way to get information from over there to over here. From the council table to...
In the future.
In the year 2000, we'll be able to do that. In the year 2000. I'm going to make you all come to the technology conference with me in December.
Just issue an order to. I'm exempt.
You might want to know where it is, and then you might change your mind. Mr. Fogus had something to do with it, so the sound. Well, it's not on the displays, so that's the problem. Yeah, well, it's got to be up. Yeah. There we go. Now try it. All right, let's pause it and tell them what you're doing.
At this time, I'm playing a recording that you made of the phone call that you made to Detective Hayes to help refresh your memory. And Judge, I mean, if you want, I don't have this timestamp and there's no transcript of this, so I'm going to move it kind of forward. It was towards the end of the interview, I believe. Play the whole thing. 17 minutes. What's that? I don't have it admitted, but we'll call this Clark 1.
But I felt like I thought about this over the weekend, and I felt like I should at least relay this information. Gary was my law partner and my friend, and he and I'm assuming, I know that the remains have not been identified, but I'm assuming that that's who we're talking about. Gary's oldest son, Chris, called me on July 5th in the afternoon. And, after I had heard the news from two of our partners in our Atlanta office, and by the way, I practiced in Atlanta for the last 25 years. I just recently moved out of town to one of our other offices. So I'm somewhat familiar with the Ferris property and very familiar with Gary's family, his children, so on and so forth. But anyway, Chris called me on Thursday afternoon and he said, I guess you've heard that my father has passed away. And I said, yeah, Chris, I heard, and I'm so sorry, so on and so forth. And we were just kind of chatting. He was like, I'm trying to figure out what to do. I want to do what my dad would want me to do, so on and so forth. And then during the course of that conversation, we're talking about his father's death. He made at least one comment that kind of made me think, well, why did he say that? And which was, my parents have been having problems, which I knew. Gary was a fairly personal person when it came to his personal life, so he didn't share a lot. But, when you spend so much time with somebody, you pick up on things and so on and so forth. So I thought that was an odd statement during the course of the conversation. When we were talking about his dad passing away, what he should do and how he should take care of things. That's how his dad would want to do, so on and so forth. And that was kind of the gist of that conversation. So I hung up and then came into the office the next day. Chris called me back on Friday morning, and we started talking again. And it was at that point in time, see, we didn't know what had actually happened. And when I say we, I'm talking about people at our law firm and myself and so on and so forth. We all assumed that Gary had passed away from a heart attack. We know that he had been having some medical issues, so on and so forth. So during the course of that conversation, Chris started telling me about what happened. And one of the things that struck me as unusual, and I'm going to tell you basically what he told me. He said that no one had seen Gary on July 4th, and that they all went to the lake and came back and still no one had seen him. And then the next day, which would have been the 5th, one of the grandchildren asked where Gary was, and that's when they started looking for him. And his car was there the whole time. His car keys were there the whole time. And Chris said that he and his brother, Scott, and Gary's wife, Melody, started looking around and eventually made their way to a point on the property where, and I don't know if it was a permanent burn pit or something else, but a place where they burned things. And Chris then said a couple of things that really made me, and this is why I'm calling you. First of all, he said, my mother went directly to the pit. I felt like she took us directly there. My brother Scott started stirring around in the pit and said, we need to call 911. Don't look in there. So that's what they did. And then, and this is what I found to be really unusual. Because, and look, I'm not a police officer, I'm not an investigator, et cetera, but, you know, I watch enough shows on TV to at least think, you know, I have some kind of idea what you guys go through in these investigations. Chris told me, he said, and they told me, he didn't say who they was, they told me that they found a rib bone that had a bullet in it or had been struck by a bullet, that it was a 38 caliber bullet, and that there's a 38 caliber weapon that was on the property that I guess belonged to them that was missing. And I thought about that, and I was thinking to myself, well, during the course of an investigation, I wouldn't think that the people doing the investigation are going to share that kind of information with someone. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just, you know, playing, you know, television detective or whatever. But I would think that especially if you were one of the people who was on the property, that that's not something that they're going to share with you. So I found that to be odd that he told you that. Maybe I'm just dreaming things up. Maybe I'm conjuring things up. I don't know. But the more I thought about it, the more I was thinking, well, maybe I better tell somebody about that.
Yeah, and there were probably 15, 20 investigators there at any one time, and Scott was
You
actually
the whole thing, or
reported out to us. When I say us, detectives, that the gun was missing. Scott had discovered the gun a couple weeks ago. During the course of this, he went back to find it and couldn't. So that's how Chris would have known the gun was missing. And we have not identified the caliber of the bullet, so Chris might be assuming it's a 38 because the 38 is missing. So,
and again, detective, you know, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody.
Right. We do appreciate
I
appreciate the phone call, and I was just trying, you know, that might explain that.
The other thing that Chris told me, and again, you know, I'm hesitant to tell you this, but everything is that, you know, he told me that he was 95.8% sure that his mother did this. And I said, well, Chris, you know, they'll investigate. I'm sure they'll figure it out, hopefully sooner rather than later. So I don't know whether he's related that to you guys or not. That's what he told me. So those were the kind of conversations. And I had one more conversation with him after that, which was more along the lines of, he indicated to me, I guess, that they had all hired attorneys and so on and so forth. And I have not heard from him since. I'm assuming his attorney probably told him he doesn't need to be talking to anybody. The other thing that I was thinking about, and I wanted to relay to you guys, and hopefully this will be helpful. Again, not trying to do your job or not trying to play, you know, detective. What Gary and I do, we're commercial transactional lawyers. We don't go in the courtroom. We're not people who we deal with primarily with banks, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, BBVA Compass. We represent.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
All right. All right, bring them back in.
Yes, Your Honor.
warm water over there? It is barely comfortable in here. I am burning up. I'm about to turn my fan on. No, you touched. I turned it down in the office already. I can feel the warm air blowing from the. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we get started back, I'm going to take this opportunity just to remind y'all the things I've been telling y'all. And this just the reason I'm doing it is just because it refreshed my memory as we were doing it. And I figure it's a good time just to have a little chat with y'all again. Normally, when we send y'all in the back, it's very unlikely that you're going to interact with anyone who knows what happened while y'all were in the back in the jury room. Unfortunately, with the coverage of this case, there are many sites in which you can view the proceedings that are going on right now. And so it is critically important, and that's why you cannot talk to anyone about the case, because they may be watching the case and they see you're a juror. They're going to say something, and especially going to want to talk to you about something that happened outside your presence. And there's a reason it's happening outside your presence, because the rules of evidence, although they may seem strange and arcane, and to some extent they are, there are a reason for the rules, and that's why we follow the rules. And so when we're sending you out on the what's about to happen right here, and I'm just going to tell you what kind of happened right here without going into the specifics, but as y'all left, there was a phone conversation with the witness and a detective, and so that was played to the witness so the witness could refresh his recollection. But that's the process. Instead of playing you the message, that's the proper process in doing it. And because it's a recording, we can't show it to him and have him review it, etc. So there may be things that are not otherwise admissible, and that's why we do it outside your presence. And that may come up from time to time and will continue to happen throughout the course of the trial. So that's the whole reason for that, and that's why it's critically important that you not talk to anyone about the case whatsoever. All right, with all that, Mr. Weaver, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. So after listening to the recording, your memory has been refreshed, yes?
Yes.
All right, and you previously told the jury that you called because your primary purpose of the call, or the only purpose of the call, was to discuss, the nature of being a transactional lawyer. But there was a first part to that phone call, and could you tell the jury what that is?
Well,
let's contain that too. And I asked you, what did you want to call and relay about Chris that you found to be concerning?
I don't know that I was just necessarily calling about Chris, but what I was calling about was things that had been relayed to me from Chris that I found to be concerning under the circumstances based on where the matter was at the time.
Which would have been the 6th, I believe, Friday.
So my recollection is that, and actually thank you for playing that, because it reminded me that the 5th was a Thursday.
Correct. And yes, sir, we have a calendar right here to look at to refresh
Right,
your memory.
not Friday. I think I said Friday earlier, but it was actually, so Tuesday was the 3rd, Wednesday was the 4th, the 5th was the day that they found Gary's body.
Correct.
And so, and I'm sorry, what was your question again?
My question is what did you relay to Detective Hayes about the conversation you'd had with Chris?
All right, so I relayed to Detective Hayes that I found concerning some of the things that had been relayed to me by Chris in that conversation. And my concern was based on not the fact that it was coming from Chris per se, But I was kind of concerned about, okay, this is early in the investigation, so where is this information coming from? It seems to me that, again, and you heard in the conversation, based on, just common sense and somewhat limited knowledge about police investigations, I always thought that the investigators would hold things very close to the vest and not relay any information to anybody whatsoever, especially somebody like the deceased son who's on the property.
And that information was that he had relayed to you that a 38 was missing in the house, yes?
Yes.
And that a 38 special bullet was pulled from his father's.
I don't know if you said special. It was 38. Yeah.
38 was pulled from his father.
Yes. Yes.
And Detective Hayes said back to you, we don't even know the type of bullet involved in this case.
In that conversation he did. But he also said that, that the information was.
Said to you.
Well, but
okay,
I got you. I understand.
Unless prompted.
That's all, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else?
Just briefly, Judge. After speaking with Detective Hayes, you spoke with Chris, and then you relayed what Chris had communicated to you to Detective Hayes. Is that accurate?
Say that again.
You spoke with Chris had called you, and then you relayed what you heard from Chris to Detective Hayes.
Correct.
And the information that Chris was telling you, you weren't sure anyone should know or would know.
Right.
Okay.
I was simply relaying to Detective Hayes what had been communicated to me. That's all I was doing.
And then after speaking with Detective Hayes further, did you have any other concerns regarding that conversation?
No. I mean, no, I was trying to be very factually based in what I communicated to Detective Hayes. I knew that it was early on in the investigation. I myself had just found out that this was a homicide investigation. And I was completely shocked by that because, again, we all believed that Gary had suffered some type of heart attack or a stroke or something like that and had fallen over and burned up in a fire. And then we find out a day later that no, Gary was killed. He was shot. And so once I found that out, and after information had been relayed to me, I just thought it was important to tell the detective what I had, what people had told me, especially because it was just right there, the 5th.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Anything else? All right, you can sit down. Thank you, sir. All right, call your next witness.
State calls Eric Durlacher. Yes. Mr. Durlacher, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat. And if you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Eric Durlacher.
Mr. Durlacher, what is it that you do for a living?
I'm a lawyer.
Where are you a lawyer?
I'm a lawyer with Burr and Foreman.
What kind of law is that?
We're a full-service commercial law firm with offices throughout the Southeast.
How long have you been with Burr and Foreman?
25 years.
Did you have the opportunity to know Gary Ferris?
I did. I worked with Gary. Gary Ferris hired me at Burr and Foreman.
When was that?
I started March 1st, 1999.
And do you work here in the Atlanta office or somewhere else?
I work in the Atlanta office.
Mr. Gerlacher, could you please tell the jury when you first heard about Mr. Ferris's remains being discovered?
Sure. It was July 5th. I was at work and I heard the news from Angela Phillips, who works in my office. She was upset, and myself and another attorney in my office took her into a conference room to talk to her. And that's when we heard that Gary's body was found on the burn pile.
Can you tell the jury about your relationship with Gary?
Sure. We were friends. We were co-workers. Like I said, he hired me. He trained me. So we worked closely together for a number of years. And I owe a lot to who I am as a lawyer to Gary.
Would you all share personal information about your families to each other?
Small talk. We would talk about our families, what's going on with kids. My kids were younger than his, so he could be a source of wisdom, having gone through it before. But that was about it.
Can you tell the jury, please, about when you found out that Gary was in fact murdered?
It was sometime after July 5th. I can't remember the exact date, but I can remember it was in the context of that a bullet had been found in his rib.
Who was it that told you that information, that relayed that to you?
I can't remember who exactly told me that.
Was it someone from the family or somebody else, like law enforcement?
Just going back, I can't remember if it was someone from the family or law enforcement. I talked to both a good bit during those early days.
Who did you communicate with from the family?
Around that, what I'll call early to mid-July period, I had a number of conversations with Melody Farris. And then I had one conversation with Amanda Farris.
Tell the jury about your conversations with Melody Farris during that time in July.
Sure. We had an early conversation. Melody, in fact, might have reached out to me as returning a phone call that I had placed just to see how everything was going. I'm just trying to think of exactly what we discussed, but it was whether they had heard anything about Gary, what was going on. And like I said, it was, I think that day, later that day, that she and I spoke, and confirmation that Gary was found on the burn pile. And she also offered that there was no foul play involved.
When was that phone? Do you recall what date that phone call was?
Yes, that was later in the day on July 5th. I had spoken with Angela around midday, around noon. She had gotten the news from, I believe, from Amanda. And then later in the day is when I spoke with Melody.
Did you know anything about Gary's spells?
Yes, I knew some about those.
Did most of the people in the office generally know that he would have those moments?
A number of us did, yes.
Did you ever see him have one of those?
Not personally where I saw the spell as if you were to have one right now, but I was around when he was in his office. I knew he was laying down because he was having one.
And did you have a subsequent conversation with Miss Farris after that call on the 5th?
We had a few conversations. We had that first one on the 5th and a few after that. Police were at the house looking through things, had taken the phones. Once she had called me from a neighbor's house. I believe I even supplied her with the name of a criminal lawyer as well.
What was your relationship like with Melody Farris during this time?
Fine. I would say cordial. We didn't spend a lot of time with each other, but we would see one another at firm events from time to time.
Did she ask you any questions about Gary's finances or documents in the office or anything of that nature?
It came up in one of the calls in the context of she did not want anyone to come in to take papers or to go through any affairs, that she was reluctant to have Emily Farris or her husband come in and to do anything, so that her preference was that we wouldn't let anyone into the office.
That's something she expressed to you over one of the phone calls.
Correct.
Did she volunteer information about her whereabouts from the 4th or the 5th?
Yes. She had told me that they were at the lake, I believe all day on the 4th, that they hadn't gotten back until late, didn't think about seeing where Gary was until the next morning, when the grandkids were asking where Big Daddy was, but she told me that's what the grandkids called Gary. And it was at that point that they realized he wasn't in the house, and that Chris and Scott went looking to try to find him. His phone and his keys were in the house, so they weren't sure where he was.
After the days following finding Mr. Ferris's remains, did you speak with law enforcement as well?
I did.
And did law enforcement ever come to the office and gather documents from the office? Did your firm provide documents as well?
Yes, they came to the office. We met with them. We showed them where the office was. They requested certain documents from us, which we had our IT group help to download from the computer that could be sent to them.
At this time, Judge State would move to tender state's exhibits, Journal 1, 2, and 3.
No objection.
All right, they're amended.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Mr. Gerlocker, if you could please review these. I'm going to pull them up on the computer. Okay, I'm pulling up Durlocker 1.
Mm-hmm.
What is it that we are looking at here in State's Exhibit Durlocker 1?
It's a stack of papers that's entitled Current Elections and Beneficiary Designations. And when I turn the page, looks like the type of information that we have to fill out on an annual basis for enrollment in our benefit plans.
Benefit plans?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these Mr. Ferris's benefit plans?
It says so. It says benefit plan enrollment, Gary W. Ferris.
Okay, and these came from your office. Is that accurate?
Yes, I had requested these from HR.
And so these are benefits that Mr. Ferris elected himself into.
That's correct. We have a pretty robust benefit plan at our law firm. And so you can buy additional, or you get a certain baseline, and then you have to fill out some information such as beneficiary designations.
And do the partners get additional options for benefits?
There's some additional life insurance that you can purchase. That's correct, both in terms of life, accidental death and disability, and long-term disability.
And does it appear that Mr. Ferris elected into basic term life, accidental death and policy?
It does appear he paid the premium to opt into the optional accidental death and disability, and as well as the buy-up for the life insurance policy.
And then he also, it appears that he signed up for an optional accidental death at
Correct.
the bottom. Okay, it's a little slow moving. Ooh. Okay. This next page appears to be the beneficiaries of Mr. Ferris's policies.
Yes, that's what it looks like.
Okay, and who is that beneficiary?
It appears there's one current beneficiary, and it's Melody Farris for 100% of the primary percentage.
This appears to be a summary of some sort for the previous year, maybe. And then
It appears so. It looked like the prior page was the 2017 coverage. Looks like this page that you're scrolling through is the 2018 benefits coverage.
okay. So you have to re-enroll into these benefits every year.
That is correct. I think it's in January, but once a year you have to re-up, even if you just want to keep the same coverage or to change it.
And that's typically what people call open enrollment period.
That's exactly
And
right.
everybody does it at the last minute.
Correct.
Okay. Go to. All right. It appears that did your firm do the highlighting for the current information?
That I don't know.
Okay. This appears to be when Melody Ferris was added as beneficiary in 2012. And then he edited his profile. All right. We will go on to the, so primary beneficiaries here under the profit sharing. Now, what is the profit sharing?
Sure. As a partner in the firm, we're all enrolled in the profit sharing plan where a percentage of the profits are put into the plan. And you can also go up to a statutory maximum each year with your own dollars, but regardless of whether you make contributions, so much of the profit of the firm will be put in on a quarterly basis for the benefit of all the partners.
And this states that the beneficiary effective date was April 10th, 2018, and it was Melody Ferris. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Now I'm going to open Durlocker 3, which is sort of a nice little summary of what we were just looking at. This was provided by your firm as well.
That is correct.
And this breaks it down through your carrier of Lincoln Financial. And it appears to be Gary Ferris's enrollment for each term life, accidental death, equity partner, the buy-up, and the optional. Is that true? Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. So that just says how much each coverage is. And then this is a separate one down here. Is that accurate?
That's the profit sharing plan, and our custodian of record is Empower.
Okay. And so Melody appears to be the beneficiary of all of those as well.
That is correct.
Can you describe Mr. Ferris's work ethic with the firm?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Gary had a sterling reputation in the legal community. I don't know if you've heard this already, but he practiced in an area that's called commercial real estate and worked with a lot of banks and financial institutions. He was incredibly intelligent, responsive, and very practical minded at the same time, which is always a unique combination of skills in a lawyer.
Would the individuals in your firm often work on holidays?
Yes.
Was he fairly prompt with responding to emails?
Absolutely. To be a good lawyer, you have to be prompt in responding to clients.
Give me one moment. Back to these numbers here and the amount of coverage. So for the term life, it appears to be 500,000. Then the accidental death, the group accidental death is another 500,000. The life equity partners 400,000. So we're at $1.4, and then the buy up is another 300,000. So that's 1.7. And then the optional accidental death is another 500. So that would be 2.2.
That's right. It looks about it to be $1 million of accidental death and disability. And then in terms of life insurance, it's, what would that be? 1.2.
That's all I have for you, Mr. Derlocker. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Derlocker. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody. I want to go back and talk to you briefly How do I turn it? Megan, how did you turn this? Why it wouldn't be turned on the document. One thing we have definitely established in this jury is technology does not work. Thank you, Michael. Nothing works. Okay, right here, this highlighted portion, we're talking about something in 2012, and it looks like we've moved Miss Farris from a contingent to a primary. Is that what that means?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, so that means prior to that, she was not the primary beneficiary of any of his life insurance.
She would be a contingent beneficiary, which means if something were to happen, if one of the primary beneficiaries were predeceased, then the residual would go to the contingent beneficiary.
Did you have records, or did you know who was the primary prior to Melody becoming the primary in 2012?
I would assume our HR people have that, but okay. I don't know that.
You don't know. But we do know that as of 2012, she was moved from the contingent to the primary.
That's what this appears to show. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I know the jury's loving hearing about all these numbers, but I've got one more question and I will sit down. Can you explain to me how the profit sharing system at Byrne Foreman worked, and what was Gary's percentage? We've never known.
Well, let's see if I can explain it. Yes, each year you can contribute so much of your own money. I don't know in this time period, but maybe it was up to, let's say, 15,000. And then if you were 50, you can do a catch up every year of maybe an additional 5,000. And Congress sets that amount and it goes up each year. But then separate and apart from that, the firm will put so much money into the profit sharing plan. Pretty much an equal amount for all partners. So for example, my firm just made the third quarter profit sharing plan contribution today. I got an email and it would have everyone's name and it would show the amount put in on a quarterly basis. And it's the same for each equity partner in the firm.
So they get every equity partner gets the same amount.
That is correct. And then on top of that, an equity partner can make an individual decision whether they want to contribute some of their own money on a pre-tax basis.
Okay, that's all I have.
I have no more questions.
All right, you sit down. Thank you, sir.
Should I leave the exhibits here or hand them
Yes.
back?
You can give them to Ms. Frankett.
I'll take them. Thank you.
All right, call your next witness.
Judge, next witness is a little lengthy. You want?
No, it's just 2:30.
Let's
go a little bit.
Dr. Gooding.
All right.
Sir. Yes, sir. I think ready to break?
All right. How long ago?
I just had one break.
Erin Hartree drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives a bus all day long. Oh, they did take a break. Oh, okay. I did not realize to take a break. Oh, right. So whilst we're waiting, let's listen to Larry. Larry's watching. Larry is at home watching, so let's play this for Larry. Where's it gone? Oh, where is it? Bear with me, people. I'll just find this. Here we go.
Where is he? Where the hell did he go?
How you doing?
There we go.
Yeah, I'm right.
Buddy, you're coming in like Darth Vader. I don't know what the hell's happening. Are you in? Must be. Got some technical difficulties here, buddy.
Oh, that's good. You gotta that, Sean.
You're coming in like friggin' echoes everywhere. Hold on. Larry, Jesus.
Wait a minute. How was that? Is that better?
Buddy, you sound like Barry White. Hold on. Talk to me, Larry. Larry, where are you? What the hell you doing?
This, Sean.
What?
You gotta fix
the whole goddamn set is gone. But you sound like that. Give it the little baby, baby. Come on, Larry, give it up.
Baby, baby, baby.
Oh, Larry. What do you got? We'll try to get through this, Larry. What do you got for us, Larry?
No, I can't this way. You fix it.
Okay, listen. Let me try to work this out, my friend. I gotta try it. This foolish thing. I'm about to throw it through the window. All right. Lucky it even works. But Larry, hang in there. What are you got doing today? You got the oxygen tank all set up? I hope.
Listen, I have a new song I'm gonna teach.
Okay, buddy. I gotta fix this.
Listen, I got a message from women. They want me to teach a new song.
They want to do what?
The women want me to teach Dylan a new song to sing.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, listen, hold on now. That's going to be a little complicated since I'm only getting every other word. But listen, I'm going to try to fix this, Larry. Buddy, we're getting a little delirious over here. It's too early for this, but I'm going to call you back, all right? I'm going to make 1,000 phone calls. Are you like in a different area in your house? Because I'll tell you, I got to do another test call, okay? All right?
The same it was the other.
buddy. Okay, if you're in the same spot, then it's on my end. So let me fix this mofo, and I will call you back. All right, buddy. I'm sorry, my friend. Hang tight. Hang tight. All right, here we go. What the hell is going on?
I'm done.
All right.
Robin G, riding through the glen. Robin G, chasing all the men. All the men can never find Robin G, G spot. Tits and clams, that's a charity. Tits and clams, that's a charity. Ole, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Let's go, Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Spot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot.
For DNA analysis, for mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
Is the femur a good source of DNA for some reason?
It is.
He burped. Hang on. Let's go back. He burped. Oh, that's funny. That's a nightmare. That's that's a nightmare for anyone. That'd be my nightmare to, fart or burp or something. He just burped. Oh, how fucking childish am I? Oh.
For DNA analysis, for mainly for identification purposes.
If you don't find that funny, I can't help you. That's hilarious. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. Go back and watch it again.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, for mainly for identification purposes.
Oh, what a poor guy. Oh, poor guy. Let's go back again. Hey, Katie Santos in the house. Oh, Katie, watch it. He burps. Hang on.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, for mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
What's going through his head right now? What's going through his head right now? He just burped. He must be so embarrassed. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, I think that's hilarious. Everybody. He just fucking burps. That's just a fucking nightmare. Tits and clams, that's a charity. Tits and clams, that's a charity. Hi, corn Pope. How are you doing today? I know you hate my voice and my songs, so I made this just for you, Compo, better known Compo. Thank you to Robin G for making for making the name called Paul for thee. Ho ho, Hans! How we doing, my darling? How are you doing? Hope you're well. Hope you're well. Nice to see you, my darling. Can we get the one where he's with our lady? It's too long, Mark. I can't find it. As in, I can't send it to myself, so it's a faff to put it on. If I put it on, I've got to pre-prepare it. All this. It's a bugger to get together, Mark. Unfortunately. Damn it, I'm trying to get not encourage the lamp, but it's so funny. Hey, Pope. She's converted. She's converted. Now, it doesn't work. I will still play in the future, but it's just too long. I can't put in my branding, so I've got to put it into in other ways. So that's why I can't play it at a whim, shall we say. Shari popped in recently, but yeah, she's been in a couple of times. She's all good. I didn't know. No, it's all good, Mark. It's all good. Pope, she has only been in and out lately. Lee Dial, stop packing. Yeah, it's funny stuff. I do enjoy it. Larry is a genius. He's a comedian without knowing he's a comedian. No, Larry knows he's a comedian. He knows he's funny. I spoke to Larry. Well, I spoke to Larry yesterday, I think. I spoke to Larry. He's doing well. Get tasted with it. Only the burp one and the corn pole song I'm a little biased towards. What about Sean ones? Sean ones are funny, I think. I like this one as well. Where is it? This, not the other side.
Right.
Derek says, me dog, Scooby, is barking again. Right.
Right. I like that. That is good.
Oh, good boy, Scoob. Oh, Derek. I needed that. Thank you, Derek.
Right, Paris? Where are you, Paris?
Oh, fuck. Oh,
look at the kitty. Look at the kitty. Oh, God.
What the fuck is that?
Look at the kitty. Oh, my God. Forget about the bad guy. I don't care about our grade. Look at the kitties.
Oh.
My partners are saying, oh, my God, this is our future. Oh, God. Oh, well. Anyways.
Right, fuck. Right, stop. I've got to stop it there. Also, I think the Ole one is good as well. The Erin Hack one. Ole, 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 ole. Erin Hack, ole. Erin Hack, ole. I think that's a good one. And the Sara P, Sara P, Sara P, 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 Sara P, Sara P, Sara P is Grinchy. Oh, I was watching the handle of this. Oh, sorry, I'm fucking old in here. What do you call it? The handle of a clock going round and round, round and round. I'm just tired. Sorry, people. I may be tired. So they should be coming back before long anyway. I have the same through work, 2 times salary. I'm actually 2 times also, but I always think of getting extra. But I don't know if I can, if single and child is growing. Guy. Caught up with, hey, happy days. Elsie's caught up. She's all caught up. Hang on. Nisella passed her test, so now we have to teach her to drive. Oh, happy days. She passed the theory. Happy days.
then. Oh, so it's 15 in Georgia, is it? So it's 17 in the UK. And your nap. Oh, so do I. Cool. Thank you, Robin. Yay. Oops, that's good to hear. Hey, Sabrina. How are you, Ruka? Ruka. She's Copa Ruka. Sabrina. She's a hero. Mhm. Hang on. It's 49 here. Oof. Sara P. My third child just got her license. It's going too fast. Hey, hands. I need to go back and watch yesterday's and this morning's stream. Oh, yeah, you need to watch those first, my darling. Watch those and catch up afterwards. You need to. You need 2 hands. Otherwise, no point watching now, my darling. Otherwise, you're going to be lost. Right. Little G, go and eat something and drink if you've got a headache. You need to drink with plenty of water, plenty of fluids. Ugh. EQ, Carol. I know. I feel like I need to be on Xanax every time she leaves the house. I make her text me as soon as she gets where she's going. It's making me crazy. Sara P's crazy. Well, that's not a surprise because we knew that anyway. Oh, Sara P, Sara P is crazy and we won't disagree. I know Josie's behind. She's like, hands. Josie's behind the stream. As in behind she's in the stream somewhere, but she's behind. When she catches up, she should be live with us, it's fine. If you got this far, Josie, bloody fast forward it, just jump to live. Beep, 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 beep. Oof. Right, where are they? Come on. They're taking forever. They normally stop between 5 and half 5. It's between 5 and half 5 normally. But tomorrow night, they said they're finishing around 6 o'clock tomorrow night. So on Thursday, they're stopping at midday and taking the rest of the day off to catch up. And yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I thought that as well, Robin. Gee. Passing the time quickly, isn't it? Judge probably having Cookies, oh, nice cookies and smoke with the jurors, I know. He's quite a cool judge, though. I'll give him that. I'll give him that. Oh. Don't look what else. So just have to remember, after this trial today, you should get redirected. Most of you, some of you won't, like Carol. For some reason, she never gets redirected to the Leilani Simon trial. The mother accused of killing her 20-month-old son. Oh. I'm so sorry. I've fallen asleep all the time. I'm so sorry. I fall asleep here as well. If you see me like this, that's me asleep. I've fallen asleep twice already in the last 10 minutes. Crazy lady. Hey, oh. I have my work coverage, but would love to leave my sunset for a while, even if he is on his own. Sara P is true. He was like, I don't have anything to hide. I'd rather you don't worry about mum. Oh, thanks, Lil G. I will do that. There you go, Lil G on a mission. Oh, come on, court. Let's get going so we can get to the trial, finish for the day. Yeah, mofo. I reckon they just keep it going to about 5-2 now. Right. That's all set up. Sara P. Right, what other music? Because I'm dropping off here. I do apologize, but
Is Kimmy? You know something, Kimmy? I think you're right because Kimmy says I have early onset dementia. I maybe do, because I'm starting to redo my what do you call it? My shows, and I said, I have that diction. I have those words. Why can't I remember these damn words? I probably do. You guys is probably seeing my decline here, my early decline.
No, never.
Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. Here's the rant. There's the rant for the girl. Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. All right. How you like that? How you like that for dementia, you little fuck? Go fuck yourself. I'm sorry, Dylan. I got you struck, but fuck it. How
I don't know what's going on.
Alexa? Where's the birthday girl? That's right, Kimmy. Go fuck yourself. Early dementia.
I don't even know what's going on, but I'll catch up, I'm sure.
She's in there.
Do you know her?
No.
Oh, she's trolled.
Early onset of dementia. And I don't think she was kidding either.
Oh, if you're not kidding, fuck off, Kimmy. Lou Barber says, baby. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis, they used to wear these tight old thongs. They didn't like them, so they're gone. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind you'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis. These two who look at them, they're definitely growers, not showers.
Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. And I can't wait to go to meet these two speedos pro. Oh, oh. See you in Boston, boys. Just as a reminder, everybody. So the Sarah Boone schedule for those that will be following it. Tomorrow they will be arguing motions in the morning. Then the Dyer will be in the afternoon for the state, and Thursday morning for the defense. And then around lunchtime they will come together and do whatever. And the trial is expected to start Thursday afternoon, unless something happens before then. But yeah, scheduled to start on Thursday afternoon. No later, not earlier than Thursday afternoon. It might be like after. Oh, more moves. Hang on. So. Oh, so Amari Cooper has left the Browns and gone to the Bills. The Browns receive a 2025 third-round pick and a 2026 seventh-round pick, and the Bills receive Cooper and a 2025 sixth-round pick. That is after the Devontae Adams trade today, where he's now with the New York Jets, and he was confirmed on Pat McAfee when Aaron Rodgers was doing his interview, and who was in the background? But Devontae Adams, he joined the show. So that's two big moves today. Two wide receivers has left. So it depends, Gary. The money is the factor. The money is the factor. Who's paying for it? The trade is whatever. It's the money. Who's got that? Who's paying the most money on it? That's where you know who's won and lost. Boone probably be boring. Yep. She got her shoes today though. Apparently she has to get up at 2:00 every morning for trial, and she doesn't get back till 10:00 in the evening. So she hasn't got time for showers and stuff. So that's something the judge is now gonna pick up as well. You drive me crazy. I just can't see. Ooh. Where's the bang bang Niners gang? Bang bang Niners gang. I thought bang bang would be in for some weapons, but they're not. Oh, sir. See, I thought, yeah. Booster. Both of them jinx. You're right. I think it's quite good that for you that Devontae Adams gone today. I do wonder what San Francisco's going to do next year, especially because Purdy's going to be paid. They're going to lose a lot of players. Who are they going to lose? That's all they get off. Yeah, I don't know. They'll work it out. They're Sara P. She's always like, they'll work it out. We're going to keep everybody. You are not. They're going to dismantle that team. Bosa's gone. They probably keep Fred Warner, but they probably get rid of Bosa or so. They have to get rid of some players now. They're gonna have to get rid of some players on that defense. bum, 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 bum. Aiden Hutchinson, yeah, absolutely gutted for him. Gutted for him. The Lions did super well though in that game. Blew Dallas out the window. Daffy, so what are we doing now? What's it look like, Daffy? We're looking at fucking clocks. We're gonna buy this clock, Daffy. We're gonna buy this clock, Daffy. But log, let's go. I know. Talk about football. Let's go. Aiden Hutchinson is a sad story. He'll never be the same player again, though. Do you know what I mean? Never be the same player again after that kind of injury. D D D. Daffy, how much are you paying for this clock, Daffy? How much? $10? 15, 20, 25? It is a screen, I suspect, yes. Cheapers, they are taking the mickey now. Are we a cave? Are you going somewhere? I used to love him. I just don't like how he acted at the end of the season and through the off season. He could fade and hasn't earned it this season. Ooh, you are a tough cookie, Sara P. Sara P is a tough cookie. That's the ugliest clock. I agree. Ruka, how are you feeling? If you're asking me how I'm feeling, I'm fucking knackered. I just fall asleep all the time. She snuck in, yes, she did. Probably watch size he zoomed in. Sarah P wants a bath and bed so she could take some pictures. Nudes. Sarah P nudes. Sarah P. Sarah P. Sarah P. 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 Sarah P. Sarah P. Sarah P likes nudes. Nudies. Oh. Oh yeah, different direction. Oh. This clock is mesmerizing. I'm just like watching him. Tick tock, up the clock she goes. Tick tock, tick tock. Oh. Oh. Don't get too relaxed after therapy. Hubby took girls show all this stuff to me. Ah, that's nice of hubby. Dr. Draper, well done you. I got to drop off screen in a second. I'm falling asleep. The sad thing about this case as well is the families have been split up. The court's muted, not many people. The court is.
Here we go. Jury coming in, thankfully. Right, here we go. Let's wait for that. Right, I'm going to drop off for a second.
Do it. And we'll wait for you, or I'll send everybody back out. All right, go ahead.
Please, the court counsel, this time the state calls Dr. Alice F. Goody. Dr. Goody, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. Thank you for being here today. Dr. Gooding, state your full name for the record, if you would.
It's Alice F. Gooding, Gooding.
Dr. Gooding, what is your title and what do you do every day when you're not in court?
I'm an associate professor of anthropology at Kennesaw State University and the forensic anthropologist for the state of Georgia at large.
And how long do you teach classes every day? Is that something you carry a full caseload, or how do you do?
Being a professor is my full-time job, except for classes canceled today.
Now, sometimes you do forensic skeletal recovery and analysis. Is that right?
That's correct.
How did you get into that? What got you to do that? Was it an interest you had in a young age, or did you pick it up later in life, or what got you into this type of work?
I wanted to be a medical doctor, but I didn't want my patients to talk back to me.
Fair enough. If you don't mind, just tell the jury your educational background through whatever degrees you have now.
I got my bachelor's in anthropology at Occidental College in Los Angeles, my master's in archaeological resource management from the University of Georgia, and my PhD in biological anthropology from the University of Tennessee. And I'm a board certified forensic anthropologist, number 160.
And what is your doctorate degree in?
Biological anthropology.
And how many years total were you actually in a classroom or school setting?
After high school?
Yeah, so 4 years undergraduate, and how many years after that?
Some quick math would be probably close to 10.
And how many people actually do what you do for a living? What you're testifying to today?
For reference, I am the only forensic anthropologist in the state of Georgia, so very few.
And how long have you been doing that here in the state of Georgia?
This is my 10th year.
Do you travel anywhere else and for your job when you're an expert?
I have traveled, but only when the jurisdiction is in Georgia and the case is tried somewhere else.
Typically, just in a nutshell, what kind of things do you do in your line of work?
On the forensic anthropology side?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
My responsibilities are to sometimes recover remains at a scene. In a lab setting, they are to analyze the remains, inventory them, and analyze the presentation in front of me.
To do your work outside just having the formal education, is there anything else that you do to have the skills and knowledge in order to be a forensic anthropologist?
I attend continuing education courses yearly, scientific conferences, do scientific work that's published in journals, and present at scientific conferences.
And what is a forensic anthropologist?
A forensic anthropologist uses skeletal biology to learn who someone was based on their skeleton and what happened to them.
And how do you go about gaining the knowledge and what you do trying to identify the skeletal remains? Is that a lot of, did you have not just book knowledge, but hands-on practical experience and training with that?
That's correct.
So tell the jury about that, how you learned to do your job.
A lot of my classes and training are hands-on in nature with case analyses, peer-reviewed reports, things where you get feedback on the physical work that you're doing.
I know you said there's not many people that do your job, but is there a branch of the science that you do that's related to what you do, but not necessarily your expertise, but is kind of in the same area?
Biological anthropology is the larger subfield under which forensic anthropology falls.
And do you know how many people total in the United States do something similar to what you do?
Probably a couple of thousand.
Do y'all have conferences or any professional organizations that you're a member of?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. What type of things would those be?
I'm a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the American Board of Forensic Anthropology, the American Association of Biological Anthropologists, the Georgia Academy of Science. I think that's it.
Have you ever been called upon, whether it's in some type of legal case or criminal setting or a trial setting, to give opinions, expert opinions in forensic anthropology?
Yes.
How many times have you been deemed an expert in our course? You know?
5.
Just this time, I tender in Dr. Goon is an expert in forensic anthropology.
No objection as to that.
All right. She's deemed to be an expert. As I've told y'all, she can testify to things that are, give her opinion as to things in her area of expertise. All right, go ahead.
Okay, we've got the foundation now. So let's talk about really, when it comes to forensics anthropology, when I say forensics, what does that mean to you?
Forensics is a large field of different scientific subdisciplines like blood analysis, fingerprint analysis. My specialty is just the bones.
And when you combine that with anthropology, how does that in a practical sense come out in your everyday life? Do you work with law enforcement? Do you work with other agencies when trying to figure out what when the remains are found, what they are?
I work on a contract basis, which means when the Georgia Bureau of Investigation has a case that is primarily bones, the medical examiner will review it and then reach out to me to do an anthropological analysis.
Now, as a PhD doctor, you don't have a badge, you carry around a gun or anything like that, do you?
I do not.
Are you separate and independent of law enforcement?
That's correct.
If you go to a scene, you're working with law enforcement, do you have your own protocols and procedures that you follow to be objective regardless of what they do?
That's correct.
Would you have any problem whatsoever with telling law enforcement, stay out of my lane, or disagree with them when it comes to your science and what you do?
I do not.
But do you work well with law enforcement?
Absolutely.
Are you involved at all with training law enforcement or giving continuing legal education classes with law enforcement agencies and state workers in this area?
I do.
Do you work with crime scene investigators at times or teach them?
I do.
What type of teaching or things do you do with people like that? Is there anything that you do every year, or is it kind of just when they need something, they ask you to teach it?
Every year at Kennesaw State University, we offer a training series for law enforcement, coroners, medical examiners, crime scene technicians, anybody in the medical legal field. We teach them to recover bodies from clandestine scenes, which is anywhere that you would not expect a body to be. And we cover the training from classroom all the way out into the field. So we have a field-based learning experience for them.
I would imagine, is it not at times that your objective when you're brought in as a scientist may be different from what law enforcement is trying to achieve at a scene? In the sense that scientifically, when you're not interested in per se catching a suspect or someone that did this. When you're called to this scene, is it kind of a very particular task they're asking you to do, or a small part of their case?
That's correct. I have no, it's outside the scope of my science to be interested in perpetrators.
So you're not involved in the interviews with people or trying to identify suspects or chase people down or apprehend anybody. You're just really based on the location, the loci, what is there in the remains usually in a case.
That's correct.
Now, did you know the officers in this case that they took, I believe, a class of yours, and that's how they remember to call you?
Yes.
And I want to talk about case specifics in this case. Do you remember when you were called and what date that was?
It was July 5th, 2018.
Do you remember who called you or how you were called into the case?
Sergeant Shaw of, I believe it's Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, probably placed a call or a text to me to request my assistance on a case.
How often during the year are you being called out on things?
Less so than I used to be. It used to be a couple of times a year, but I've out-trained myself a little bit. They don't need my help as much.
Do you, when you do this type of work, if you can just tell the jury, if you were called out, let's say you were just called out to any scene, what things do you take with you? First of all, how do you get there? Do you have your own vehicle? Do you have tools and things that you take to the scene? What's that like?
I have a personal vehicle, and I have a large trunk full of equipment and supplies that I bring myself.
Do you ever take anybody with you when you're doing scenes?
Sometimes I do.
I think in this case you had some interns or some people that were working with you, if you remember.
I don't remember if I don't recall that I did, but I may have.
I want to look at a couple of dates in this case. I've got, and do you have a copy of your report?
I do.
Just this time I'm going to send your evidence, Gooding 1 through Gooding 120, 120 exhibits.
All right. Any objections?
No.
All right, they're admitted.
I think you've got yours. I'm going to have these two. So they'll come up on the computer screen. All right, let's look to go through the case. I think July 5th of 2018, I believe you were arrived at the scene at 2155 Purcell Lane in Cherokee County, Georgia, about 6:30 p.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then the other 2 days I want to go through when I think you did the inventory and analyzed Gary Ferris's remains, and we stipulated that it is Gary Ferris's remains, so just want you to know that.
Thank
you. July 17th and July 23rd, 2018. Is that right?
That's correct.
So July 5th and then July 17th and July 23rd of 2018. When you go to a scene, I think you have certain methods that you follow in what you do. Is that right?
That's correct.
I want to ask you about, is it typical when you go to a scene? I think your report talks about there's a rake, screen, surface survey, and then a grid, and then you map and record, and then you do a recovery. Is that kind of the procedure that you do?
That's correct.
Well, what is raking? Is that the first step, or is there a step before that?
There is usually a just gross observation, meaning looking around. I would count that maybe as the first step. But then secondary to that, yes, would be raking up material in the surrounding area.
What is raking? What does that entail?
Can be using tools, including actual rakes like you would use for leaves, or hand raking, in which you use your hands to kind of scrape material together.
And that's just trying to find any remains or any evidence or items of interest?
Usually around the perimeter of what you have observed as the main site.
Here in this case, at the location, you're looking at a fire pit, is that right?
That's correct.
And then after raking, you do a screening. What does that consist of?
Screening is when you use your eyes to visually screen the material that you've collected to see if there's anything of interest.
And after screening, I think you can do something called a surface survey.
That's correct.
And what is that?
That, again, using visual methods to look over the area and indicate, in this instance, using pin flags, which are small flags you may have seen near electrical lines or sewer lines, using those to flag or indicate areas of interest.
Once you figure out the location and the interested location, once you get it kind of surveyed, then you at some point do a grid. Is that right?
That's correct.
Tell the jury what a grid is. And in this case, I know it's going to be A, B, C, D, but what do you do there?
A grid is a cordoned off area that you've identified as of interest. So you put up stakes in some sort of rectangle or square shape, whatever is fitting for that situation. String up some twine to indicate that that area should be kept away from in terms of walking through or anything like that. And then I use a quadrant system where I divide the grid into 4 quadrants so I can keep track of what material comes from what area of the larger grid.
And then after you form that grid, I think there's procedures and there's a mapping and recording that takes place?
That's correct.
What does that consist of?
When remains are identified or other things of interest, items of interest, they are mapped. So they're measured from an X and Y, if you remember from maybe elementary school, an X and a Y on a graph. We can actually measure from each of those lines and come up with a coordinate or a point of the location of that material.
And Dr., are you very systematic in this process? Is it a slow and deliberate process at times?
It is.
And does it take quite some time?
It does.
Do you remember how long you were at the scene?
Approximately 6 hours.
And then finally, I think you get to the recovery of remains. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what does that process look like?
The recovery of the remains is usually done by only a select few people to limit the amount of traffic through that cordoned off area. The human remains in this case would have been removed and set aside, and then the debris from underneath them removed and screened until no more human remains were recovered.
Is it kind of like peeling an onion? You just go down and down and down and down, or scraping different surfaces until you find no more remains?
Yes, that's correct.
And after you go through the physical ground and layering, if you would, then you do an inventory and a session or an analysis. Is that right?
In the laboratory setting, yes.
So July 5th, you do all the steps up to the recovery. And then after that, from July 17th and July 23rd, that's when you do the inventory and analysis. Is that fair to say? All right, let's walk through the photographs. And I probably will move pretty fast because I think a lot of these are going to be in already. This is Gooding 1. Tell the jury what this is and what significant it is in your case.
This is a map of the grid and the 4 quadrants, the A, B, C, and D, over the fire pit with the human remains indicated by those boxes that have the names of the bones in them.
So we have quadrant A, right top, quadrant B, bottom right, quadrant C, bottom left, and quadrant D, top left. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is it called the datum or datum?
Either's fine.
Just tell me how you call it.
I call it a datum, but that's because
Let's go with datum then.
From around here.
My accent may call it something different. What is the datum?
A datum is the highest point of elevation. So in this map, it's listed as 0 inches. And then anything measured below that will be a negative number. So it gives you a sense of the depth, where the X and Y measurements gives you a sense of the location.
And directionally, north, south, east, west, would it be north be top? Is that what we're...
The north arrow on the left side of the screen is pointing top.
So
a little
this
bit of an
direction a
angle.
little bit.
That's correct.
All right. For the most part, though, north is up here, and then kind of as you look at it. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Gooding 2, what is this here?
This is the fire pit scene, specifically quadrants A and B. A is on the top portion, and B is the portion of the picture that's closest to you.
Dr. Good, I'm going to go kind of fast through the photographs, but if you see anything that you want to talk about, just stop me and point it out, and we'll do that, okay?
Okay.
3, just another angle of this. 4, close up. 5. And 6, as we go through, these are just some of the things that you collected from the quadrants. Is that right?
That's correct.
And at some point, I think it was described as an eraser, but the bullet in the ribs. Tell us about that.
Yes, you can see it on the prior photo, number 6. And then the other side of that mass, the kind of orange colored, does look a bit like the end of a number 2 pencil eraser, but that is a projectile.
When you first arrived at the scene, did law enforcement, did you know what you were dealing with at that time? I don't know if the bullet was found at the time you arrived or anything talking about that, or was it while y'all were actually processing the remains?
That's my hand and my photograph.
This is 9, 10. And I took this from your report, Gooding 11. What is this?
This is a diagram, a schematic of the front and the back of a human, and it shows the area from which the bullet was found in the remains in this case.
And it was, looking at this diagram, I think you talk about anterior to posterior. What does that mean?
Anterior is the front of your body, and the posterior is the back side of your body.
And you found the bullet to be going from anterior to posterior, is that correct?
That's correct.
Gooding 12, just some of the, this would be at the GBI, so not on the 5th, but on the days that you analyzed it, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you remember about approximately how much in weight the remains there were?
I don't remember if they were weighed. And if they were, that would have been the medical examiner.
Were there degrees, different varying degrees of damage or heat and fire damage upon the bones?
There were.
Tell us about that if you could.
When a fire burns unevenly, which is common to most outdoor fires as opposed to a commercial crematory oven, the fire will burn the body in an uneven manner. Human bodies are also uneven in the way that they're built in terms of where the fat and the muscle and the bones are. So in some areas that have very little fat and muscle and tissue, the high heat may burn right through to the bone. In other areas where there is a lot of muscle tissue, you may see that it's black and charred, but there might be some soft tissue remaining underneath.
When it came to this fire, did you find that the fire itself was I guess a significant fire in the sense that it has not just one that just went up for an hour or so and then went out? Was it more significant of
I'll object to that. That's outside direction. About the fire in particular itself.
Judge, I think she's a forensic anthropologist. She can give her opinion about a fire and the remains.
We also got another expert who's coming in to testify about the fire, so I think it's that expert.
Ask her to what extent she knows, and then we'll go from there.
To what extent do you know about the size of the fire, the magnitude of the fire?
The only, within the scope of my knowledge, the only thing I can say about the fire is the temperature, which was taken at the site, and the consistency and presentation of these remains are consistent with a fire of about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is listed in the report.
All right, in your report, there was an actual measuring temperature of the center of the pit, is that right?
Yes.
And what was the degree in Fahrenheit that you found this to be?
230 degrees.
And
That was by fire personnel, not myself.
Right, but that was the measurement, 230 degrees Fahrenheit?
That's correct.
And would that have been taken prior to your arrival or sometime when you arrived?
It was noted that it was there, taken when I was there.
Okay. And then dealing with, I'm going to come back to this, but based on the objection, when it comes to thermal damage, you opined about the charring and black discoloration was observed throughout the present skeletal remains. Is that right?
That's correct.
And based on that, what was your conclusion?
That the remains had been burned.
And he said that these characteristics are consistent with the fire reaching what level in Fahrenheit again?
About 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
As you pulled the physical remains from the fire, did you notice that it appeared to be burning more so in one location of the grid as opposed to other locations?
The majority of the remains and the burning was taking place in quadrants A and B.
the top right, then bottom right. Is that correct?
On one of those prior pictures, correct.
When you're piecing together the remains, and I'm sure as an expert, you quickly can realize certain pieces of bones or certain things, but how long does it, in the condition that you found these remains, how difficult was it to analyze and figure out what exactly the bones that you could determine to be?
Would have taken a couple of hours.
And how do you do that? Is it visually, or do you do microscopes, or how do you?
It's a visual observation.
Is there any reason that there will be some bones that are more intact than others that you found in this case?
Again, that has to do with the amount of muscle and fat and skin that's over the remains. It's harder for the heat to get to them. For some areas that have less tissue or the fire isn't as hot in that area, you may see some more fragmentation.
And we see here that when you go through and take pictures, you're putting like bones to like parts. Is that how you organize them?
That's correct.
Here we're looking at Gooding 53. What is this a picture of?
This is a picture of the block of burned tissue and a portion of the ribs and the projectile found within them.
And then 64, is that just the projectile from the ribs?
That's correct.
And when you were able to gather remains of head bones and things like that, did you try to piece it back together to see if there was any injuries or anything you could locate?
Yes, I tried to reconstruct the bones of the cranium or the head as much as possible.
And here, Gooding 96, is that what we're seeing?
That's correct. This is the left side of the top portion of the cranium.
And why do you try to reconstruct the cranium?
The objective is to see if there's any other sort of trauma to the cranium that the fire may have obscured.
Typically, do you find in cases like this that there are certain bones that remain, assuming there wasn't a disruption to the bones, like something had broke the bones or something like that, but in a fire like this, is there a reason that you would find more of the bigger bones as opposed to other bones?
A lot of the bigger bones are encased in more muscle and fat and tissue.
And you did find some soft tissue remains?
That's correct.
And you wrote a report, in this case, is that right, that we provide to the defense?
That's correct.
And did you share your findings that you had in this case with the GBI and Dr. Atkinson, the medical examiner?
I did.
What I'd like to do is some questions about your report. When you were looking at the, when you're looking at the remains, did you find that there were other material in the burn pile besides just human remains? For example, burn trash, household debris, things like that?
That's correct.
Was there evidence that there was also wood or other material there in the pile?
Yes.
And were you able to sift those out and separate them?
They were separated from the human remains.
And the state of preservation for the materials that you found in this, what did they range from? In the sense of the charring or the powder substance? What level did you find that they consisted of in the burn pit itself?
In the pit, you saw different colors, white, ash, blues, grays, black charring. So all different types of burning.
Out of all the remains that you were able to recover on scene, how did y'all transport those to the GBI to be analyzed?
That's a question for the coroner.
Did you get those, were they packaged in a certain manner, a certain number of body bags or a certain number of containers?
I believe they were packaged in brown bags.
I'm looking on page 2, your last paragraph before skeletal analysis.
3 body bags containing brown evidence bags and cardboard boxes.
And then when you did your analysis and you did the skeletal inventory, I want to talk about the trauma analysis that you did. You have a section called perimortem trauma. Tell us what your finding was for this.
The perimortem trauma in this case was a minimum of 1 gunshot wound to the left chest from a front to back direction.
And you have I guess it's the Latin, the bullet was lodged in situ. And what is that?
In situ means in place or found as it was.
And what findings did you find for thermal damage in this case?
That the remains had been burned on a bonfire. Excuse me.
Did you find any traumatic fractures of any?
Fractures were all indicative of the burning.
Any traumatic fractures observed on the cranium?
All indicative of the burning.
And I think you noted when it came to the traumatic fractures for the cranium, I'm looking at your last sentence in thermal damage. What was that finding there?
No traumatic fractures were observed on the cranium aside from heat-induced damage.
So outside of the heat, nothing else?
Not that was observed.
You have a section for antemortem skeletal change and identifying characteristics. When you tell us you didn't have any findings of that, what does that mean?
Antemortem skeletal characteristics are those that you have on you in life that make you unique. For example, if you have a disease or you have Anything that sets your skeleton apart from someone else's, that's where I would note that in the report, given the fragmentary nature of the remains and how burned they were. None of those characteristics were able to be noted.
And then looking on page 6 of 24 of your report, as you see on the screen there, you went through and I guess analyzed and then cataloged what you found, the remains that you found in each coordinate or unit. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is this just a listing of the things that you found?
That's correct.
And again, most things, so this first column here is Unit A, and it's evidence bag 1, and then you list the things that you found there on the right side. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the next section is E2, which continues to page 7 of your report. And then E3, E4, and E5 in Unit B. So again, the most that you said were in coordinates A and B.
Of human remains.
When you were processing this, how long did it take you before you realized that you were dealing with human remains at the scene?
Instantly.
I'm on page 16 of your report here. This is figure 11, I think. And tell us again, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at a top-down view of the section of burned soft tissue and ribs. I think I refer to it as a block of tissue in which the projectile is situated deep to the ribs, which means closer to the gut side as opposed to the skin side.
As we see in figure 11 here on page 16 of your report, Exhibit 120, is that how, when you were processing the burn pit, is that exactly how it looked in the way it was sitting in the pile when it was actually taken from there?
That's correct.
And then at some point you then took that and it was, you were able to analyze that and then submit it to the GBI as evidence in this case?
That's correct.
Just have one moment. Did you only find the remains of one person?
That's correct.
Did you find any other bullets or things like that in the burn pile?
I did not.
Did you find any parts to a gun or anything like that?
I did not.
Did you find any metal outside of that, though? Just other things in the pile that did not burn that was metal?
I believe so.
Did you find any ropes or toe straps or anything else in the fire?
Not to my knowledge.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gooding. My name is Michael Ray. We met outside previously, right?
That's correct.
And I have a good bit of questions for you, but not too terribly many. First off, I want to know, how do you become the state forensic anthropologist? Like who gives you that job?
The chief medical examiner at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. So are you actually, because being a college professor, I think you said you're an associate professor?
That's correct.
That's where I graduated from. So So that makes you're a state employee, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Now, are you serving, do you have basically just two state functions, one associate professor, two the state forensic anthropologist?
Correct.
All right. In this case, because I know you're testifying as an expert, a lot of times experts are paid. Are you compensated by the state additionally above your state salary for testifying today?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you compensated by the sheriff's office for coming out, ruining, your after the 4th and coming out and dealing with this case? Did they have to compensate you as well?
No, they did not.
They did not?
Not to my knowledge.
Just your testimony here today?
No, the analysis of the remains.
Okay, so let's back up. Let me ask better questions about that. So I'm assuming as the forensic anthropologist for the state, you get some type of small salary or some type of salary.
It's not a salary, it's a contract basis, so it's just an invoice per case.
Okay, invoice per case. All right, so basically, is it like an hourly rate?
It's based on a type of request. In this case, it was a trauma analysis, so there would have been a fee for trauma analysis.
Okay, so what would you classify what you did here? Because you did a lot more here, getting the bones out of the burn pile, doing the trauma analysis, and all that. So what would you classify what you did here?
A recovery and an analysis.
Okay, what were you paid for the recovery and the analysis, if you recall?
I believe at that time, I think $100 for the analysis and maybe $250 or $280 for the recovery.
Okay, that's in total.
Well, that would be maybe $380 in total.
Okay, that's what I meant. That's not like your hourly rate. That's the total what you.
Yes.
Okay. On top of that, your state salary with being an associate professor.
Correct.
I'm gonna slide over. There's a sticker here that says "Don't stand here." So. Okay. All right. So first off, just so there's no confusion, because we had Dr. Atkinson testifying yesterday. You're not a forensic pathologist, correct?
That is correct.
Right. And the difference, partly in that, is a forensic pathologist is a medical doctor.
That's correct.
You are not a medical doctor.
Correct.
You are not able to certify cause or manner of death.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I'm trying to figure out a good place. Well, we'll just start with your report. In your report that Mr. Fogus was going over with you, you had stated perimortem trauma.
That's correct.
Right, perimortem trauma being before or just after death.
Perimortem trauma is at or around the time of death.
Okay, at or around. Are you familiar with hemorrhaging?
Yes.
Okay, because I asked Dr. Atkinson yesterday if he could prove to a medical certainty whether or not Gary was alive or dead when he was shot, and he said he could not. So my question to you is, how can you use the term perimortem trauma just before or just after death when you can't prove to a medical certainty he was even alive?
That's why it's at or around the time of death. So that could be a pretty wide scale.
No, I mean, I wouldn't say around the time of death. Somebody's been laying there 2 or 3 days, right? You couldn't tell the difference from your examination, right? In a situation like this where their body's been burned.
In this situation, I would still classify that as perimortem trauma.
Okay.
Because the projectile was on the gut side of the bones.
Okay. So if it was on the gut side of the bones, what internal organs did the bullet impact?
That I cannot testify to.
Okay. So you can actually say that it went into the body cavity.
That's incorrect.
That's incorrect?
I can say that it went into the body cavity.
Okay. Then, yet again, what did it hit?
That I cannot testify to.
Okay. But your testimony here is that your opinion that it's inside the body cavity.
That's correct.
Okay. And the bullet went in front to back.
That's correct.
Okay. So if I got shot right here, and actually, let me show you number 11 and ask you this way. You actually don't know where that bullet is in an 11, correct?
It's in that range of brackets.
Yeah, but I'm asking, I want to know specifically, where's that bullet? You don't know.
That's correct.
Okay. So, but it's your testimony, even though you don't know where it is, it's your opinion that it is on the gut side of the rib.
That's correct.
Okay. But yet again, you can't tell me anything that it hit.
That's correct.
I'll move on, Judge. Now, generally, as an anthropologist, you would deal typically with bones, correct? And not soft tissue?
That's correct.
I hate not having it printed out. I'm sorry. You also stated in your report that you thought it was anterior to posterior. That would mean front to back, right?
That's correct.
I mean, so it's your opinion that if Gary was shot, that whoever shot him was standing in front of him, or a bullet had to come from his front, right?
I would agree with the second version of your statement.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about what you know about. Now, as an anthropologist, do you typically see gunshot wounds in your cases?
Can you repeat the last word you said?
I said gunshot wound. As an anthropologist, like how often have you encountered gunshot wounds in your cases?
Oh, maybe 40 to 50% of the cases.
Okay. Well, how many cases have you worked? Because there's so few of y'all. So how many did you work this year?
I don't know. I know the total is over 160.
Since when?
2014.
Okay, so in 10 years, you've done 160. So that's 6 a year.
I think our math is adding up.
Okay, so, and then you said about half of those have gunshots? So
Yes.
Seeing 3 a year?
Sure.
Okay. And are those bullets, are they in bone or you're finding them around skeletal remains?
Both. I've seen both.
Okay. Now you would agree, based on your job, because you talk to the medical examiner a lot, right?
I do not.
Okay. Well, I'll just go ahead and jump in. Do you know that Dr. Atkinson copy and pasted your version of gathering the remains into his autopsy report?
Yes.
Verbatim.
Yes.
Okay. You would also agree with me that Dr. Atkinson never went to Purcell Lane.
I don't know that.
Okay. Did you see him there?
No, not while I was there.
Did you see him taking any of the photographs?
Not while I was there.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to that in just a minute. All right. So what type, as an anthropologist, expertise do you have in gunshot wounds?
To bone, quite a high level of expertise.
Okay. So, but you didn't see any of that here in this case. At least I can't find it in your report. Like any damage to bone from a bullet.
That's correct.
Okay. So we got no damage to bone from a bullet. You put the skull back together, there's no damage to that. Right.
That's
Except
correct.
for thermal damage.
That's correct.
And when I say there's no damage, universally there is thermal damage. Okay.
That's correct.
All right. So how about mapping trajectory of wounds? You got any skill and expertise in that?
When it relates to bone, yes.
Okay. And we already talked about that. Now, you don't have any entrance wound to examine, correct?
Not in bone.
Okay. Well, I mean, in this case, you didn't find any type of entrance wound. You just found a bullet lodged in soft tissue.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, let me ask you too before I forget. Who, because I've asked everybody, who found the bullet?
To my recollection, it was me, but there were a good number of people peering over my work.
Okay. While you were working around this time that you find the bullet, who's there with you?
I can't give you a full inventory.
I'll name you some people, and you tell me if you remember they were there. That'd be easy. Was Sally Sims there?
She was on scene.
Okay. but you don't remember she was actually in the burn pile with you?
I can't recall who would have been in the pile. At times, it would have been only me.
Okay. Do you recall handing the rib and the bullet to Sally Sims?
Couldn't recall who I would have handed it directly off to.
How about Officer Shaw? Do you recall him helping you at the burn pile?
He was present at the scene.
But you don't recall him helping?
I don't recall in
Okay.
what.
That's fine. That's fine. What about Detective Westbrook?
I don't recall.
Okay. And because I know Mr. Focus had asked you, but yeah, you had an intern with you there too.
Okay.
I don't remember their name either.
Apologies
It's not
to the
important.
intern.
I'm assuming they were a good intern. It's just been 6 years. Oh. I want to do a little comparison between your report and Dr. Atkinson's report, not verbatim comparison. So you had stated that, in your opinion, that the trajectory was front to back. And so, are you aware that in the autopsy, Dr. Atkinson has said that he was unable to assess any type of bullet path?
I wasn't.
Did you know that?
After reading his report.
Okay, so you found that out. You did read his report. You read Atkinson's autopsy?
I have since this.
Prior to testifying here today, you went and read it?
That's correct.
Okay, yeah.
I was provided with it.
And before he actually wrote his autopsy, you sent him a copy of your report.
I would assume so.
Okay.
Given that it's copied and pasted.
Pasted into it, yeah. Do you always do that? Send a copy of your findings to the medical examiner?
Actually send them to the director of medical operations, and she distributes them to the medical examiner that requested.
Okay. What's the logic in that? Because shouldn't the medical, and I know you're not a medical examiner, but I'll ask anyway. Shouldn't their opinion and analysis be separate and apart from what your findings are?
Objection relevant.
Oh, well.
No. I think we're a collaborative medical team employed with the same office.
Okay, that's fair.
I think it's reasonable to, if a medical examiner requests anthropological analysis, I think it's reasonable that they rely on those findings.
Okay. Now, let me. You know, when you try to organize everything so good, there it is. So in your report, I get ahead of myself when I just start talking. Then I got to scroll through and figure out where I am. So you stated like front to back, but the autopsy actually found here on, let me get to it. Past it. You stated that it was front to back, right? That's what your report found.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, but in the autopsy, they found that couldn't assess for an entrance wound. So if you can't assess for an entrance wound, how can you say it's front to back?
Based on the location of the projectile in the remains.
Okay. But you are aware that also bullets do have the ability that if they hit some type of object, they do have the ability to tumble.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So got some contradiction there. The autopsy also says that they're unable to assess a direction of a wound path, correct?
Is that D?
Yeah, section D.
I'm reading that, yes.
Okay. Okay. And yet again, you found no other evidence of any other, well, actually, you didn't find any other evidence or any damage to any other bone, correct? You found technically no evidence of any damage to bone other than thermal damage.
That's correct.
Okay. So no other bone evidence of injury from a bullet.
That's correct.
Okay. Or any other blunt force object.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. You also you didn't offer any opinion in your report appropriately as to manner or cause of death.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, moving on to the more fun stuff. I want to talk. I really like your grid, by the way. And so this is Gooding 1. And I also want to pull up Gooding 3, just so I can get an idea here. Okay, can you see both those, Gooding 1 and Gooding 3? Oh, no, you didn't. Can you see both those, ma'am?
I can.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that looks fine. All right, so here's just a couple questions based on this, okay? You've got up here on number 1, this is quadrant A, correct?
That's correct.
So, and then you've got the cranium where the skull was found. It's kind of on the line between A and, well, the line between A and B.
That's correct.
Because it's right here. So going over to Gooding 3, that puts it somewhere around, based on this, somewhere in this area here.
I would drop your cursor down and to the left a little bit.
You tell me when to stop.
Maybe over to the left just a little bit, right about there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. All right. So that's the skull. Also, what are the flags?
As I stated previously, the flags are part of the visual search when we identify areas of interest.
Okay. So it's like this flag may be like, hey, there may be something here. Check it out.
That's correct.
Then I'm assuming when you checked it out and removed whatever was there, if it was evidentiary, then you remove the flag, like showing that area had been searched.
Yes, but that wouldn't have been the order of operations.
Okay. All right. So okay. So so we got the skull around here, and then the next thing, if we go down a little bit, the pelvis is, let's say in here. Is that a fair assessment based on your diagram?
Yes.
Okay. But then we've got, I'm assuming, rib here, the very bottom. That's the rib with the bullet and the soft tissue.
I don't know that to be true.
Okay. Well, where was
I'd have to go back and look at the inventory. Looks like the rib with the bullet was found in Unit A, evidence bag 1.
Okay. But from your diagram you did here, we don't know where the bullet in that rib was found. We just know it's quadrant A.
We do know where it was found in the rib.
In the what?
In the rib.
No. Okay, no, where at in the pile in quadrant A? We don't have any documentation of that, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so we know it's quadrant A here, or I'm assuming here because this is the burned area, but we don't know exactly where.
Correct.
Okay, so we got a rib down here. Let's see, femur and tibia. That's the front part of the leg and back part of the leg?
It's the top and the bottom part of the leg.
Oh, okay. Which one's which?
The femur is the thigh bone and the tibia is the shin bone.
Gotcha. Okay. So those are the two leg bones. And then we also have another femur and the pelvis, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So any kind of issues as to why is there a lone rib bone down here at the very, very bottom? Any explanation on that?
My responsibility is mapping.
Oh, I'm not saying this is your fault. I'm just wondering if you know how it got there.
I wasn't concerned about that.
Okay. So, I mean, because it would seem anatomically out of place, right? A rib below the pelvis.
Sure.
Okay. That's my whole point right there. So nothing really to do with you. Okay. Already did that. That number. I'm just going to pull up your report because Mr. Fogel showed you something. I don't remember what it was. Okay, that's just That's the part of the rib where you're saying it's on the gut side, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But yet again, going back to your anatomical drawing, you can't say where that bullet is in those ribs.
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Thank you. All right. You can sit down. Thank you, ma'am. You'll have a short witness or?
Okay, so we'll see if there's another witness or not. It'd be interesting. They probably will have I imagine, a witness. Oh no, they look quite relaxed. They look like they might not be. They might be finished for the day, which would mean that we would go to the next trial. Everybody, yeah. Rock your body. They're all laughing and. Dee, 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 dee. Back streets back, alright. Bow, 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 bow. Come on, I don't want to start. I just want to know what's going on. StreamYard. StreamYard. My preference would be that they finish right now. Oh, no woman, no cry. Hello? Can you unmute maybe? Let us know what's going on. I think Sara P is sleeping. Sara P normally would have had the links up in the other trial already, but she must be sleeping. Oh, no, there's a witness. What's that? Oh, no. What the fuck? They could have told us what they were doing. I had no idea what's going on now. I have no idea what's going on. Oh, fuck. Right, okay. Well, we just have to wait here for a little bit to see, because hopefully the full camera will shut off if they are done. Yeah, I don't really know what's going on. The court's muted and the camera's just gone up to there. Oh, Sara, I was joking, P. Sara P, I was joking, my darling. It's all good. I was just taking the piss, sorry. It's all good. Don't you worry at all about it. Don't you worry at all about it, my darling. Because we don't even know what the fuck's going on here. No woman, no cry. I. Hmm. Well, I don't. Yeah, we just have to wait. Oh, I hate this because we could go straight over to the other trial. That's why I hate waiting. Sara P, Sara P, Sara P, 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 Sara P, Sara P, Sara P is lovely. Josie and Murph, they aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out I'm joking, they're lovely. Tits and clams, that's a Shari D. Tits and clams, that's a Shari D. Erin Hatchie drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hatchie drives a bus all day long. All day long. Dee, 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 dee. Oh, movement. I think they must be done for the day then. Hmm. Oh shit! I got rid of the chat. Oopsies. Oopsie, oopsie, oopsies. I might just end. So if there is a witness, it's going to be a very short witness because I think they will be done tomorrow. They stayed on later. So what I might do is just, if there is a witness that does end up coming up, I could play it first thing tomorrow. I'll just do it that way. I don't think there will be because there's only like 45 minutes left. And by the sounds of it, they didn't really want to bring anyone else in. So yeah, I'm going to do an executive decision. I will keep an eye out on it to see if there is anything that comes up. And if there is, we'll play it first thing. We'll zoom through it tomorrow morning. Because as I say, there's only 45 minutes left anyway. So if there's likely to be another witness, we'll play it first thing in the morning before the day starts. Oh, hang on, judge is back. No, hang on, but judge is back. Motherfucker, put the fucking mute off. Right, exit. Right, they got up. What the fuck? Like what? Thank you, Sara. Right, we'll exit now. Fuck them. Right, if there's anything, we'll do it tomorrow morning. All right, stop screen. Right, those of you that want to watch the next trial with us, you should get sent over. If not, then just go to my page and it's all there. So you can catch up that way to the channel. Right, I'll go end stream straight away here, and those are here just for this trial. We'll be back at 8:30 Eastern tomorrow, and we'll play wherever we've missed tonight if there is anything. Right, see you on the other side. Oh fuck, wrong one. End stream, that's the one. Right, bye bye.